Views over Kingston, that wonderful capital here in Jamaica. And it really is a vibrant city, a city of culture, nestled with the mountains in the distance. And as you can see, there you see the Palisades where the Norman Manley International Airport is. And that really is an iconic strip as well. All sorts of things to see here. That looks like halfway through there, that hub of central traffic downtown. Oh, I think that's uptown. Marlon Pinnock might disagree with me. Andrew Chan in your company here as part of this 4-day championship for the Cricket West Indies. It's round 4. And you'll hear Mr. Marlon Pinnock as well as the great Sean Devers. It's a Jamaica-Guyana battle. And I will be taking you across to the toss shortly, right after we taking a look at Kingston here. And it's such a beautiful city. It's so much noise, there's so much culture, there's so much street art, which I actually appreciate as well in Kingston. And there's a view off to the port and the channels, the port of Kingston, where everything comes in, where some of the world's best coffee is grown. Sean Devers will tell you that every morning he has to have his Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. It just isn't a good start to the day for him. And I think that's National Heroes Circle. No, I'm not sure what that is. But actually that might be the cricket ground just behind us. And now we'll go to the toss out in the middle here for this match between the Jamaica Scorpions and Guyana Harpy Eagles. After I do the toss, you will hear the voice of Sean Devers and Marlon Pinnock, who will take you through the first half an hour play live from Sabina Park. Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's round 4 of the West Indies Championships coming to you live from the iconic Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. The Jamaica Scorpions are hosting the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and we're here for the toss. Tevin, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do?
We'll bat first.
And
a dry pitch. We look to get in for it, get a big score, and put them under some pressure.
Coming into round 4 here, you've set the pace so far in the 4-day. Your team going forward.
Obviously, momentum is a big part of cricket, so we're looking to take the momentum from the previous rounds and go into these other 2 games. Obviously, the Jamaica game is very important. So one of the games away from home for us. So we're looking to hit the ground running in this match as well.
Just one last question, because of course, I think one of the things that can be admired about the Guyana team this season is that you all have worked together as a team. Yes, there have been some great individual performances, but of course, as a team, you all have really gelled well. What's the reason for that, and what's the work behind that going on?
Just the environment that we create, the coaches, the players. We enjoy each other's company. We live as a family. We play, we come out and we enjoy cricket. Every opportunity to play for our country obviously is very important, and it's something you should privilege. So the guys are very excited, and it's a young group, so the guys are always energetic as well.
All right, Tevin, all the best of luck. Marquino, I would have to say welcome home, but you haven't had the best welcome because you lost the toss. What would you have done if you had won?
We would have bat first if we win the toss.
All right. Any team changes? Well, of course, you're coming in as captain instead of Mr. John Campbell. What other adjustments have you all made in your squad?
OJ She's coming in, Brandon King coming in, and Alden Thomas.
And one final question. Of course, it's been a mixed bag at the start of the season in the first 3 rounds so far. How are the Scorpions looking to reset in round 4?
Well, we have some good training session back in the last 5 days. We have some positive talk. We just have to get to refocus and stick to the plan longer, and the result will follow.
All right, all the best of luck today. And that is the news from the middle. The Guyana Harpy Eagles have won the toss, and they will have a bat at Sabina Park.
Well, welcome to Sunday at Sabina Park here.
Produced a lot of runs, including last season when the Guyana Harpy Eagles came here and scored over 400 plus runs.
Yeah, so we look at the batting for Guyana. Matthew Nandu and Tejan Chandrapal. Chandrapal will need to get some runs. He's been in fairly good form, but he's not had the big scores. Of course, Nandu, on the other hand, a similar type batsman, cautious start. So they will have to pick up the intensity early on. And let's give you the Guyana squad. Guyana, Chandrapal, Nandu, Anderson, Imlaki is the captain, Savory, Sinclair, Ali Mohammed, Parmal, Moti, Smith, Lovell, Luke Knott, and Percival. The Guyana team has left out Luke Knott and Perez.
Well, of course, the Scorpions team led by this one with ball in hand, Marquino Minley, and the absence of an injured John Campbell. See Marquino Minley leading the team today. Also, Aldine Thomas, who was out for some time, and young Daniel Beckford has been left out as well. Jermaine Blackwood and Odin Makati making his debut today as well. And also Brandon King, Odin Smith, OJ Shields in the team as well. Good team for the Scorpions.
Yes, very good team from both sides. Mainly the first ball of the match, and it's a back of a length, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. So Guyana winning the toss and deciding to bat a slowish outfield, a little sluggish. When I walked on it, there were some moisture on the outfield, but the pitch, a gem, one of the better pitches we've seen in a long time.
Full of grass, very grassy wicket, and still the Scorpion, Javal Glenn is in as well. So to the leg spinner, the young leg spinner, Tamari Redwood.
Good short delivery by Mindley, handled well though by Chandrapal as he goes onto his toes. The umpires for today's game, Carl Tuckett from the Leeward Islands, former West Indies ODI player, and of course the homeboy, Christopher Taylor.
A very talented man, Christopher Taylor. I think he's also a commentator as well. Football, cricket. He plays table tennis as well. A very, very talented sportsman, you don't want to say.
Third delivery, and that's on the line of the leg stump. Just maybe pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Pad. No appeal, so there are two slips. There are three slips on a gully. A backward point in the mid-off. That's the only fielders on the offside. There are three fielders on the onside there at the wideish mid-on, back here.
Well, so far this morning, Marquino Minley has been back of a length to teacher and Shondapol, as you mentioned, in form, but just need to get that three-figure marks more often, but a good player nonetheless.
He has struggled since he came back from the Australian tour. Didn't get too many runs last year, got 100, but then tailed off. Looking for his first run, square drive, but it's straight to the fielder. And good over in progress. One delivery left.
And 5 that deliveries so far from Marquino Minley. First 3 deliveries back of a length. And this delivery just fuller. And teacher and Shonda Paul playing under his eyes, and that's a wise idea with Marquino Minley getting the ball to shape back into the left-hander.
Yes, no doubt want to. Yes, short of a length again, and well played in the end. So Jamaica starting with a maiden Mindley, who's been given the captaincy in this game. John Campbell out with a groin injury. And of course, Guyana, we've lost our 2 quickest bowlers. Isaiah Thorne, he's still not recovered fully from a toe injury. And of course, Shamar Joseph, he's out with a shin injury. Not really recovered fully. Don't want to play with it and aggravate the injury. So those are the 2 players that we'll be looking forward to, the Jamaican crowd. Today's Ash Wednesday in Jamaica and right across the Eastern Caribbean.
It is indeed a beautiful sunny Wednesday morning, Ash Wednesday here in Kingston, Jamaica, as OJ Shields getting ready to bowl from this the commentary box end. I think OJ Shields started this West Indies Championship playing for the Combined College and Campus as well. I think he played against Guyana Harpy Eagles in the second round fixtures.
Yes, so that's a strange issue now. He's playing a second game against the same team for different teams. But that's the good thing about the franchise cricket when you can't make...
This man, OJ Shields, picked up 4 for 86 in that game against Guyana in the second round fixtures. And he will be bowling to Matthew Nando, very excited young player. Has a lot of class.
Yeah, Nandu actually was born in Canada, opted to play. Leaves alone, ball wide of the mark, a little away movement from Shields. Nandu, as I said, was born in Canada. His father actually played under 19 and 3 senior matches for Guyana back in the early 90s. And he decided that he wouldn't opt to play for Canada, opting to play for the West Indies and play for Guyana. He's already made the West Indies on the 19 team, so that's one box ticked off. And he's looking for a good season now to get into the West Indies senior side.
I think Teacher and Shandapur looking one as well.
Yeah, he's looking to get back. Actually got a double century against Zimbabwe, but then tailed off. Both of these players, especially Tej, will have to get a good season. Lots of runs also scored in this season. 19 hundreds in the first 3 rounds. That's remarkable.
And of course, a double century as well came from the veteran Jason Mohammed of Trinidad and Tobago. And 3 centuries. Well, 2 in a row, including a double. So 3. Excellent.
And he got 2 in a row, as you said. De Silva got 2 in a row. And also showing that he's from the test arena and he's come down. Good delivery again. And Braffett, who showed that this is a lower level, started with a double century.
Excellent player. A player who has spent a lot of time at the wicket. But another young player who struck my eyes is Jonathan Drakes. He's excited, he's class, and I think he also scored 2 centuries as well.
Yeah, well, 2 centuries, for 2 as it was whipped into the onside. So Nandu is off the mark. He is on 2, it's 2 without loss.
A full pitch delivery on the line of the leg stump. And Matthew Nando, easy as a like, and just turned the ball into the onside and completed 2 easy runs. And so the Harpy Eagles off the mark with 2. But you look around in the tournament so far, a lot of runs, as I mentioned, been scored. John Campbell, who is injured now for the Scorpions, he has a century, and so too is Jermaine Blackwood.
Yes, it's good to see the veterans coming back. That's a unique way that Nandu leaves alone, almost dances around and turns his back to the bowler when he leaves alone.
Both left-handers in the middle so far have been kept quiet. We know Tijar and Shandapur are more accumulators as his dad. And Matthew Nando, on the other hand, always been positive. Just 2 runs from the over so far, 5 deliveries from Shields.
Again on the line of the leg stump, turn this time backward of square. Down towards the man on the fine leg boundary, and they get a single. So 3 without loss. Nandu's got all 3 runs.
And all 3 runs came from this over from OJ Shields as well. And Marquino Minley getting an opportunity to lead the Jamaica Scorpions not strange to leadership qualities. I think he'll lead his parish team, St. Elizabeth as well, to a finals here at Sabina Park in the Jamaica Cricket Association competition. So he's a good leader.
That's where the Powells come from.
Indeed, you're absolutely correct.
Ricardo Powell now, I think, lives in America. He used to live in Trinidad and Tobago, married a Trinidadian girl.
A lot of Powells. Former West Indies fast bowler Darren Powell. Troy Powell, Shane Powell. There's a lot of Powell.
Yeah.
Of the injured John Campbell.
And he bowled the first over also. 7 balls now. He's not conceded a run.
Leading from the front. Consistently hitting those good areas, Marquino Minley. You look at his first class career. 137 first class wickets. At an average of 23.6. Not a bad career by no stretch of imagination. It's good to see Brandon King on the park for the Scorpions as well.
The balls covers up by Nandu, but as broad as the side screen.
Indeed, this is the battle. Disciplined bowling and the disciplined batting so far by the Harpy Eagles batters so far. Matthew Nando facing those 8 deliveries and Tijan and Shandapur 6 deliveries. Shandapur yet to get off the mark and Matthew Nando 3.
Mindley again pitched up and driven back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
I think this is the first bad delivery in 9 deliveries we have seen from Marquino Minley. This was a full delivery. Matthew Nando missed out on a freebie there.
Yes, I was just going to say Nandu didn't capitalize on the bad ball. Tournament has a lot of prize money. Short and back and punched it out of the bat, middle of the bat, down towards the deep cover boundary, but the outfield very, very slow. And another day, another time, that would have been 4.
Well controlled shot. He stood tall and didn't try to overhit it, just caressed it to the left of that backward point fielder for 2 more runs.
Yeah, the champions winning $250,000 US, the runners up getting 100,000. 100,000 US.
And this delivery, Marquino Minley goes back of a length. A clear little plan from Marquino Minley is to bowl back of a length to these 2 left-handers.
Yeah, both left-handers, so his job is easy in terms of the same line. When you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination and they rotate the strike often enough, you have to change your line, and depending on the height of the batsman, your length also. We've got 2 left-handers to bowl at. This one is outside the line of the off. So I'm going a little away, lateral movement away from the left-hander, but not close enough to challenge the off stump or to make the batsman play. The second over, the third over is completed. It's 5 without loss.
That's the date start by both teams so far. What is good here at Sabina Park? It's beautiful. Sunny morning, absolutely glorious condition for cricket. We had some
A recent trip to Panama. That's the country that the first great Jamaican and West Indian batsman was born in. George Headley. I saw a statue still there going up to the media center, and his stand is to the north of the ground.
legend, hero. That's what he is. Big name, and big names must live on as well.
Shields pitches up and driven back towards the ball. He knocks it down. And again, there's no run. So good controlled start by the Jamaicans. Nandu's got all the runs so far. He's got 5. Chandra Paul, who's played 6 balls, he's yet to score. That's outside the line of the leg stump. And Tejan Chandra Paul doesn't play. Illustrious father, Shivnarayan Chandra Paul. Second most runs in Test cricket for the West Indies behind Brian Lara. Second most centuries behind Brian Lara.
I think he scored a century here at Savannah Park in a winning cause as well. The legend as well. Shivnarayan Chandra Paul also was coach of the score.
Edge down towards the boundary for 4, but fortuitous boundary. Hit the edge of the bat, but lucky thing for him, it went between the gap and into the boundary for 4 all along the ground.
Innocuous. But Tejan Chandra Paul gets off the mark nonetheless. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles goes up to 9 without loss. But as I mentioned, as the father Shivnarayan Chandra Paul, he was also the coach of the Jamaica Tallawers as well.
Yeah, that's in the CPL. Played one of only 2, and his father played the first time in Trinidad and Tobago together. And the other pair, also from Trinidad and Tobago, Larry Constantine and his father, well, that was back in the days. So those are the only 2 players who have ever played together in a first-class match, father and son.
I tell you what, I think I wasn't born at that time.
Neither was I. On the line of the leg stump again, and a good stop there. Tumbling across his left on the boundary and limits the scoring to 1.
Excellent feeling. And that's a young under 19 youth player who is now introduced into the senior team, Tamari Redwood. And so far, having a magnificent tournament so far. And I think his best figures, he's 7 for 72 against the Leeward Islands Hurricane as well in the second round fixtures.
Well, Jamaica starting with a win when they beat the Windward Islands by 178 runs, but losing their last 2 matches. Outside the line of the off stump, 2 wide. And not interested, the over comes to an end at the end of the over. It's 10 without loss.
What we have seen this morning from the Scorpions, fast bowlers, Marquino Minley, back of a length, but O.J. Shields a touch fuller. Look at the outside edge with 3 slip on a gully waiting. Not a bad idea by no stretch of imagination. With credit to the Guyana batters, they have been outstanding shot selection key and a total 10 without loss.
But she's maybe just struggling with his line, maybe bowling too much on the line of the leg stump to the 2 left-handers. Needs to bowl the ball a little straighter if he wants the slips to come into play.
The defending champions, the Harpy Eagles, on top of the table so far as well, picked up from where they left off in last season's edition.
Yeah, they've got 57.6 points. Trinidad and Tobago starting the 4th round with 55.4. Leeward's 50.8. Barbados 50. And Jamaica down in the second half 32.6. Windward's 16.8. CCC 15.2. And the Academy in the cellar dwelling there with 12.6. Good delivery again, a little away movement, and the ball goes into the offside down towards the 3rd man position. The gully runs back and the batsmen get a single. So 11 without loss.
I think both batters in the middle are just trying to pick up the pace of the wicket so far. And what we know, this Sabina Park strip, it's a beautiful batting strip. after the first half an hour to an hour here at Savannah Park.
Good delivery, but no trouble in the batsman leaving it alone. Good judgment as it bounced and passed over the off stump.
Very, very little judgment, and credit must be given to Matthew Nando.
Good delivery again, and that unusual way of leaving alone. Clayton Lambert had that way, almost giving the impression that he was beaten. Chandrapal, the senior Chandrapal, had that way also.
Credit to Marquino Minley. Discipline, his consistency, his control so far in the game. Into his third, and none for three so far. Very, very economical.
Good delivery again. This one may be beating the batsman, giving the impression that he left it alone. He will tell you he left it alone. Showed immense, tremendous judgment. But Mindley would say, I beat you.
Credit to Marquino Minley on this occasion. A touch fuller. A driving length. And Matthew Nando this occasion was flirting outside the off stump. And I think that's an excellent line with two slip and a gully waiting.
On the line of the leg stump, but well stopped by the man at short backward square. And another over has been completed. It's 11 without loss. So that's another maiden.
Two maidens from Marquino Minley so far in a spell of three. But early days, what is good for the Harpy Eagles, still has 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I remember back in the days also, there was the Players Pavilion on that other side from where we're doing commentary on now, and it was on the ground almost.
Well, if you're familiar with Savannah Park, those persons watching, the Players area was at the Michael Olin end of the ground.
Yeah.
And we are doing commentary here from the Courtney Walsh end of the ground. Both eras that have played for Jamaica and West Indies, and both players has done well. And Courtney Walsh at what time?
And they come through for a single. So a lot of rain, as you said, fell during the week, and that was the reason for the ground being so slow.
It could be a factor, Mr. Sean. It could be a real factor, but Mark you, O.J. Shields, up and down you'd want to see.
Yeah, too much on the leg stump. Needs the ball a lot straighter.
His best figures this season came in the second round against, I think, the Leeward Islands, when he picked up 4 for 86.
Again on the line of the leg stump and clipped away again, and this is going to go a long way to the boundary, but the outfield again preventing the quality for shots, and he has to settle for 1. They went back for 2. So the left-hander, Chandrapal, is gone into double figures now. Nando is on 5.
Change.
O.J. Shields decided he's going to change handle this time around into Tija and Shonda Paul. Last 2 deliveries have been on the leg stump area. And Captain Marquino Minley has plugged that gap as well. And Brandon King is the fielder at that mid-wicket area.
Shields changing his line of attack from over the wicket to around the wicket now, and still ball short again on the line of the leg stump. But this one was short and pulled away out towards the backward square position. Protection on the boundary. C just gets a single.
Well controlled shot from Tija and Shonda Paul. Got on top of it and rolled his wrist. And he's a run in the end.
Just a touch. Yeah,
So he retakes his guard, Nandu.
Well, that delivery was very, very wide. No need for a shot from an impressive player as Martin Nando. 18 deliveries faced so far for his 5, but the application at the wicket so far has been outstanding by these two left-handers.
Started wrong the wicket to both left-handers, has now switched to over the wicket. Again outside the line of the off. A little lateral movement away from the left-hander, but as you said, too wide to force the batter to play.
A wonderful day for cricket. Look at the clouds, all blue skies, glorious day for cricket. And I think the players must enjoy this as well.
Yeah, nice cotton wool clouds floating lazily over Sabina Park. Quite a picture. The Blue Mountains behind us. And that's the Caribbean Sea. Good delivery again, making a little bit of height. And again, the away movement. Nandu is still there. He is. Nice shot, back of a length and slashed away. Nice shot, that could be the first boundary. Yes, it is. Down behind, backward point. Lovely shot, giving himself room, Chandrapal, and swatting it away. Glorious shot for 4.
With an offer this time from Odin Smith. First delivery. And Tijnarayan Chandrapal stood tall and caressed it out to that backward point region. And Odin Makati, one of the better fielders on the park, he stood no chance. First boundary.
So Chandrapal goes to 15. It's 20 without loss. Good solid start from Guyana. Smith would want to make a breakthrough, so would the Jamaicans. They've lost 4 of their last 5 matches against Guyana in this tournament. Guyana, of course, the defending champions. And in the franchise tournaments, which started in 2014, Guyana's won 7 of 9 times.
Broad shoulders. And those hands you mentioned, huge.
Sweltering heat here at Sabina Park. Another loose delivery and again through the gap. And will that reach the boundary? No, it doesn't. And they settle for 2, but too short and too wide. And again, Chandrapal leaning back, giving himself room and cutting it. This time it didn't reach the boundary, but he still got 2. And the total going up now to 22 without loss.
Well controlled shot by Tijar and Chandrapal. And growing in confident now. At one point he faced 8 deliveries and without getting a run. You know, he's 17 from 20 deliveries.
Yeah, I remember when the total was 5. It was all Nandu. Good delivery again. Came back from Odin Smith. And Chandrapal maybe struck too high. So lovely conditions here in Jamaica. Nice city. There's the Bob Marley Museum. There's the nice shot again. He finds the gap between mid-off and cover. And again will go close to the boundary, but the slowness of the outfield again coming into play. So he gets a second double in the over. So very expensive first over from Odin Smith as Chandrapal goes now to 19-5 to Nandu, and it's 24 without loss.
Excellent opening partnership so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 24-7 overs, but the application is fantastic so far, and that's a snap off.
Couldn't get into the team ahead of Nehemiah Perry.
Nehemiah Perry, and I think he made his debut here at Sabina Park as well when he picked up 5 wickets.
Yeah, I remember those days, Perry would bounce and turn, and you had got black and blues on your ribs coming forward.
So OJ Shields will continue from this our commentary box end. I think he will be bowling to Matthew Nando, who's on strike.
This is pitched up. Nandu drives and doesn't score. Hits it back towards the bowler. So good afternoon to Jimmy Adams, who was a partner of Nehemiah Perry. They were best buddies.
Both good cricketers. I remember at one point in time, Jimmy Adams was the captain of West Indies team as well. And do some wicket keeping as well.
And bowl left arm spin. I think he got 5 wickets when South Africa played their first match. After coming back from the apartheid system, I think it was 1992 in Barbados.
Well, after this over, I'll take my leave and leave the Guyana and the Trinidad and to have battle in the commentary box here at Sabina Park. A very, very sedate start so far.
Good delivery again, coming back into the left-hander. And he was looking to drive. Ball came back and didn't get it where he wanted it. I'm tempted to ask you, Marlon, if you're related to the older Pinnock.
Not at all. I've been getting questions day in and night out, but we are not. We're excellent friends though. Master OJ Shields getting the ball to shape back into the left-hander, and I think that's a plus as well. Matthew Nando looking to open up to access that outside. Very, very risky.
Too short and pulled away down towards the backward square position. Didn't entirely control it, but rolled the wrist over and went all along the ground. So he gets a single, rotates the strike. Total going up now to 25 without loss.
And of course, in over number 8, just 2 fours scored so far. But the application of that we have seen from a Tej Narain, Shonda Paul, and a Matthew Nando has been outstanding. Playing each ball on its merit and spending crucial time at the wicket as well.
Guyana would want them to bat up until lunch. Nice delivery again, beaten all ends up. Tej Narain, Chanda Paul.
Well, this word, another look. Pitch outside that 4th stump area and swung away. And Aldine Thomas
Hard into the ground. If there were spectators in the ground, that would have been a spectator's catch. There are very few spectators. Ash Wednesday usually at the over comes to an end. It's 25 for 1. Last question for you. Ash Wednesday is a big day in Jamaica.
Not a big day, but a day where we go out on the beach, relax, family, and have fun. And these are the selectors of the Jamaica Scorpions. Barry Barnes, the father of Brian Barnes, and also former Jamaica all-rounder Delroy Morgan, and of course head selector, he's head selector here, and also a former Jamaica coach as well, Junior Bennett.
All right.
This is where I take my leave, and Andrew Chang will join you.
Yeah, we're gonna hear from Andrew in a short while. As the Matthew Nandu is on 6. Chandrapal is looking quite good. He's on 19, 25 without loss. As OJ Seals switch to the northern end of the ground. And the first delivery is back of a length. Good morning to you.
A pleasant good morning to be here with you at Sabine you this round 4 4-day championship game, and I think this first half an hour has been symptomatic of why Guyana are so successful, and I'll tell you why after this delivery.
Short and played, steered away more than hit away, punched out to the third man position, maybe looking to play it a lot squarer than he eventually did, but in total control as he comes back for second. Nandu goes now to 8 and Chandrapal is 19, 27 without loss.
Yeah, they've absorbed whatever pressure Jamaica put on them in this first half an hour, and they've gathered runs where necessary. I don't think the Jamaican bowlers have asked enough questions. O.J. Shields, I think the most dangerous, has been a little bit erratic.
Shields in. No, that's Odin Smith.
Yeah.
Big fast bowler looking like a boxer, heavyweight boxer.
Yes, indeed. A very, very strong fella. I wouldn't want to meet him in a back Jamaican alley at any time of the day or night. But certainly, I mean, Marquino Minley has been steady. He's been decent, but the Jamaicans just haven't asked enough questions. They haven't beat the bat outside the off stump enough.
Outside the line of the leg stump, and Chandrapal just essays. Well, that's Nandu essays a shot, a flick shot, but doesn't really need to play it. Didn't. And ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Mindley was very frugal, but not so penetrative. But this is early days in this contest.
Yeah, but look at it. 2 boundaries, just 2 fours, and they already have 27 on the board. So they've gotten a single. They've worked the ball around and gotten a single.
Lovely shot again. Tried to hit that as hard as he could on the back foot, and the ball was pitched up almost like a Richie Richardson drive. Plays the half volleys off the back foot, and they come.
Guyana chasing a hat-trick of titles now, Sean. They won it in the last 2 seasons, so it would be very, very good, and they've already set themselves up for that, and they look confident. The warm-up, Sean, is very intense, as we saw this morning.
Smith bows to Chandrapal. Chandrapal leaves it alone. He has this way like his father of playing deliberately inside the line, giving the impression that he's beaten.
Come on, boys.
Yeah, he does. He certainly does. And it was the same thing with O.J. Shields at the end of that over, 30 without loss after 9. Solid start here. And that was also what was happening with O.J. Shields, because it looked like Chandrapal was beaten outside the line, but then he was just playing very, very inside the line. He's not as awkward as his great father for sure, but certainly there are some elements of that awkwardness that, the Trinbagonians would know it as the chook, a little chook, which of course has so many meanings, but a little poke and a little investigation, as it were.
But what many people don't notice, even though Chandrapal had an open stance, sometimes called crab-like, when the ball was delivered, he was in a direct, correct position.
He was in a perfect conventional position, and even better than that, he was in a moving position, which made it even better. He wasn't static. It really was. I mean, I think it will probably go down in cricket history as the most unique batting stance ever, and everybody can try what they want, but certainly that great man Shivnarine Tiger Chandrapal has that.
So Mindley switch to the commentary box then.
Yeah, he's coming from the northern end this time. The Courtney Walsh end, the great Courtney Walsh, and at the other end, that's of course the Michael Holding end, which is in the George Headley stand. Iconic Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica, and I'm sure you've seen some good cricket here as well.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of good cricket. I remember here, this is my favorite ground because it's the first time I'd ever left Ghana. I came to Jamaica to play under 19 cricket.
Oh wow, and this is where you played?
Yeah, right at Sabina Park. We played all over, but we played a game here. In the bowls. That was before the tournament had started. I bounced the ball and I got 3 stitches. How hard the surface was. Outside the line of the off stump again, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's getting into that corridor, and of course that's what we all remember about Sabina Park, because when the fast bowlers and those icons were really steaming in, Sabina Park, as you mentioned, was like glass. Today it's a very different pitch. I still think there's a good bounce and carry. Maybe it's just not maybe not the menace of old, but certainly one of the venues in Test cricket that has stood the test of time, and will always be a wonderful venue. I think one of the most lovely things about Sabina Park to me, of course, is the breeze. It's very cool. I mean, we're here in our commentary box, but outside Sabina Park, it's always cool, and spectators can enjoy themselves as we see a Jamaica Cricket Association official, or probably just a proud Jamaican, walking along the path there in front of the Kingston Cricket Club.
Ball inadvertently played into the offside. He was looking to turn it into the onside. Got a little bit squared up. Again, nice lateral movement away from the left-hander.
That one came in quite sharply there, and credit to Nandu. He played it with very soft hands. And I think it's a skill of that the Guyanese batters need to share with the other Caribbean counterparts. The playing with soft hands, as well as the ability to work the ball into the gaps and take singles and just motor the strike along.
So another over is completed. 15 over, 10 overs gone, 30 without loss.
And it's a good maiden there from Marquino Mindley. 4 overs, none for 4.
I think this is his third maiden in a row.
Yeah. So he's been very stable. He just hasn't asked enough questions, but he's doing the right thing in terms of what Test cricket, or the red ball cricket I should say, is all about. You're asking the questions and you're building that pressure until something happens.
Else method, because he had a shin splint and they don't want him to aggravate it.
And I think I may have to use my binoculars there, Sean Devil, because I think that is Mr. Jermaine Blackwood, who's taking the ball up from the southern end of the ground. He has taken a couple wickets this season, and of course you all know Jermaine Blackwood is a live wire. But his bowling has really come more to the fore in recent times. I think he was always capable of it, but he's certainly doing more of it now. And here's Blackwood.
On the line of the Midland leg stump and clipped away between the two fielders there from the gap and just trotted for a single. So Chandrapal goes to 20 and Nandu is on 11.
There's so much cricket going on, hosted by the Cricket West Indies. Of course, there's the 4-day championship. The Windward Islands and the Ward Island derby, you can call it. Windward Island Volcanoes 82 for 4 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Unfortunately, the top scorer in this year's tournament, Jason Mohammed, is singing Rain, Rain, Go Away in Coolidge, because the West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force game is yet to start due to a rain delay. And then combined campuses and colleges, a solid 80 for 2 against the Barbados Pride. That is over at Bridgetown.
Not a delivery outside the line of the off-stump, but Blackwell continues. Well, they were once the Leeward Islands 40 without loss. And so they've lost 4 quick wickets.
Yeah, they're a little bit a spot of a bother here. 86 for 4, that is, yeah. So clearly they started well, but have faded a little bit. And of course, we can't neglect the women's game as well. So the Windward Island women and the Jamaica women are to play as well. No score in that one. The Guyana women in a little bit of trouble here against the Trinidad and Tobago lady.
That's the harder side, the drier side of the ground, but still not enough to take it into the boundary. The batters will have to settle for 2, and the total going up now to 33 without loss. As Chandrapal is 20, Nandu goes into double figures, he's 13. So good solid start here from the Guyanese. First of all, they want to bat to the first water break and then take the partnership up until lunch. Sweltering heat here at Sabina Park, back of a length delivery, and Nandu is on top of it.
He's one of those short players, but I think the short players, they're very compact, and because of that, they play the ball very close under the eyes and close to their body, which I think was what makes them so successful. Maybe
Outside the line of the off stump, no shot.
similar situation in football with the great Leo Messi. Are you a Messi or Ronaldo, Sean Deaver?
Well, if I had to choose, I would choose Messi, but I'm not really a big football fan. At the year comes to an end, it's 33 without loss.
But of course, he will pick the greatest of all time. Our producer, Jason Passard, might say a little different. And a very special good day as well to our cameraman, Gerard Basso. And you know you're good friends with him.
Yeah, today's his birthday.
Getting a lovely shot there of the Kingston Harbour in the distance.
I would love to see him go to the back and get the Blue Mountains.
Oh, yes, indeed. I think he's a little bit difficult from his gantry. He'll have to focus on the cricket. Marquino Mindley, a Jamaican skipper for the 4 days today. He's into Nandu, or Chandapol.
That's a good delivery again. Played up towards mid-off of the back foot. But Nandu and Chandrapal, their confidence is increasing rapidly as the innings is progressing. And that's good to see from a Guyana point of view. But no, not yet times to worry for the Jamaicans. They've not really scored like a runaway train. They've picked the bad balls, they've hit it. And Mindley is bowled very frugally. Good delivery, short, and took the bottom hand away.
So, of course, the whole purpose of the championship is to find that talent that will challenge for the test side. And there are two players in this particular match, Tajan Chandapol for Guyana, and, of course, Jermaine Blackwood, former vice-captain for the West Indies. They both tasted that test cricket, and they both want to come back into it. Jermaine Blackwood already has a century in the tournament. But Tajan Chandapol, what does he need to do to get back in? Because he started quite well, and then really just didn't adapt to the game as one would have hoped.
He needs to build on his confidence, find the gaps more. Nothing's wrong with his technique as per se, but his confidence, the mental part of cricket. They say cricket is played 90% over the neck. So he's got to learn to be more confident. Shots at the
moment, but I'm sure they would love to get back to that right-hand, left-hand combination. So I think if Nandu, because of course Nandu did score a century on debut, which is a brilliant feat by the young fella last year, and was part of a championship winning team, we must say.
I mean, the balls inadvertently played out towards gully. That one got big on him, short, and played it with nice soft hands. That's to his credit.
Yeah, turned his bat around there. We'll ask Jason Passard if he can just get a replay of that one, and I'm sure he'll pull it up for us, our good producer. Yeah, he'll have it after this delivery. Going up on another maiden here, Marquino Mindley. Can he finish it strong?
Yes, he does.
A little bit wide, but
fourth or fifth maiden bowl so far.
12 overs gone, 33 without loss. And here's a look at that replay. Yeah, it angled in. Tej opened the bat really nicely and just guided it down.
So Chandrapal from a village, Unity, which produced, of course, his father. It also produced a lot of outstanding players. Matai Goldial, she was the first from Guyana to play Test cricket. And that was since 2006. I understand there's some talks of having female Test cricket by the West Indies back next year.
Yeah, it's certainly a joy to have that. And credit to Cricket West Indies for all the cricket that's happening there. You see the score. It's not a warm day at all, but he's certainly cool under the scoreboard there. And but a lot of cricket going on, academy cricket, under 19 cricket. Couple T20 tournaments as well across the region, sanctioned by the various cricket boards.
And they're going to start a T20 cricket for the Olympics, which will be the teams in the Caribbean will play that. It's not the CPL. It will be played with the CPL.
So it's a lot to look forward to, I should say.
Edged again. Fortuitous shot again, but this time it will go into the boundary, just trickling in and down to the boundary for 4. So another fortuitous boundary, and the bowlers are getting the batters to make mistakes, but they are not doing it often enough. Good start by Guyana, 37 without loss.
Yeah, fortuitous for, as you mentioned there, for Matthew Nandu, but it'll get him off the unlucky 13. It's a batter's game, Sean Devers. Bowlers get no joy. Chris Taylor there, fittest umpire in cricket. And I like the idea. I mean, I think it'd be unfair to call Jermaine Blackwood a dibbly-doubly medium pacer. He's probably a more military medium, but I always like the idea of that sort of military medium pacer that Darren Sammy, as you will. To get that little bit of swing and that little bit of movement through the air, because he's just
Shemran Hetmeyer doesn't bowl, doesn't bat. He bats, but he doesn't bowl. He used to keep as on the 15 national youth player for Guyana. Turned into the onside and they get a single.
I'm sure he still has some knowledge of how to bowl, because of course in growing up as a young boy he would have had to take the ball at some point.
I don't think he ever bowled. His brother would be bowling when he played youth cricket for Guyana, Sion Hetmeyer, and he's got a nephew.
But you still understand the mechanics of it. Is my point, Sean Devers.
Another good delivery, squared him up into the offside. Luckily for him, it went all along the ground. So this is a good over so far.
Now, what do you think of this field setting? Because it's, I mean, of course, there have been a little more adjustments in the cover region. Just 2 slips in place here for Jermaine Blackwood. Conventional mid-off, a short mid-on, short extra cover, backward point. And then a fielder at backward square leg, and then at fine leg. At the end of that over, 38 without loss, 13 overs have been completed.
I was just talking to Marlon, and I was telling him I spent a few hours recently in Panama, and that's a lovely airport, big. And the only problem is that a lot of people, most of the people, nearly all of the people speak Spanish. And I am not fluent with Spanish. I know 1-2 words. And that's the place that the first great Jamaican, the first great West Indian batsman came from. Sir, well, he's not Sir, George Headley. In those days, there was no Sir, because he played in the days just after the slave trade was abolished, and played during the World War. And actually, his cricket was broken by the first.
And cricket, the regional, or at least the first class cricket, I believe, went on during the war, because the only season was abandoned, which I saw was abandoned, was 1982, which I think was the Spanish flu or something like that.
Yeah. But when Headley came back after the war, he was not the same Headley as before. Tremendous record, though.
I don't think anybody would be the same after the war.
Yeah, they would call him the Black Bradman, but I would call Bradman the White Headley.
Yes, indeed, sir. I certainly agree with you. And he was born in Panama to Jamaican parents. He almost was lost to America as well. The great George Headley, as imposing as as the stand that bears his name on the southern side of the ground.
And there's a statue of him which I used to see all the time I came here. It's still there at the beginning of the entrance of the media center to come up here.
Yeah, I think they're just doing some work on that. And of course, Beaton all ends up by that one. He was fiddling with that one there a little bit with Matthew Nando, and he nods at Marquino Minley to tell him that was a good delivery. Sean Devers, talk us through this one.
Yes, he's bowling round the wicket, a little angle, the exaggerated angle, and it went past the outside edge. And when you're bowling to a left-hander around the wicket, well, over the wicket, the ball gives you the illusion that it's doing more going away from you than it actually is.
Got that one to come in, or at least stay straight, but it was just a little bit too straight. So Nandu was able to cover it. But that delivery before that Minley bowled, you can see in the replay that it was coming in. It would, with the angle of the bowler, it was coming in a little bit. If you can get it to just straighten and keep on along that angle,
and
really,
it's
really good delivery.
And it's good to see he's got lateral movement both ways.
Yes, indeed. Quite correct, Mr. Devers. Had a little room to work with that one, but couldn't pick the gap there, Nandu. Rehearsing an even harder shot. He should be rehearsing how to get the gap, I would say, there.
So, good start from Guyana. 38 without loss.
Yeah, so tell us about the Guyana team and their makeup and their backgrounds and their backroom staff.
Well, the coach is Hercules. I'll tell you this after the end of the over. 38 without loss. Hercules stopped playing cricket. He played for Guyana at the youth level. He went to play in England as the water card comes onto the field. He went to play in Australia on the League Cup system, but he stopped playing cricket at 26 to get into coaching. He's from Essequibo, the biggest of the 3 counties in Guyana, and now he's the head coach, Gavin Ned, who actually played at youth level, at first class level, an off spinner. He's the assistant coach, and they also got an analyst and a physio. So, proper team.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Sean Devers. He puts in a good over, as did his beloved Guyana Harpy Eagles. 38 without loss after 14 overs. And just some final words from Sean before Marlon Pinnock comes back to take his spot.
Yeah, they've achieved their first target, batting to the first water break. Now the second target is the getting to 50 and then staying there together when they go out for lunch.
Thank you very much, Sean Devers. Always a pleasure working with you. And I can say that for sure because this is the first time I'm working with you. So it's certainly been a pleasure thus far. And I look forward to working with you throughout this game and more commentary to come. So as Sean Devers steps away happily, we all rise to attention for the Wicketkeepers Union representative. As he approaches his seat sedately, there's Marlon Pinnock. And he's not happy, he's grumpy, as Sean Devers is happy as his Harpy Eagles are away. Penny is not so happy with his Scorpions. Good day to you, Marlon Pinnock. Happy Ash Wednesday to you. Did you bring any bun and cheese for Mr. Jason Passard?
Happy Ash Wednesday to you, Mr. Andrew Chang. Not at all. With what we have seen so far, is some outstanding cricket being displayed by the Guyana Harpy Eagles and also the Scorpions.
Yes, certainly. Marquino Minley asking some good questions there. Jermaine Blackwood doing his bit as well. I've not been impressed with O.J. Shields and O'Dean Smith, who just had a couple overs each. But Minley, that's what you want to see there. 6 overs, just 3 runs conceded. Really making the Guyana Harpy Eagles work hard. And I think it's just been 3 boundaries in that 38.
O.J. Shields started the competition playing for the combined college and campus. Has 4 wickets in 3 games. And guess what? All 4 wickets came in one game against this.
Topping the table with 57.6 points. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as I mentioned, are going for a hat trick of titles, Marlon Pinnock. And the Jamaicans haven't won it since 2007 and 2008, I believe.
A long time.
2011, 2012, I should say. I'll correct myself. And we're all ready to resume for the last hour of the first session. It looks like Jermaine Blackwood will be continuing. Alden Thomas behind the stumps. I know you have your thoughts on him. He's replaced Daniel Beckford, the young fellow who really had a torrid time of it out there in the middle in the first 3 rounds. Nandu settles. Goes for the pull shot, and that's actually Tage, and he gets it past the fielder backward square leg, and he'll scuttle back for 2.
Jermaine Blackwood on this occasion. A short delivery on the line of the leg stump. I think had Tej Narayan Shandapal got that ball to the left or right of a young Redwood at square leg. It was going to be 4, but off stop, and credit to Redwood.
Sharp delivery coming back into him. Well played by Tej.
Jermaine Blackwood. It's good to see Jermaine Blackwood bowling some medium pace as well. And he's also getting the ball to shape back into left-handers.
Yeah, certainly that little zip. It's good to hear you say good to see, Penny. Well left there by Tej.
And Jermaine Blackwood has 6 wickets as well in the tournament so far.
Yeah, well, I was just discussing with Sean Devers the whole concept of the military medium pacer. That little bit of slowness, that movement through the air will get that little drift, as it were. I don't want to call it swing per se, but it certainly get it to drift and wobble. Feeling for that one just outside the edge, thick outside the edge. Will run close to the rope. No, it won't. They'll come back for 2 again. Fortuitous little 2 here for Tej.
What is good from Tej and Shandapal, he played it with soft hands and away from that feeler at second slip, between second slip and that backward point feeler. But credit to Jermaine Blackwood, a short player, not a tall player by no stretch of imagination, and tends to get the ball to slide on occasional.
Yeah, credit to Tej as well. He played it right under his eyes. Who tucks up there? Ooh, Tej Narayan Shandapal. You almost got yourself in quite a little bit of tangle.
And there you go again. And Jermaine Blackwood on this occasion went very wide of the crease. And this one came back very, very sharply. With good awareness from Tej Narayan Shandapal.
It's like that ball ate rice and peas and half a jug chicken, Penny. It was a heavy ball.
I guess your mind is on curry goat now.
Of course, always. My mind is always on curry goat. Feeling for that one. Beautiful delivery by Jermaine Blackwood. That is excellent pressure. He's put in a couple good deliveries, and then this final one, Penny, talk us through at the end of the over. It is all about it's asking questions, but it's asking questions consistently. It's an interrogation. It's not a casual discussion like what we have here, Penny. It's an interrogation. It's good cop, bad cop, and you're asking those questions all the time to get your victim, as it were, if you're looking at it from a bowler's perspective.
Indeed, and that's why when we talk about 5-day cricket, test cricket, 4-day cricket, that's test your patience. And that is exactly what is happening in the middle. But credit to the 2 Guyanese batters so far. They has been doing a fantastic job in the middle. 42 without loss.
A change in bowling here. Marquino Menley has taken himself off, and he's decided to try O'Dean Smith, who started from the southern end but will be going from the northern end now. 2 overs for 13. Very, very loose from O'Dean Smith. I like O'Dean Smith. I think he's a good character. He's a hard trier, and that's somebody that you want that always gives 110%. And the fact that despite that his successes with the white ball and whatever, he's still here and he's still trying to play red ball cricket. But I think he needs to adapt his game. It's not just about bowling that heavy ball and asking those questions. Because, I mean, that's a good delivery. It's not a bad delivery, but it's not asking a question. And you're just wasting energy there because it's a little bit wide and you got a nice bouncing delivery that the batsman could just watch. You know, the batsman could put up a hammock and watch that ball go by.
I think he needs to get a bit closer about that third, fourth stump area and force a shot from Tijana and Shandapal or a Matthew Nando.
Turned into the leg side. And again, that mixed back from Odin Smith. Maybe he needs to take an inch or two off his shoulders, Penny, and then he will get closer to the stump. Because he's a very wide fellow.
He's a big fellow. A huge fellow. You look at his build.
You know, of course, you know that X-Men character, Juggernaut. Odin Smith certainly would be the Jamaican Juggernaut. Good connection on that, as he would have liked. Fielder comes around and it's just a single there. 44 without loss. They're creeping up to that 50-run mark. And I really think the Guyana Harpy Eagles think tank will be more than happy with what their openers have put out for them.
Well, what we know here at Savannah Park, we have seen it last season when the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they get up to over 400 runs with two batters scoring centuries. And you look at how the two batters in the middle so far approaching the game in this wonderful batting strip. It's look like they're on a roll for a big total as well.
Well bowled there by Odin Smith. That is the line that I think he needs to stay on. I need to stay on all day. 16 overs gone, 44 without loss. And we've only seen the Pacers. Let's not forget that the Jamaica Scorpions have some good spinners in their option, in their lineup. Javel Glenn, and of course Brad Barnes, and a 19-year-old Tamari Redwood.
And he's a very, very special talent. And Tamari Redwood also plays his cricket for an high school here in Jamaica as well. A very dominant high school here in Jamaica. Excelsior High School. Produce a lot of good players.
Yeah, so for all you cricket fans who really want to look out for the next big one, you can really look at Tamari Redwood when he comes in. I can tell you for sure, he's a slim fellow, but extremely fit. He's wired. He looks like cord, you know, and very, very, very long fingers as well. Heavy ball there, played back up to Jermaine Blackwood. Yeah, those long fingers as well, which I think make a spinner really, really effective. Lance Gibbs, I remember reading articles about Lance Gibbs, the great Lance Gibbs, and they said he had fingers like a pianist.
And he really works hard on his game. Tamari Redwood loves to do spot bowling as well.
Down the legs.
From Guyana, Tijaran Shandapal, and he gets a boundary. And the total goes up to 48 now without loss.
29 or 43, not a bad scoring rate. Matthew Nandu 19 or 55, although nobody really cares about scoring rate in the Red Bull game. But I've appreciated the skill of the Guyanese batters in working the single spinny. Okay, you're not getting boundaries, but you're still going to try to work the ball into gaps, get the twos, get the threes, run hard.
And that's the nature of 4-day cricket. But what is good is to see Tijana and Shandapal. He started a bit quiet and capitalized very well so far.
He looks a lot more confident playing there now. But Blackwood did ask him some questions in the last over, so we will have that at the back of his mind to just be careful. I don't think he can ever underestimate Jermaine Blackwood in batting, bowling, fielding, or anything that Jermaine Blackwood does. Nice push there, solid, but fairly straightish mid-on fielder as well.
Acres of space on the onside as well. Only 2 fielders. Well, in fact, 3 with fine leg on the boundary. But Blackwood tends to get the ball to shape back into the left-hander so far.
Well pushed, and Blackwood flings the ball back. Tajan Ryan was in no danger there of being struck. He runs to square leg. The end of the over. 48 without loss, 17 bowled. Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica. What are you going to do to separate this pair?
An excellent from Blackwood, but credit to the 2 Guyanese batters playing each ball on its merit. And what you see on screen now, a 48-run opening partnership so far from 17 overs. And what is a fantastic day for cricket as well. And a good batting strip. I tell you what, anyone won the toss would have batted first. And we saw it on the pitch report. You did it. And of course, Marquino Mindley said it. If he won the toss, he would have batted first. And Captain Imlak, he won the toss and batted first. And so far, so good. 48 without loss, the Guyana team.
Well, I mean, the captain's first job is, of course, to win the toss. He did that, and his batters have to make it worthwhile. Matthew Nandu settles. Not bad from Udine Smith. Just about that 4th or 5th stump line. Maybe a little bit too wide, but I like the length. The length is really, really good. Just get it a little bit closer in.
That's a perfect length.
Yeah.
But what I think he's doing now, Dean Smith, is just trying to hold Fox. Amachi Nando bringing up the delivery is just about that 4th stump area, and then a sliding one and hit the top of off.
A little bit back of a length, and Matthew Nandu, that short little fellow, just turns it into the leg side for a single. And I think one of the advantages that bowlers have that they forget about maybe in the red ball game is that you can, not a bad range there from Odin Smith, but still needs to make the batters play.
Yes, need to be a bit closer. Odin Smith now into his 4th. None for 16 so far. And I think the Scorpions desperate for a breakthrough.
You just have to, you're aiming for the off stump, and then you imagine maybe 1, maybe 2 stumps outside the off stump, and that's what you're aiming for. That's the corridor that you want. Famous corridor of uncertainty, and he's getting there now.
Odin Smith has 5 wickets in the tournament so far. He needs wicket number 6. And the Scorpions would definitely need him to get that as well. With the Harpy Eagles running away at 49 without loss. And Tijan and Shandapal 29 from 48. And Matthew Nando 20 from 57.
Good delivery again there. And it certainly seems that the Guyanese batters have exhibited that patience that they need for that long innings as well, Penny. You've always spoke about the mentality of a batter and putting away those bad deliveries. Flashes at that one, straight into the cover region. I think it was there for the taking, but Tage did not take advantage of it. 49 without loss, 18 overs gone. Disciplined bowling, you have to say, from the Jamaicans. No extras. But if you look at those economy rates, Marquino Mindley's on the right side. The others 3.5 and 4. That's a little bit too much in the 4-day game.
Well, I mentioned disciplined bowling and excellent batting as well from the Harpy Eagles. It's a combination of excellent cricket being displayed so far in this 4th round fixtures. About a 49 and broken first wicket partnership. Very testing line and length being delivered by the Scorpions.
Very, very capable batters. And then not to mention good occasion Moti and Veersamy Permaul, who we know are no slouches with the bat either.
Twin spins of the Guyana team, left arm spinners. And what they can do with ball is glorious things for the Harpy Eagles. But guess what? Brad Barnes is the new bowler being introduced into the attack, as already has 5 wickets all this season as well. I think he picked up 6 in an earlier fixtures.
Yeah, the first sign of Scorpion spin. Let's see if it'll sting. Up in the air, a little bit uppishly, but he played it into the gap there. And that's good stuff there. That's what I like about the guy in his plays. He immediately gets that single, despite the very attacking field. And Penny, you're going to go through this field with us now that Brad Barnes has.
Well, the 50 comes up with that shot as well. And so the 50 comes up in over number 19. A 50-run opening partnership. And there's a slipping German black with a backward point, a cover, extra cover, mid off a straightish mid wicket, and also a deep backward square on the boundary.
Turn again down to that fine leg position. A backward square, I should say. And they get another single, and of course with that 50 runs on the board is a 50-run partnership, which is now going on to 51. And credit to them, it's been almost equal, 29-21 or 21-30 now. The Nandu will be happy with that as well.
This is a good delivery from Barnes. What is special about this delivery? He brought him forward, enticing into the shot and spinning away from the left-hander. Very risky playing on the up as well.
Yeah, clever cricket there from Barnes. That's brilliant stuff. Because of course Nandu is short. He doesn't have that reach. That's good stuff there. That's probably just a little bit too far back. But good stuff from Barnes. Back of a length. Well directed just past that short leg fielder. He stood up tall there, Nandu. He doesn't have a lot to stand up on. I'd like to see the replay on that one, just to see how far it was away from that short leg fielder. Jason Prasad will try to pull it up for me. I know he will. Back and cuts, and he gets this fine. He'll just get a single, will he? Yes, he will. Thick top edge, you'd have to say. Have a look at the replay here. Yeah, it wasn't far from that short leg field at all. Just dropped short. And at the end of that interesting over from Brad Barnes, 53 without loss after 19. They were trying to impose themselves, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but they maybe should have taken a little bit more of a look at him and see what he's offering.
Now what we have seen, first 6 deliveries from Brad Barnes. 3 short deliveries on the line of the leg stump, all been scored off for singles. And in short outside the off stump, the final delivery, a single. But the 2 deliveries that was flighted on and about that Midland off stump was dot delivery and pitch and spun away from the left-hander. So I think Brad Barnes should be looking to bowl about that Midland off stump to the left-handers with a slip in place and a short leg with the ball spinning and bouncing with his height. It can cause some damp as well.
Yeah, but even the 2 or 3 singles of those were a little bit streaky, just conceding 4 in the over. Odin Smith to continue.
Teacher and Shonda Paul wasn't off the mark from 8 deliveries. And now Teacher and Shonda Paul into the 30s, 32, 54 deliveries.
Well, you would expect that. Tage, of course, does have international experience. Down the leg side. Odin Smith was asking the question because I think there was a good stride across by Nandu. The umpire signals leg by. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. And Penny will give you his thoughts.
Pitch going down. Clearly going down the leg side with the handle. An excellent decision from umpire.
I can see why the question was asked because Nandu did come across quite a bit to me. This one is a little bit more straighter, and that one is given. Odin Smith strikes. Tage Ryan goes. Odin Smith takes the first wicket, and it's LBW here. Guyana lose their first wicket, 55 for 1 in the 20th over.
Good delivery. And this time around, and teaching around Shonda Paul, and coming across the stump, and pitching line, and impacting line. An excellent decision, but credit to Odin Smith. He gets the breakthrough, a much needed one for the Scorpions. And Tijaran Shandapal has to go, disappointed, but he has to go. And Guyana lost wicket number 1, and it's 55 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tej, you can see he looks very, very disappointed there. He's done all the hard work, which is the other thing. 32 or 55 is a good platform. Kevlon Anderson will be the new batter that strides out into the middle. And congratulations to Odin Smith. He got his 5th. Or his 6th, I should say. He got his 6th penny. You told him he needed to get his 6th, and he got his 6th.
Indeed. He was excited. He was confident with the appeal as well. And he was supported by the umpire with the decision in his favor. And this brings Kevlon Anderson, another young player who has great potential. And I think he has a century this season as well.
Yeah, he certainly does, as long as Kimal Savory doesn't have one. He was on 99. Anderson has 101 in that win against Barbados. So, a lot to play for.
Coming over to you.
And he has a platform to build on. So it'll be nice to see how the two young potentials, Kevlon Anderson and Matthew Nandu, work together here.
What is good is a left and right combination in the middle for the Harpy Eagles.
Odin Smith might feel more comfortable as well bowling to the right hander. Let's see how it goes. First delivery is a good one, and it shows the confidence of Kevlon Anderson. Just rides that one, turns it into the leg side for a single. He's off the mark immediately.
That's the confidence. That's the class of Kevlon Anderson. And just came inside the line, and the acres of space on the onside. Always a possibility of a run. He gets off the mark first delivery, and the total goes up to 56 now for 1.
Yeah, Matthew Nandu has a job here, and certainly do like him. He seems to have his head screwed on very, very tightly. Here's Odin Smith. Well played. That's good.
It was a full pitch delivery to get rid of Tijaran Shandapal.
Tucked up a little bit here. Well played and turned into the leg side by Nandu. He will pinch the strike after 20 overs. 57 for 1 is the score here at the Sabina Park ground in Kingston, Jamaica, in this round 4 cricket, the West Indies Championship round 4 match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Harpy Eagles won the toss on the Jamaicans' home turf, and they have decided to bat their 57 for 1. Some comments from Marlon Pinnock before Sean Devers replaces yours truly, and they will take you through to the lunch break.
A successful first over. A final over from Odin Smith, and he picked up the wicket of Tijaran Shandapal, who was setting himself for a big total, but yet again Tijaran Shandapal getting start but not being able to capitalize.
Yeah, good afternoon to you once again. Well, good morning to you once again. I'm thinking I'm in Guyana or the Eastern Caribbean. It's still morning there. So the 5th are coming up in 19 overs. Good, solid start. But there's a rule now that you have to reach 60 in the first 10 overs to get an extra point. And Guyana is probably the only team, if I'm correct, that hasn't done that as yet in this tournament. So a good solid start, but they should have batted a little faster.
Credit to the Scorpion bowlers. They were standing.
Yeah,
nothing from the
Minley.
Guyanese. But credit to Marquino Minley. He kept things under control.
So Barnes, who had a 6-wicket haul, I think, against Barbados in this tournament so far, a young off-spinner. Tell us a little bit about him after this delivery.
There's a lot about Brad Barnes.
Pad mode on the bat. In the end, the catch wasn't taken anyhow. So a nice tight over is completed. At the end of it, it's 57 for 1. So Chandra Paul going for 32 of 55 balls, 3 fours, and he was leg before to Smith. That's the only wicket to fall so far. The Chandra Paul, the test player. And with him now is, with Nandu now is Kevlin Anderson. So both young players, Anderson 24, Nandu 21. So this is next generation of West Indies cricket. Hopefully they can stick with it, develop their art, and good system put in place on them by the CWI, which is doing a lot for cricket these days. I know that there's going to be elections, the 19th, I think, and both the president and the vice president is going up on a post.
What we have seen so far from Odin Smith is looking to bowl very, very full. And his reward was a full delivery to get rid of Tijarin Shandapal. With 2 slip and a gully. And that's the area he should be looking to bowl.
Smith is in, bowls on the line of the leg stump, so he didn't bother with you on that occasion. Went his own way.
Yeah.
And he got picked off for 2.
A nice shot from Kevlin Anderson. A touch player. Just came inside the line and took that ball to that vacant mid-wicket region. An acres of space on that onside. And always a possibility of a second. And he does get a second. And the total goes up to 59 for the loss of 1.
Good runner between the wickets. Good delivery again, just back of a length. And on top of it, on his toes. Handled it nicely, good technique. Anderson has got very good technique. He's a classy player. Plays some glorious cover drives. That's maybe his best shot. His on drive too is quite accomplished.
That's his trademark of the cover drive.
Yeah.
I think I saw him getting 100 early on in the tournament as well.
Smith bowls, left alone there by Anderson. Anderson hails from the county of Berbice, which is the second largest county of the 3 in Guyana. Guyana has 3 counties, Berbice, Demerara and Essequibo. Essequibo the largest. And he comes from Berbice, plays for a club called Rose Hall Town Youth and Sport Club in Quarantine, Berbice. Bowls, and that's played way out towards the mid-wicket position. Just get a single this time, but good, nice technique leading over the ball. I think the on-drive is probably the hardest shot to play, and he's a good artist of on-driving. Kevlin Anderson, 60 for 1. Anderson 4.
He's capitalized well on any over-pitch delivery on the line of a leg stump. And hence why 4 from 6 with another decent partnership is needed. A 50 partnership for the first wicket as well.
No.
Good delivery, no ball. So stepping over the front line, Odin Smith and the umpire. That's maybe the first no ball of the day. So 61 for 1.
And umpire Carl Tuckett is the umpire making that decision as well. And
71 balls on his belt, and the other batter has gotten 4. Anderson.
an excellent first session so far from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They would want to go to lunch without losing a further loss. With Tijarin Shandapal, he set the tone, and he should be disappointed. He was disappointed to get out within 35 minutes before a lunch break as a batter, line up some runs, need some runs. I think you will be disappointed.
Yeah, But Odin Smith wouldn't be disappointed at all. He's the only wicket taker, 1 for 23. He's bowled 6 overs so far. Started a bit dodgedly in his first over, leaked some runs, but then came back and broke the partnership, which was a 50 partnership again by the two left-handers. This is pushed into the onside as Burns starts a new over. Barnes. Brad Barnes, BB.
Yes, indeed. A very enthused cricketer, a passionate cricketer who plays for this club here in Jamaica, Kingston Cricket Club.
Ball on the line of the leg stump, whipped away, but can't find the gap. Straight to the short mid wicket. Anderson is kept on 4. Well, it's Kingston Cricket Club, the best club in terms of status in Jamaica.
One of the best club. The key word, one of the best club here in Jamaica.
That's swept away. That's another of his trademark shots, a sweep. This time he gets 2 down towards the backward square leg position. The fielder from backward square runs across to his right to do the fielding, and he goes up now to 6. Anderson, and the total going up now to 63 for 1.
Kingston, they have won the double in the Jamaica Cricket Association competitions, so credit must be given to them.
Yeah, the Kingston Cricket Club, home of Sabine Park. This is played into the onside, and there's no run. I'll field the ball, allows it to go towards the long arm. So they jock trot the single. So again, rotation in the strike, left hand, right hand combination. Anderson goes now to 7, 64 for 1.
Barnes not been able to settle to bowl to one particular batters, and hence why credit must be given to the Guyanese batters. The rotation of the strike has been impeccable so far.
Solitary slip for the left-hander, Nandu. Good, excellent running. That's fantastic running, but the fielder coming in also doing good work and missed the woodwork. If he'd hit it, I would have been close.
I think you said it's a good run. It's a risky run. Look at that. Had Javal Glenn hit, I think he would have been home. Excellent running.
And Nandu ran in an angle, so that made the distance longer to complete.
I think the fielder at mid-off was slow to react, and hence why an easy run in the end. But credit to the Guyanese batters. The call was clear and the running was precise. Another run to close out the 23rd. It is 66 for the loss of 1.
So Barnes, 6 overs, 3 overs, none for 8, the off spinner. On the back of a 6-wicket haul against Barbados in this tournament. Anderson has got 100 already in this tournament. And Nandu searching for a second 100. He's got 2 50s to go with that. He's only played 16 first-class games. Nandu, 21-year-old former West Indies under-19 player. Both of them have played for the West Indies under-19. Back of a length, a jumping defensive shot from the left-handed Nandu. And he's
Jay Shields at approximately 15 minutes to 12 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica.
Shields in, bowls a good delivery, making a bit of height, but well handled there by Nandu. And I'm coming back in time, like old scientific movie. At lunch in the other 2 games, 97 for 4, the windwards against the leewards, and CCC 98 for 3 against Barbados. The other match is still not yet started because of rain in Antigua, Trinidad and Tobago playing there. And this match here, 65 for 1, 15 minutes to lunch.
With the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss and batting first. And the only wicket to fall is Centurion Paul. He was legged before by Odin Smith, and he went for 32.
Yeah, 32 from 55 balls after involving in a half-century partnership. Since then, Anderson has come out. He's faced 11 balls, and he's got 7 and 24 to Nandu. He's been a patient, cautious 24 from 76 balls. Good delivery again. Maybe deliberately not playing the shot, just dropped the gloves. And it might be taken by the keeper. But this is an important innings in the context of this match by Nandu. The others could bat around him. He's going to be there, the glue that holds the innings together. And he's still there. That's the important thing. If he can stay there, if these two can stay there till lunch, then Guyana would have won the first session. It's a low-scoring session. The tempo has not really been there. But after lunch, you never know. On the line of the leg stump, turned away, more pad than bat.
I think the important thing now for Matthew Nando is that he's at the wicket.
Yeah.
And another thing, he needs to stay at the wicket and go to lunch and reassess and come back, as well as Kevlin Anderson, who we know can be very destructive. As you mentioned, scored a century. I think he got 101 earlier on in the tournament. But another excited player as well.
Back and across. And the over is completed. At the end of it, 65 for 1 of the 24 overs have been completed. So 1 for 23. The only success, Odin Smith, 6 overs he's completed. None for 3. Very frugal spell from Mindley. Bowled, I think, 4 maidens in that spell. 6 overs.
Marquino Mindley always been a key factor for the Scorpions. And been around for some time. In fact, he's a seniorest player in terms of matches at a regional level for the Scorpions, and he's now the leader with a
back towards the bowler by Anderson. So between these two in the last 5 matches, Guyana's won 4 of them. Jamaica's won 1. And Jamaica's lost their last 2 matches after winning the first in this tournament. This is slapped away outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of turn, but too short and too wide. And he picks up 2. Slow boundary again, slow outfield. That would have been 4 in another day, another time.
This was short, this was wide, and this was begging to be hit. And Kevlin Anderson gets 2 more runs, and he goes up to 9 from 13.
So Barnes with a slip and a forward short leg in place. The 2 catches. And this one is well pitched up on the line of the off stump. That's the ideal line and length for the off spinner to bowl, just outside the off stump, coming back. And if the batsman just short of a driving length, and you can bowl him through the gate. This is more straighter on the line of the middle stump and tucked away into the onside by Anderson.
Those last 2 deliveries, perfect deliveries to the right-hander.
Yep. This is another good one, but too full, just marginally too full on the half volley length. And he played forward, driving it towards the extra cover position, got a single. So he goes into double figures now. Anderson, he's 10, 67 for 1.
Not the most convincing shot there. A bit risky, playing off the up. And with a slip in place at Barnes, got in any bunks, it could cause a lot of problems. What a run nonetheless.
Nice shot, back and cutting it. And down to the man at the backward point. Good running again by these 2. Nandu not the best runner between the wickets, but they complete 2 on this occasion to finish the over. 13 runs off his bowling now, and he's bowled some 4 overs, Barnes, none for 13. And Barnes has looked very good so far. He's shown lots of variety. 70 for 1 at the Homeston.
Between the wickets, outstanding. The rotation of the strike and the calling. And when the bad ball presents itself, they are quick to capitalize.
Guyana unbeaten so far. Their match against the West Indies Academy ending in the draw. Loose shot. Stood there and just threw the bat at it. No movement of the feet across. And good bunks there. So encouraging signs from the fast bowler. And it was also wide.
It was a poor shot. A very, very poor. 8 minutes to lunch. A short, wide delivery. Not threatening the stump. And there was Kevlin Anderson flirting outside the half stump. But what is good, he didn't got an edge and he's still at the wicket.
Guyana winning the toss and batting, just 1 wicket down. This is on the line of the leg stump and a nice little wristy shot. Plays like the Asian batters, Anderson, down towards the long leg position. He gets 1. He's gone now to 11. 26 to Nandu, who is back in strike.
Well, a control shot there. And coming in from Kevlin Anderson, stood tall on the scheme inside the line. And clipped that ball off the legs nicely. Down to that long leg region, and he goes up to 11 and 71 for 1 in over number 26. Very slow, but what is good. Still has 9 wickets in hand. The Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, losing the rhythm, aborting the run. Shields. Guyana beating Barbados in their first match by 10 wickets, and then beating the CCC side, as the combined colleges and campuses, by 8 wickets, and then ending in a draw against the West Indies Academy. So they're technically unbeaten going into this round. And they're on top of the table. Trinidad and Tobago, I think, 2nd place.
So, first playing 5th.
Yeah.
And the defending champions playing the Scorpions.
Yep.
Whichever.
And Guyana's won 7 of the 9 titles in the franchise system, which began in 2014. Barbados, of course, winning the other 2. Short lifting delivery. It's a good ploy from Shields to test Nandu just before lunch, see if he would hook. Doesn't. And he ducks under it like a box in the middle of a run, evading a straight right.
And this is a testing period as well. And just about 5 minutes to lunch. Batter want to survive, want to come back after lunch. And I tell you, they will be very, very tentative. But Matthew Nando would want to come back after lunch.
That would appeal. I was definitely missing the leg stump, and more appeal of enthusiasm than conviction.
But a stifled appeal from the Scorpions, and clearly that ball was handled. Desperate to get one more before lunch.
Short delivery, looking for a single. Start-stop situation. All is well. That ends well as they don't run, and the over is completed. So 26 overs been completed, 71 for 1. Guyana hunting their 13th title in all in regional first-class cricket since Rohan Kanai won the first in 1973.
And of course, they are hunted their 3rd in 3 years.
Yeah, and they won 5 in a row under Leon Johnson. Leon Johnson is the most successful Guyana captain. Won 6 titles, 5 in a row. Nikita Miller won 6 also, but half of that was led by Christopher Gale, and he led the other half when they won their title, I think in 2012.
You're absolutely correct.
So Barnes starts again from the southern end of the ground, the George Headley end, the Michael Holden end. Nice to see names of outstanding players being recognized with their names posted on the grounds.
you mentioned earlier, as this one is stuck towards the onside, Leon Johnson, a player who has been dominant
Yeah.
in regional cricket for some time. I think even when he's leaving on the final game, he scored a century.
Yeah. And he just completed 40 runs in first division cricket playing for GCC last week. Still playing, that's good to see. Leon Johnson, that's turned into the onside for 172 for the loss of 1 now.
Another excellent captain. And you look around, even in Jamaica, another player who has been very good in the leadership qualities, it was Tamar Lambert.
Yeah.
Another successful
It was
captain as
Tamar
well.
Lambert I was talking about, not Nikita Miller. Nikita Miller had the most wickets for a long time before Pomal broke his record. Tamar Lambert won 6 titles, but Gale won the last 3 matches. Launch approaching, have the batsman in 2 minds. Too quick, too short, and too wide. And the over is completed, 72 for 1 at the end of the over.
I think this over coming up will be the final over before lunch. And I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles would want to go to lunch without losing a further loss. It's 72 for 1, 27 overs completed. And this partnership so far, 17 runs, and 45 deliveries. A bit on the slower side of things. The most important thing, both batters in the middle, and still has 9 wickets in hand, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Lovely camera work here by our cameraman. That's the mountainous and the city of Kingston in the foreground. That's the Blue Mountains.
And that's a beautiful shot of Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica. And as we see the young leg spinner, Tamari Redwood, a player based on my estimation, one for the future for Jamaica and West Indies cricket, and plays his cricket for Excelsior High School in Jamaica, a very dominant school as well. His best figures this season, 7 for 72 against the Leewards.
Short and pounced on it, but couldn't find the gap as the sun breaks out back here at Sabina Park. He's still got another year at youth cricket? Or this is his last?
I think this is his last. I think he completed, and he's now in the senior team setup and doing what he's known to do from a youthful level. It reminds me so much of a leg spinner who represents Jamaica for some time.
Robert Haynes?
Not at all.
I saw Robert Haynes this morning.
Odin Brown also plays for West Indies A as well. I think he's a coach of a St. Catherine team in Jamaica. Kevin Anderson looking to come back after lunch, and a full delivery on the line of a leg stump. He'd want him to score.
Shotting up shop, so as they say, so that might be lunch. 72 for 1, Guyana after winning the toss. They've lost Chandrapal, LBW Smith for 32 after a 50 partnership. And let's see, yes, it's lunch on day 1 of the 4th round match, the West Indies Championships here at Sabina Park. Guyana winning the toss and batting. They lost Chandrapal leg before to Smith for 32, and at the crease is Chandrapal, at the crease is Nandu, he is not out on 26. Kevlin Anderson is on 12, the only wicket taker, Odin Smith.
I think you could certainly say, based on the score, the wickets, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles just out front, but nothing from the Scorpions. Marquino Minley, the captain today for the Scorpions, he bowled extremely well. O.J. Shields started up and down in his first spell, but he came back in his second spell and has been outstanding. Brad Barnes, outstanding as well. When you look at the Guyana batting, excellent. The only disappointment for the Guyana team now is Tijaran Shandapal. He got out for 32, just about 35 minutes before lunch break. But that by both teams so
Before
far.
we go, let's quickly scores in the other matches. Windwards 97 for 4 against the Leewards. And at lunch in the CCC Barbados game, CCC 98 for 3. And the game at Coolidge in Antigua between Trinidad. That there's been no play because of rain. Here at the Sabina Park, 72 for 1. Guyana batting first.
Action resumes here in session 2 of this round 4 match in the West Indies Championship. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they won the toss at Sabina Park and they elected to bat. The Jamaica Scorpions started with the pace bowling. Only Odin Smith took the only wicket to fall, getting rid of Tejan Ryan Chandapal, LBW for 32. Since then, his opening partner Matthew Nandu and the informed Kevlin Anderson took Guyana to 72 for 1 at the lunch break. Andrew Chan in your company alongside that Harpy Eagles superfan, Sean Devers. Good afternoon, Mr. Devers. Did you enjoy your rice and peas lunch?
Yes, I certainly enjoyed it. I'm not finished eating as yet, but good afternoon to you too and to everybody listening around the world.
Yeah, so that's the situation here. I think I heard you made a comment when you were on with Marlon Pinnock that the Harpy Eagles, you thought, in your opinion, batted a little slowly. I think you're quite right in terms of that, but I think in the first session of a game, you always have to give it to the bowlers at least.
Yeah, but there's a rule now put out by the CWI that mandates that you score at least 60 runs in the first 10 overs of the first innings, and you get an extra bonus point.
So it's all the bonus points to play for. But of course, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they sit pretty at the top of the table with 57.6 points. Trinidad and Tobago close behind with 55.4, and they're playing the West Indies Academy. So it will be very, very interesting. The Jamaicans are in 5th place. They're on 32.6. Leeward Islands 50.8, and Barbados an even 50.
So the bad thing for Trinidad and Tobago in this round is that their match has not yet started. And they are on 2nd place, 0.2 of a points, well, 2.2 of a points behind Guyana. They're 2nd. So if they don't get much cricket, then the Leeward Islands, if they do well against the Windward Islands, can go ahead of them.
Yeah, Marquino Mindley, the Jamaica captain for the day, will resume action from the southern end. Bowled 3 overs, none for 6, but he was the pick of the Jamaican bowlers, you have to say. I thought we would have seen more spin in the for the second session, but let's see what Mindley has to offer to Nandu. Nice push by Nandu through the extra cover region. Will he get 2? He will certainly get 2. Very, very comfortable. His feet didn't move as maybe as swiftly as you would like, maybe a little bit stiff after resting for 30 minutes, but he's off and running. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they've added 2 runs. They're 74 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot there from Nandu, as you said. Didn't really get it as much as controlled as he would have liked, but he still got off the mark of the first ball of the second session, and that's good for him.
Back of a length and coming back in. 2 slips and a gully in place for Marquino Mendley. A fielder at backward square leg. A fielder at fine leg. Mid on, mid off, and a fielder at extra cover, and then at backward point as well. So a fairly attacking field to start. I think I would have liked to see maybe that fielder at extra cover maybe coming into a short extra cover position, just to give Nando a little bit of pressure, give him something else to think about. Because we know the one thing is that Marquino Mindley is good at is keeping the pressure on. Now the good delivery on the line of maybe the 5th or 6th stump. Good bounce, good carry through to the keeper. Once they get it a little bit closer to that off stump line.
Yeah, well, in the women's cricket matches played in St. Kitts today, Guyana 98 for 8. I think Gajanabi has gotten a 50. The most reliable and consistent batsman, Grimman, batter, has made 4. Campbell, the captain, made 2. And they're playing Trinidad and Tobago.
The delivery by Mindley a little bit closer to that off stump line, but Nandu did not have to play that one either.
And the match against the Leewards and Barbados, the Leewards bowling out, Barbados bowling out the Leewards for 85. And they've got, I think, 2 without loss. And the match against the Leewards and Jamaica, the Windwards and Jamaica. That match has not started yet. Rain might be falling in some parts of St. Kitts.
Good delivery there by Minley, and well played with respect by Matthew Nandu. So, of course, it's all about reset for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They went in, you'd have to say they owned that first session. 72 runs with just a loss to that one wicket. But, of course, in the red ball game, as we see a close-up of Brandon King there that was on your screen, it's all about the reset. It's all about absorbing the pressure and not losing wickets just after an interval.
The good thing about 4-day or test cricket, loose shot, bad shot there from Nandu.
Yeah, and Marquino Minley is asking the question, no footwork at all, and Nandu is rehearsing the leave here. Let's have a look at this replay on this one here, Sean.
He just stood there and swatted at it. No movement of the foot at the feet of it, as you said. And the good thing about 4-day and test cricket is that you can lose a session and then come back. It's a battle of attrition, actually. So that makes it interesting.
And that was the end of the first over after the lunch break, 74 for 1. And we will see the resumption of spin here with Tamari Redwood, who took 7 for 72 in that round 1 match against the Windward Island Volcanoes, with the Jamaica team won convincingly 178 runs in that one. Blackwood scoring 109, Campbell 79, and 3 wickets apiece for Blackwood and Odin Smith.
And what you don't see much these days is leg spinners. The art form has maybe gone away. You see a lot of left arm spinners and even left arm pacers.
Full toss, and that's smacked through the mid-wicket region. A bit of a freebie there, and you don't give that to Kevlon Anderson. And that will be the first maximum of the match. 6 for Kevlon.
So meat and drink for the Barbician, and he capitalized on it and hit it out of the park for 6. So the first 6, and he is now gone to 18 from 26 balls. Nandu is on 28 from 95 balls, and 80 for 1. So a ball that's on the line of the middle stump this time, much better delivery, and played out towards the mid-on position, and there's no run. So at lunch, 72 for 1, Nandu 26, Anderson 12. Anderson with that 6 has gone now to 18, and he's forward, plays it into the offside. Lots of leg spinners have been playing in the past, but the last 2-3 tournaments we've not seen any. Yannick Correa probably the best of them. This is a ball that brings Anderson forward, and of course there was Hayden Walsh, but not many. There are some youngsters coming up.
He settled down nicely since that loose delivery. This one is forward again and played with decent respect there by Anderson.
And the good thing about him, he's young, has a lot of promise, has a big margin for development in terms of his age.
And after that blip for the first delivery, finishes quite strongly, 80 for 1 after 30 overs. The news coming in from Antigua, Sean Devers, is that the game has started between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. And from one of our commentators on our stream here, Trinidad and Tobago have apparently lost 2 quick wickets. So let's confirm that for you.
That's not good news if you're a Trinidadian fan. Just out of carnival, you spoil your mood.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Because Trinidad and Tobago actually on a Nelson. They're 22 for 2 at the moment. My. Let's see if Jason Mohammed is in the wicket. Yes, he is. So that's good news for him at least.
So Mindley continues from the far end, and that goes by past the edge, not too far past the edge though. Encouragement for the bowler. Nandu seemed very loose after the break.
Yeah, and fishing for that one outside the off stump. He's playing a little bit away from his body here. The drive was there, maybe, I think, but there's a little bit of extra bounce. And just to let you know what's going on at Coolidge, say first Cooper was bowled for a duck, or actually was dismissed for a duck by Jediah Blades. Tion Webster opening was bowled by Johan Lane. So Amir Jangu and Jason Mohammed at the wicket there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Outside the line of the off stump again, no shot played by Nandu as the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So two slips, gully, backward point cover, mid-off. That's on the offside. On the onside, there's just the three fielders, mid-on, backward square short, where this 30-yard circle would be in the one-day game. And then there's the man right back on the fine leg boundary. Still the small crowd on a Ash Wednesday here in Kingston, Jamaica.
And the going on at Gro Ileta, that would be in St. Lucia in the Ward Islands derby, Windward Islands Volcanoes. They progressed to 149 for 5 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, so not banned from them. And I think the combined campuses and colleges would be very happy where they are now. 152 for 3 against Barbados Pride. And taking a look at that scorecard there, Damel Evelyn not out on 65, so good knock from him. Kieran Powell is there in the middle order for the CCC.
Mindy wide outside the line of the off stump again, no shot by Nandu. Kingston Cricket Club, home of some of the elite Jamaican players. I know Jimmy Adams and Nehemiah Perry were close friends since from their youth days as teenagers. They both play for the Kingston Cricket Club.
Back of the length, well played into the pitch there by Matthew Nandu. Taking a look at the Windward Island Volcanoes, as I mentioned, they 150 for 5. Shadrach Descartes is not out on 31, with him a wicketkeeper Gian Benjamin. Close up of that famous name there, Michael Holding End. Good shot there by Gerard Basso, our cameraman. O'Shane Thomas has taken 4 for 32. The Jamaican bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes has taken 4 for 32.
So Mindley, with his final delivery of his over, comes in and that's passing the edge again. This time he might have deliberately left it as the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, it's 80 for 1 with Chandrapal, the only batter to fall. He went like before to Smith for 32. It was 55 for 1. Since then, these two have joined forces. Nandu is on 28 and Anderson on 18. So a good little partnership beginning to grow here between the two batters. One from Demerara, one from Berbice. So unity in Guyana. One Guyana.
I've never actually been to Ghana, and I've always wanted to go. So I mean, I'm familiar with all the famous names: Demerara, Berbice, Exequibo, and of course Barakara. You can't forget Barakara. Now, Tamari Redwood to resume to Kevlon Anderson. I feel like this has the potential to be a good battle.
Yeah, Anderson, one of the better players of spin, and also Nandu in the Ghana side. To come, Imlak, who's got a century in this tournament, and Savory, who got 99, joined the 99 clubs.
Of course, the other thing is that Anderson is back in the crease and punches it through the extra cover region. And that shows the shot of a man in confidence. He took the words right out of my mouth with his action, Sean Devers, because that shows the shot of a man in confidence, and he knows that. Kevlon Anderson is coming on from very big scores in this tournament, and he's doing really, really well for himself. He had 100 in round 1 against Barbados, and that's a difficult team to score runs against. So, and then of course Imlak stepped up in round 2 with his 100.
That's a bad delivery. Luckily for him, he didn't get bat onto it. That was the ball racing down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Well, he swept that with such ferocity. I think there might have been a hole in his scoreboard down in that fine leg region.
And in that same first match, when Anderson got his 100, full toss and hit out towards mid-on, there was a guy called Matthew Ford, a fast bowler. He got 5 wickets. And it shows that even though the spinners have been prolific in this tournament, the fast bowlers have also proved fruitful.
Well, it's certainly true, and it's certainly true that the fast bowlers, I mean, they've had their struggles here. Credit to Cricket West Indies for doing what they can to ensure that the pitches are a little bit more vibrant and lively, because of course fast bowling is part of our legacy and we want to ensure that it continues. Good little over there from Tamari Redwood. He's settling into his groove here. 82 for 1 after 32. And that's the first 15 minutes of lunch as we see a cross section of the spectators here in Jamaica on an Ash Wednesday holiday. Very, very engrossed in the cricket. And of course, with 4-day cricket, you can sprawl out, as you can see, Sean Devers. It's almost like having a lazy boy in your home.
Yes, well, today is a national holiday in Jamaica. Is it a national holiday in Trinidad? I know it's not in Guyana.
It is not. But it's, I mean, this whole week is an unofficial holiday.
Yeah, because of Carnival.
Because, of course, yes, the aftermath of Carnival.
Mindley from the southern end. And that left alone there by the left-handed Nandu. So quiet period to start the second session.
There's a lot of batting to come for Guyana. We really have to talk about the strength of this middle order here.
Very powerful.
Yeah, you've got Kevlon Anderson, which is arguably the strongest point coming in at number 3. Thick outside edge, it squirts into that backward point region. Nando was interested in the single. He's squared up there a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that would raise the hopes of Mindley getting a breakthrough. That's a fall shot there from Nandu. As I said, Nandu seems not to be fully back after lunch. His concentration level is not what it was before the break. So he's got to settle in again, start over, and then hopefully for him and Guyana make a big score.
Turns out nicely into the leg side, into the single for the mid-wicket region for a single. Yes, but coming back to his middle order, so you have Kevlon Anderson coming in at number 3. Tevin Imlak, I'm assuming, will coming in at number 4.
Yeah.
And then you have Kimal Savory, who has a 99, I believe, in this tournament, a couple of scores. And then, of course, Kevin Sinclair. And then those 2 good old boys, Gudakesh Moti, Virasamy Pramol.
Well, Gudakesh Moti has gotten a first-class century in Trinidad. He got that last year. And Pramol has gotten to 90, not out. He's yet to get a first-class 100. That's what he would like before his career is over. He's been playing first-class cricket for 18 years now. Wow.
Yeah, really, really good player there, Virasamy Pramol, and always comes out for his team. And then we have to talk about that gentleman who has emerged as an all-rounder of sorts here for Guyana, and that's Mr. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yes, we missed
179 runs, 9 wickets, and he's actually leading the table in terms of number of sixes hit, which is 16. Good delivery from Mindley. That angle coming in. Very, very good leave by Matthew Nandu, you have to say.
Yeah.
Judged that nicely.
Yeah, so that one he shows again that he's got the ability to move the ball laterally both ways. The first 2 left the left-hander and this one came in, but not close enough to challenge the off-stump.
He has changed his angle too, which I think is a good idea. Because of course you want to cramp batsmen, you don't want to give them any room. Of course, on this side, if he's bowling from this side, which is really over the wicket, then if he strays at all, Nando will cut you, and there is space to cut. Flicked into the leg side. That's gone through the mid-wicket region. Will that run into the ropes of 4? It certainly does indeed. It was a full delivery from Mindley. Picked off the pads by Matthew Nandu. And that will take him into the 30s at the end of the 33rd over. It's 87 for 1.
Yes.
Delightful little shot from Matthew Nandu.
Yes, on his toes and whipped it away. And 32 partnership so far from 82 balls. So good going, good start between these two in terms of the partnership. And you see what effect one session of sun can have on the ground. It's almost dry.
And we see the cleaning staff there trying to clean up this iconic venue. There is going to be cricket happening here, international cricket. Australia is going to be coming for a tour. And there's supposed to be a ping ball test as well. Odin Smith seems to be coming back into the attack. The Tamari Redwood experiment will not be continuing at this time.
Yeah, he's been taken off the attack. Well, they're investing in the pace. They feel more comfortable with pacers bowling in tandem, Mindley and now Odin Smith. He's been the wicket taker so far.
Yeah, 1 for 23 off 6. Short delivery, turned into the leg side, doesn't get past the fielder at backward square leg. Well, rode by Kevlon Anderson. Rolled his wrist nicely.
Yeah, it was banged in short and a little pull, but straight to the fielder. So the sun continues to shine here in Kingston, Jamaica. Good delivery again, back of a length, and plays it out into the offside. So he's looked good.
This is my concern with Odin Smith. I mean, I was talking about it with Penny, and I mean it's good to see that despite his T20 success, he's here and he's trying to play the red ball game. He's trying to put his hand up for contention, but his bowling is still very T20 style. The one wicket that he's taken is because he's targeted the stump. It's back of a length. It's short. Get up to the pitch. That's a better delivery. It's a full delivery and asking those questions. I think in the red ball game, the shorter delivery has to be used a lot more sparingly.
Well, maybe, but I slightly disagree. The short balls, if you've got the pace and a good wicket, you tend to bowl them more frequently to test the batsman's defense and his ability to play pace.
It's a good delivery as well. A little back of a length, and that's okay. If you're hitting the pitch hard, and you're getting the ball to just jump a little bit, that's fine. But the short delivery, the bouncer, I should be more specific, has to be used a little bit more sparingly. It has to be a surprise delivery.
You tell Clive Lloyd that back in the 80s and early 90s, Roberts, Holden, Croft, Garner, Marshall.
Well, when you have the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, you can do whatever you want.
Pitch stop and good stop. Great stop. Fielding at the short cover position. That looked like it was heading to the boundary. And it didn't pass him though. So good work, good intensity in the field. And that's what you want to see. Intensity.
And that's Brandon King as well, sprawling away to his left. Excellent fielding, and it was appreciated by all his teammates. Alden Thomas Rood ran from behind his stumps to shake his hand.
Short ball again. Well played though by Anderson. Just pulled the head inside the line and it went through to be taken by the keeper.
End of the over, 33 bowled, 87 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. And you have to think about, I mean, of course, before the game had even started, they would have wanted a total. And then, I mean, it's pretty standard. On the first day, you want to get at least 300 on the board. I think that's the minimum that you should be aiming for on the first day.
Yes, I certainly agree with you there, and we've got the batting ability to get those runs. In fact, when Nandu got a not out against Barbados, he batted with Tejan Chandrapal.
Mindley continues. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Nandu seems to be just settling back into his little groove here.
And they had a partnership of 50 when Guyana beat Barbados by 10 wickets. And they batted last to win the match. So it's good now that they're batting first. They can make a big score and put the opposition under pressure.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about 4-day cricket, and I'll make my point after this delivery. In the sense that the template is there. The template to follow in 4-day cricket is there. It has already been laid down, and that template is Test cricket. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but you have to look at what's going on. So it's the same thing we discussed earlier. The first session, you have to give that to the bowlers, the first hour. It's okay if you only make 60, 70, 80 runs in that first session, but you have to cash in the second and third sessions after you consolidate and you come back in that second session. And in the third session, where the bowlers are wilting and at their wits' end,
Indeed.
you make hay when the sun shines.
Yeah, but in the modern context of Test cricket, with the evolution of T20 especially, they're scoring quicker. And the Bazball, even England, who was boring when they batted in Test cricket, Jeffrey Boycotts in those days, they still now are scoring quickly. All the teams are scoring quickly.
But you still, it's still the point remains that you still have to bat time. You can score quickly, and that's very nice. If you get 300 runs in 2 sessions, that's brilliant cricket. But does it set you up when you know you have to play 12 sessions or well, in Test cricket it'll be 15 sessions? So great, you've run the roost for 2 sessions, but are you going to lose because you haven't batted or you haven't played cricket to the extent of the 13 sessions, of the 13 remaining sessions?
Yeah, and that's why you've got the first innings of a match is more important. How you score, how much runs you get, and then the pressure's on the opposition.
Exactly. Feeling outside the edge for that one. I'd love to see the replay on that one because Nandu. Let's have a look at the replay on this one, Sean Devers, and you tell us what you think.
Yeah, completely beaten, squared up there. Ball left him a little bit.
Beautiful, beautiful. He had to play that one, and we've seen that Mindley can bring it back into him.
So Mindley after lunch has been very on target. Even before lunch, he was the most on target of the bowlers.
Beautiful again. That's a wonderful line there. Mindley does not know what else again he has to do to get an edge. And he has bowled now 10 overs for just 11 runs, 88 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles after 35 overs.
Yes, and in this situation here, you've got to give Mindley credit because in the modern day cricket, especially West Indies cricket, if you bowl tight for long periods, the batsman will be impulsive and get himself out, taking undue risk. That's the temperament of most young West Indian batsmen. Because of the influx of 2020 cricket, they bat like if it's a 2020 match. They can't face 10, 12 dot balls and don't play a really shot.
Odie Smith resumes to Kevlon Anderson. But that all comes down to the mentality and okay, fine. I understand you have to be aggressive and play your game, but Test cricket is really about understanding, and 4-day cricket is about understanding the ebbs and flows. Sometimes the bowlers are just on top, and you can't hit yourself out.
Yeah, Braffett is a good example of that, batting long and making runs, even though he's been out of form. recently at the test level. He came back and immediately stamped his authority and also showed how low or how big a gap is this regional tournament from test cricket.
I mean, you look at that's a wild delivery from Odin Smith, and again a waste of energy. But you look at the great Brian Lara and how he accumulated his innings. His first 50 might have taken 100, 150 balls, but the second 50 was coming in 20, 30, 40 deliveries, and that's how he accumulated. He took his time, and he bided his time, and that's the most important thing, because at the end of the day, you're not gonna make any runs from the pavilion, and that's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, you might have batted 30, 40 overs and only made 80 runs, but at the end of the day, you're coming back out the next day and you have the time to make your 100.
Yeah, and that's the brilliance of Brian Lara, my good friend. I was telling Tej and Ryan Chandrapal that Brian Lara told me that he did not look at the fielders, he looked at the gaps.
That's a nice flash by Kevlin Anderson, and that will run close to the third man boundary, opening the face of the bat, and a little bit of a loose wide delivery there from Odin Smith. Kevlin Anderson, in the former years, he's not going to miss out a gorgeous 4.
Yeah, too full, too wide, and he just slapped it away and down to the boundary for 4. And you can see the evidence now of the brilliant sunshine in the first session. The ground has gotten a bit faster. Those balls wouldn't have carried to the boundary in the first session.
And beautiful follow-up shot straight to the fielder though at mid-off region, but Kevlin Anderson got good connection with that one. 92 for 1 after 36, and you saw from that shot from Kevlin one of the hallmarks of a great batsman, Sean Devers, which is wrists of steel and titanium.
Yes, he just and found the gap too. That's the important part. I was saying that I told Tej Narayan that Brian Lara said he didn't look at the fielders, he looked at the gaps, and instinctively, if you look at the fielders, then you instinctively hit the ball to what you see. But Brian never looked at the fielders, he looked at the gaps, so instinctively he hit the ball through the gaps.
Yeah, he had the ability to set the field according to how he wanted. Whatever gap that he could milk and they tried to plug, they would just open up another gap for him.
And another good thing about Brian, he played each ball in his merit. If the first ball of the day was a bad ball, and the last ball he hit it for 4.
Quite true. Mindley, to continue. Beautiful, beautiful. He's asking questions of Nandu outside that off stump. Nandu taking a walk to square leg there because he was beaten by that one as well.
I remember bowling to Brian Guyana playing Trinidad. And the last ball to tee, I flighted the ball expecting Brian to come forward and play for tee. Man hit me through cover for 4.
And well, you know when he hit it through cover, it stays hit. There was no stopping that. One of the most gorgeous cover driver fielders you'd ever see. And it's one of the highlights, if you ever look at highlights of Brian Lara in his shots, not a person, not a fielder in the shot, of the camera, which is just to show you how well he used to pick those gaps.
I mean, in the middle of a good spell here, going past the edge again. And Nandu seems to be losing concentration. He takes a long walk to regain his concentration, steady himself. And now he's back, almost walked to the umpire's square leg.
I think Nandu has to remember his role. Because, of course, as the opening batsman, his job is to stay there till the very end. Kevlin Anderson is making the work look very easy. So far, 25 or 50. A strike rate of exactly 50, when Matthew Nandu is a bit on the slower side. But he needs to bat time. He needs to be there at the end of the day.
But when you put pressure on yourself and you get bogged down, it's easier for you to play a release shot to a ball that's not there to play that shot. And that's where shot selection comes in.
Movement away there, well watched by Nandu. And that's what he just needs to do. He needs to reset his eyes. He needs to reset everything. Even retake his mark. I mean, of course, it batters and cricketers. We have our little oddities and idiosyncrasies, and that's what he needs to do. Maybe retake his mark, adjust his pad, adjust his glove, adjust his helmet, etc., etc., going down the line until you're ready and you're back in that groove that you're feeling.
Understand there was a couple of days of rain during the week. It's great to see the weather in all its glory today.
Good delivery by Minley and well played by the young fellow. Marquino Minley going on to 11 overs. Still just conceding 11 runs. It's been a captain's bowling effort here from him.
We're talking about the elections of the CWI. I think it's going to be on March 19th. We've already known that Dr. Shallow and Ms. Vice President Bassarat are all going unopposed for the respective positions.
Beaten. Is there an appeal for caught behind? The umpire hasn't raised the finger yet. And the Jamaicans will walk away very, very unhappy because umpire Chris Taylor did not give that as an edge. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. This one is a close call here, Sean Devers.
Man, I cry, dog. Oh, God. Man, I cry, dog. Oh, God, man.
As my good friend Marlon Pitty says behind me, A lot of questions there, but we'll have to judge the umpire on that.
That could have been 50-50.
Yeah, Alden Thomas is still standing up there with his arms akimbo, and the Jamaicans are milling him out. I don't think they're particularly happy with that one. 92 for 1 after 37. At the end of it all, Matthew Nandu is still there.
Yes.
The questions are being asked. Chris Taylor was the man at the center of that decision. The other standing umpire, of course, is Mr. Carl Tuckett, who will resume his duties from the northern end of the ground now.
Well, can't blame the Guyanese there because it's a Jamaican umpire. So he's not out. And back in the days, you had those scenarios way back that an umpire is not neutral, but all umpires are neutral, despite where you come from.
And that's Chris Taylor there, the man with that decision. The one thing, of course, there's no background noise, so he would have heard if there was a definite edge at all.
Smith again bowls to Anderson. Anderson stylishly plays it. Pivots on one leg. And almost like a Gordon Greenidge when he plays his pull shots. Pivots on one leg and pulls it away for 4.
Yeah, typical West Indian style.
Yeah, such a flamboyant batsman is Anderson. And I was talking about the elections. Congratulations to the Guyana Cricket Board president.
All wrists again there, Kevlon Anderson. There's a misfield, and the strike throw comes in at the non-strikers end. He might have been a little bit tight there, Kevlon Anderson, but at the end the throw misses the stumps.
Bad cricket there from Jamaica. Good awareness between the batters, Nandu and Anderson. As soon as the ball was fumbled, he called for the first run and then got through. And the ball eventually missed the woodwork at the non-strikers. And even if he'd hit it, I don't think he would have been given out. Bisun Dayal Singh winning on a pose last Saturday at the Guyana Cricket Board elections. He's now got 4 years now to improve cricket in Guyana and see what he could do. He was talking about implementing school cricket along with the Minister of Education in Guyana. That would be great.
Nice push by Nandu. Wide mid off, and he'll scamper the single. You mentioned Kevlon Anderson as being a flamboyant player, but in addition to his flamboyant nature, there's a compactness about him that I like, Sean Devers. I mean, yes, we can clearly see from the couple of shots that he's played that he has those immaculate wrists that will pick the gap. But he has that compactness about him.
Yeah, very solid.
Center of gravity. And he's very, very balanced at the crease, I have to say as well. Even when he's beating the ball around.
That's a dangerous shot, looking to just run it down to third man. There's no third man, so if he'd got that, it would have been 4. But that was too close to him to play that shot and too early in his innings.
That's a little too cute as well from Kevlon Anderson.
So I also want to congratulate the Guyana's Director of Sport. He's the president of the Guyana Boxing Association. Guyana won the Caribbean Boxing Championships in St. Lucia. Trinidad bringing second, St. Lucia bringing third. And once again, Olympian Kevin Alicock won his 4th consecutive Caribbean gold medal. The championship this year returned after a 4-year absence.
Yeah, of course, Guyana doing quite well from an economic perspective, and hopefully it rolls on into the cricket.
Yeah, they had a lot of support from the government. The sporting teams now as the over comes to an end. 94 for 1 after 38 overs.
And what's the love for cricket like in Guyana? Is it? Of course, we know in the Caribbean now it's sort of simmering. It's not really boiling over, is it? Is it boiling over a little bit more in Guyana now?
Well, boiling over plenty, in especially the country areas. In Georgetown, it's got to compete with basketball, it's got to compete with football, athletics. But in the country areas, Berbice and Essequibo, those places, it's like a religion.
Where do you hail from?
I'm from Demerara,
Demerara.
Georgetown. But I actually played senior intercounty for Berbice.
Oh.
I used to do a TV program in Berbice, so I couldn't get down to play on Saturday in the morning. The game for Martino, that's my club in Georgetown, started at 9 o'clock. So I decided to play for a club called Bormine in Berbice, and that's how I ended up playing for both Demerara and Berbice in the senior intercounty tournament.
My. Sean Deaver is well loved across Guyana.
Lovely shot, but can't pierce the field. On the front foot, his confidence is going back now. He's getting more confident the long he bats, and that's good for a Nandu perspective.
I think the frustration would be that he's hitting the fielders with such accurate precision. But he just has to stay there again, but just bat time.
And there's a former national fast bowler, Colvin Court. Good delivery again, goes past the edge. And Ian Bishop figures that, well, Ian Bishop played for my club also in Guyana. And Ian Bishop figures that Colvin Court should have played Test cricket because he was a better bowler than him at the under 19 level.
Oh, wow.
And he just wasted it and he played a couple of first-class games for Guyana, but he played for all 3 counties.
I mean, every Caribbean nation is littered with great names. I mean, beautiful delivery. Still asking questions, Marquino Menley. Still knocking on Matthew Nandu's door. I mean, in my generation, obviously, I would have to say that Shivnarine Chandapol, despite the fact that I am Trinidadian, and despite the fact that I do appreciate that and admire Brian Lara, I would say that Shivnarine Chandapol would to me be arguably the greatest West Indian batsman simply because of the way that he went about his game, and he batted in a weaker team than Lara. And of course his never say die and his nickname of Tiger really epitomized, I think, what Test cricketers need to be and what Test cricketers need to have. I mean, if I had a team of 11 Janapols, or at least if the top order was Janapol, the top 5 or 6, I think I would be very, very happy.
Then you'd end in a draw. So
well, at least we wouldn't lose.
What is your impressions of Ramnaree Sarwan?
I always admired Ramnaree Sarwan. I think he was a very, very good batter. Good delivery again here from Nandu. But I think there are a couple of things at the end of the over, 94 for 1 after 39. Sauron was a little bit too impetuous. Of course, we all know about his issues with the hook shot. And then there was that situation where, of course, he was captain, and then he got injured. And then Chris Gayle took over the captaincy, and West Indies did fairly well. And then, I mean, Chris Gayle, I think, has mentioned about him and Sauron having a couple of words over the years. So I think after that, Sauron should have just started to play himself back into the side. Don't immediately assume I'm going to be captain again. And I think that sort of, I don't want to say tainted his legacy, but the brilliance that we know of Sauron
I remember
didn't go on for long enough. That's all I will say.
Remember the match in Antigua when West Indies were set 418?
Yes, I do, of course.
When Sarwan got 100,
Yeah.
Chandrapal got 100. And Chandrapal in that innings batted with a broken hand. So the biggest secret in international cricket.
Yeah.
Nobody knew that his hand was broken until he came out to bat.
Yeah, and again, that's what epitomized that tiger spirit. I always remember the incident with Sauron, it was knocked clean off. I think it was against Sri Lanka in an ODI, and then came back out and almost won the game for the West
In a
Indies.
World Cup.
The World Cup.
Yeah, he was knocked on the head.
Yeah, and he almost came back out and won it for the West Indies. And I think that was the Sauron that we wanted. Is that little fighter.
And remember the confrontation in Antigua with Glenn McGrath.
Well, my friend, I'm glad we don't have the tech. It's a good thing we don't have the technology then, or they didn't have the technology then. Because they'd have picked up a lot of wide delivery there from Odin Smith. Kevlin Anderson couldn't latch onto it as nicely as he would have liked. There's open acreage everywhere around the field once you get it past the inside circle here. Sean Devers.
Yeah, and back in the days in Test cricket, you didn't have sweepers on the boundary, so the batters could hit balls through the gap and for four. One day cricket started the defensive fielding positions.
Nice push there by Anderson, but the field at mid-on. That's the Jamaican skipper Marquino Minley gets across quite nicely.
But having said all that, I would still say overall the best batter Guyana ever produced was a guy called Rohin Babilal Kanai.
And I certainly remember that name. And I think he was such a great batter that Sunil Gavaskar named his son after him. Rohan
Yeah.
Gavaskar. But if you want to talk about most beautiful batsman, I don't think you can go any further than...
Roy Fredericks?
No.
Who?
Carl Llewellyn Hooper.
Beautiful, you said?
Beautiful.
Oh, I thought you said beatable.
Beatable? No,
that
no, no,
beat
no.
the ball in.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Carl Hooper was absolute poetry in motion.
Well, actually, he's my favorite batsman in the whole world.
Yeah.
And they said he underachieved. He's the first all-rounder to make 5,000 test runs, 100 catches, and 100 wickets in
Yeah.
test cricket. He did it in the one days, the same thing. And of course, first class, he did it also.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic all-rounder. His spin was completely underrated. And he really was a brilliant fielder, my goodness. Lovely punch there by Anderson, but still can't get it past backward point.
That's over.
I remember an ODI in the Queen's Park Oval when I was a young fellow. At the end of that over, 94 for 1 after 40 overs. Carl Hooper took Shane Warne, danced up the pitch from the Jerry Gomez and danced up the pitch, launched Shane Warne over the pavilion and crashed the Mercedes-Benz windshield. And when I tell you, Sean Devers, he did that as easy as you would be swatting off.
And he did that again at Boda when he hit the ball, that was against India, into the director of the Bank of Baroda, and into Mercedes-Benz, broke the windscreen, and he was given the car.
He was given the car,
Yeah.
my. But he did it so easily. It was like we were swatting, like you swatting away a fly. Jermaine Blackwood, it seems, is coming back into the attack, replacing his skipper, Marquino Mindley. Still persisting with pace here, Jamaica. Widest delivery to start, easily navigated by Nandu. He's on to 34. Kevlin Anderson has almost caught up with him, 26 off 61. Guyana Harpy Eagles moving along fairly well enough to 94 for 1 after 40 overs. A little bit too slow for Sean Devers, but that's the state of the game.
Not really too slow at this period. They've got to consolidate. They lost a wicket already, and that's how he bats. But I'm saying that he bats too slow in the first 10 overs. That was the rule to bring intensity and positivity to the run scoring at the first 10 overs, the openers.
We'll have to confirm that because I actually saw one of the commentators on our the commentary on our stream say that rule might be only applying to the Super 50 game. You'll have to confirm that.
No, it's also in the regional 4-day.
All right. Well, that's confirmed there by Mr. Sean Devers. Will be actually taking his leave after this over because Marlon Pinnock is chomping at the bit to come on. And Marlon and I will take you through to the first hour after tea. And then Sean and Marlon will come back together. Wide from Jermaine Blackwood. Itchingly close to Chris Taylor actually stretching out his arms and signaling wide. Do you think the Jamaicans are a little bit one-dimensional now here, Sean? They're not trying anything. They're not, because I like to see this in a field. I mean, you can see that in the Test cricket format when things aren't happening. You put a field up a little bit closer. That one came in a little bit, but Nando had it covered. I think that ends the over 94 for 1 after 41. Yeah, I'd like to see the Jamaican team try a little something. I'd like to see the think tank say, hey, maybe let's try Nando with a ball at the body. Let's, see if we can get him to pitch up something. A full delivery outside the off stump. Kevlin Anderson seems to like to drive and to cut. Tempt him with a full delivery outside the off stump. Let's see what's going on here.
And even your strength could be your weakness. If Kevin Anderson likes to drive, we feed him a couple balls, go wider and wider. But they're doing the same thing as you said. And that maybe happens because teams get defensive when a partnership is building. Any team would be getting a partnership. Even if you get 3 quick wickets, you could still get a partnership. You've got to accept that and fight.
Thank you very much for that, Sean Devers. Brilliant commentary as always. Brilliant insight. Showing his love for his home nation of Guyana. As the indubitable, undisputable, absolutely wonderful Marlon Pinnock resumes. As the big man O'Dean Smith resumes, so does Marlon Pinnock. 2 heavyweights in their own right. Good delivery by O'Dean. There's a little bit of swing there to start, I think, Marlon.
Good afternoon to our viewers who are watching. A no ball spotted by umpire Carl Tucker. But a late swing, as I mentioned. And I think this Scorpion team needs to break this partnership as soon as possible. But what we have seen, Kevlin Anderson looks very, very good at the wicket. Looks the part. And Matthew Nando just having some difficulties with Marquino mainly, who has been fantastic so far.
With there, misses out, I would think, but there's a little bit of extra bounce which you'd expect from O'Dean Smith. But Kevlin Anderson, he's trying a little bit too of these cheeky and cute shots a little bit too much. I understand that he wants to break the shackles. He's seen his partner Matthew Nando there, struggling a little bit. Maybe he just wants to break the shackles a little bit, but he has to be careful here, Kevlin Anderson. You don't want to throw away your hand. But it's a good pitch to bat on, I would think, now for the rest of the day.
Excellent wicket to bat on.
This one he gets a piece of it and he cuts it over backward point. That will run close to the ropes before it does indeed. No, it doesn't. Kevlin Anderson will have to come back. And it's stuck a little bit in the pitch. in the outfield there, but Kevlin Anderson got 2 for his troubles.
Not the most convincing shot by no stretch of imagination. Just got it over the head of that backward point fielder. Seemed to be Brad Barnes, but with enough for this time from Odin Smith. And 2 more runs to the impressive Kevlin Anderson, who goes up to 28, 64 deliveries. And Harpy Eagles 97 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, Brad Barnes are fairly tall fellows. He had to get it high enough to get it over his head. He's pushing at this one into the cover region, and he'll run a little bit of a single. I think his bat came a little bit slower on that delivery there. Odin Smith almost beating him for pace. He just jammed it down just in time.
Well, the intention was to hit the ball down to that mid-off area, and it hit the outer portion of the bat and goes out to that cover point region. Another run nonetheless, but I think based on what we have seen in the game from Captain Marquino Minley, he is giving it his all. First time captain in the Scorpions, but what we have seen is good, aggressive fast bowling from Marquino Minley.
In some cricket around the region after this delivery from Smith. Full delivery. He's searching for that end swing, I would say. Barbados women have completed their route of the Leeward Islands women after restricting the Leeward Islands women to 85 in St. Kitts, and that's of course in the CG United Super 50. Barbados women romped home at 87 for 1 in just under 18 overs, so they had much time to spare, so they won by 9 wickets. Meanwhile, the Barbados Pride are up against the combined campuses and colleges, who have progressed to 206 for 3 Marlon Pinnock. Taking a look at that scorecard there, Damel Evelyn not out on 103, so good knock from him. Kieran Powell, you know that name, he's not out on 44 as well. So the CCC definitely putting up a better fight this season compared to last year.
19 centuries scored so far in the tournament as well.
And that's good. That generally bodes well for West Indies cricket, because that's of course a very, very good thing. We want to see our batters making more runs.
And the over has come to an end. 42 completed and 98 for 1 the Harpy Eagles. With a look around, Jason Mohammed, 2 centuries, including a double century as well, and in 3 innings as well. That goes to show age is just a number. The consistency he has shown throughout the season so far has been outstanding. Craig Brathwaite for Barbados, he came back, he got a double century. And Jonathan Drakes, another excited young player who has been very, very impressive. I think he got 2 centuries as well.
Yeah, good stuff here. The West Indies Academy, they're at the bottom of the table, and I would like to see them move up, of course. But we all know the West Indies Academy is a developing team, so it's just all a learning curve for these young fellows. I certainly, of course, like the look of Johan Lane, and some of the other players there really have the potential. Joshua Bishop, for example, is another one to look out for. So certainly a lot of players are in and around the region putting their hand up, and that's what I like to see more than anything else. Jermaine Blackwood to continue the 43rd over. That's what I like to see. Credit to Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed has been a stalwart of regional cricket, and this season he's really, really shining. But it's good to see that younger players are coming up and they're putting their name up. O.J. Shield here, for example. You have the 2 Barnes brothers coming in, Tamari Redwood. You know, and it is not just the usual names of characters. Even John Campbell coming back in after his time out the game. Brandon King showing his interest in the red ball game.
John Campbell would have scored a century, I think, in the second game as well. And a big half century. And so too was Jermaine Blackwood scoring a century on the opening of the West Indies Championship in the first game, and then in the second inning scoring that 70 odd runs as well.
Nice try, beautiful shot by Kevlin Anderson, straight down the ground, as straight as you would like. 4 runs, and that brings up a delightful 100 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They move on to 102 for 1. just the loss of that 1 wicket. A beautiful shot here by Kevlon Anderson.
Over-pitch delivery from Jermaine Blackwood. Well, look at that for a shot. High elbows. And the control was brilliant. And the result is magnificent. He gets another boundary. As I mentioned, the 100 comes up in the most convincing form. In over number 43. And 1 wicket down for the Harpy Eagles. And Jermaine Blackwood not yet registering a wicket in his 6th over.
Flashed by Kevlon Anderson. He gets it past that field at backward point. Will it run into the ropes? It certainly does indeed. Back-to-back fours there from Kevlon Anderson. I'm not sure. We'll have to look at the replay. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. I think the fielder may have made a bit of a mess of that one, Penny.
Yes, Odin McCarthy at backward point. And I think this delivery was short. It was wide. It was begging to be hit. And Kevlon Anderson, in his form of his life, and the 50 partnership comes up with that boundary as well. 51 and from 141 deliveries.
And look at the contributions there. 37 from Kevlon Anderson. Just 12 from Matthew Nandu. But 250 partnerships in a row for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And that is a plus as well.
Oh, certainly. Those points tables, of course, Marlon Pinnock, as established by the Cricket West Indies to make this championship more interesting and more enticing. And it's good stuff here. But Kevlon Anderson, he's now outscored Matthew Nandu. But I don't think Matthew Nandu needs to concern himself with that. It's a good shot again by Anderson. Flicked nicely. He'll run very close to the ropes there at backward square leg, deep backward square leg. There was a contemplation of the third. Odin Smith came around. Then they're going to risk a throw from those shoulders. 108 for 1 after 43 overs. And it's actually the drinks break now. So we'll take a drinks break. And unfortunately, I think I mistimed the first session. So Mr. Devers will only have a 10 or 15 minute break before he comes in. And you and Sean will take us through for the next half an hour after this drinks break.
I think this is a fantastic batting display between Kevlon Anderson, 39, 71 deliveries. Matthew Nando spending some crucial time in the middle, 34 from 134 deliveries. But you look at his application. I think Marquino Minley had him in some difficulties earlier. But the good thing for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, he's still at the wicket and he's still in a second partnership that worth over 50 runs. And that's a plus for the Harpy Eagles. The defending champions and also the top of the standings in the competition for 2025 West Indies Championship. Run rate just over 2.5. But what is good for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they has 9 wickets in hand and setting up themselves, Mr. Diva, for a big total. Last season they came here at Sabina Park and I think they got up to some 400 and odd runs and 2 butters got a century in that game as well. I think the captain Imlak, he scored a century, and Savory got a century in that game last season. So the Scorpions will be mindful of that and be trying to get some quick wickets before the tea break interval.
I remember that game very well. Pomal got a 5-wicket haul.
You're absolutely correct.
So Guyana won that match and they eventually won the tournament. Guyana's been outstanding in this franchise tournament especially. We've got some good leaders that we were talking about, Leon Johnson, but in a country which produced Clive Lloyd and Roger Harper as excellent leaders, for him to win 5 tournaments in a row and then lose to Barbados and then come back and win again, that's tremendous from Leon Johnson.
Yeah, Leon Johnson passed on the battle to a Imlak, and what we have seen in regional cricket. His class and how he goes about his business, just how he approach his innings at times. I remember last year here at Sabina Park, he got a century and I think he got a hit on his hand.
Yeah.
He came back and how he displayed on the field of play. I was excited to see young Temini Imlak bat, and he's also a wicket keeper with great glove work as well.
Did a tremendous job behind the stumps in Pakistan also, and the 2 tests that he played. In that game, you rightly said he got hit. Then he still stayed in the team, but he allowed Savory to keep in the other matches. And he batted so well last year. And the year before, he also got 200s. And he's one of the hardest workers in Guyana's cricket, plays for the Demerara Cricket Club.
And based on his body language on and off the field of play, it shows the type of person he is. Very disciplined and very good about how he goes about his business. Now leading this Guyana Harpy Eagles team, and he's doing a fantastic job. In 2 years now, we'll want to say, after getting that opportunity. And it's good to see when players are individual and gets opportunity, they capitalize, and credit must be given to Imlak as well.
Yeah, well, he's still in the hutch, and so is Savory. And even Moti, who got 56 in that same game, he's still available to bat. He's also gotten a first-class 100.
Last season as well.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So Guyana's batting is very powerful.
And nothing from Kevin Sinclair as well.
Yeah.
I think he got his highest first-class score last season as well.
Yeah, 165.
There you go.
Yeah. And he got a tremendous innings in Australia. Many people overshadowed the role he played when he got that 68.
On debut.
Yeah.
There we go.
People
But this
remember
man-
the exploits of Shamar Joseph.
Indeed. And this man, O.J. Shields, started up and down in his first spell and came back and had a good second spell. And now he's back now for his third spell, his third stint. And of course, we'll be bowling to Matthew Nando.
Wayward delivery outside the line of the off stump. First delivery in a new spell. Shields, who has the honor of playing for 2 teams in 1 tournament.
What do you reckon of that? You're playing in the same competition and you're playing for 2 different teams.
Well, it's the developmental program for the CWI. I don't really disagree with it or too disappointed with it. It's our players, and that's why the franchise system was made, to get players who can't make their team into another team. So I don't have any problems with that. He can play for 3 teams if he wants to get more matches.
Indeed. Once the fitness is up to par.
Yeah.
We look around. Leg spinner Abijay Mansing,
Yeah.
who plays for Jamaica, I think last season,
Yeah.
and now been playing now for the combined college on campus.
Yeah.
All because of Redwood, who is doing a magnificent job for the Scorpions at the age of 19. Just the game of cricket. Young blood.
And so you get 2 players now doing the same thing, playing together in the same tournament. If he was playing for Jamaica, then Redwood would not have been able to play. So now he goes to CCC and Redwood plays for Jamaica. So both of them are playing in the same tournament.
Both getting the opportunity as well to represent and to select themselves as well for bigger heights. For a test team, and we know West Indies cricket, not a lot of leg spinners. I think the last one was Aiden Walsh Jr.
Yeah. Changes attack, going around the wicket.
I think the last game O.J. Shields plays in round 2 against this same Guyana team. I think he picked up 4 for 86. But nothing today to write home about O.J. Shields. And I think Captain Markina Minley desperate for a breakthrough. And this partnership over 50, and the partnership before was over 50. So both partnerships so far for the Harpy Eagles have produced fruits.
And in that game, Guyana beat CCC by 8 wickets. And didn't get any wickets in the second innings. That's a good delivery though. Came back into the left-hander. Made a little bit of height. But good technique shown there by Nandu.
Excellent delivery. This one came back with the arm. And good pace, good carry as well. Through to wicketkeeper Aldine Thomas. Another player who is very, very good when it comes down to the glove work aspect. Nothing to write home about when it comes down to his batting ability. And just has that one century for Jamaica. And it was against Guyana as well, back in 2022.
Ball heading down the leg side with the angle.
Over.
Mostly the appeal by the bowler. And the over is completed. Let's look at it back on the replay. What do you think?
Clearly going down the leg side. High as well. An easy decision of umpire called Tucker. And both umpires, Mark, you're doing an outstanding job so far. Credit to the Scorpion bowlers. They have fought hard, but just excellent batting display from the Harpy Eagles. And credit to Nando and Kevlin Anderson. But disappointment for Tijara and Shanda Paul. Looked well. And then he was legged before by Odin Smith for 32. But since then, it's all the Harpy Eagles show.
This pair joined forces when Chandra Paul was dismissed at 55 for 1. So this is another half-century partnership. But they've got to build and get hundreds. The conversion rate of the top order, the two openers especially, they're getting good starts, but they're not getting hundreds. Chandra Paul and Nandu. Nandu has the opportunity here to get a big 100.
Well, both batters in the middle, well set. Have an opportunity to get that 3-figure mark. This man with ball in hand, Brad Barnes, would be thinking different ideas. I think he picked up 6 against Barbados. Well, since then, nothing big from Barnes. I think he got an half-century as well, but good all-around player.
Anderson, who's got 2 hundreds and 2 50s at this level. Forward he comes, and the total kept on 108 for 1. Anderson, 24 years old. Bowls useful medium pace also, and I think he got a 5-wicket haul in during his career with his medium pace, innoxious medium pace, as one would say.
I think he's another player who has played at the West Indies under-19 World Cup as well.
Yeah.
Well, both players in the middle.
Yeah, both of them played in separate years, of course, because Nandu is 21. Turned into the onside, and those onside shots combined with the cover drive makes him a fully complete batsman and so elegant to watch.
Indeed. Class on show from Kevlin Anderson. Look at this shot from him. Just the wrist.
Yeah.
And access the onside. And when the ball is full outside the off stump, he just caressed it.
Nice shot again, but well fielded at backward point. Too short and too wide, allowed him to cut. At the end of the over, it's 109 for 1.
I think Matthew Nando missed out on a freebie there. It was short, it was wide, and it was begging to be hit. And just got it to that fielder at backward point. Young Tomari Redwood. But not a bad over. Just a run came from it from Brad Barnes. And 109 for 1.
Nandu has 100, which he got on debut, and 2 half-centuries in 16 matches. So he's gotten into the 40s, 30s, he's done all the hard work, and then he gets out.
And so too was Tijner and Shandapal earlier. Batted extremely well up top. Batted out the first half an hour, the first hour, and then just about 35 minutes before lunch, Got leg before. He was disappointed, and why not? On a juicy Sabina Park batting strip.
And people would say his father took a long time to get his first 100, but he got 50s.
And consistently.
Yeah. So Shields continues from the commentary box end. Sun still brightly shining with us. That's a loose shot again by Anderson. It's going to give him 4 runs though. They call that a French cut.
It is a French cut.
Why do they call that a French cut?
Excellent question. Well, look at this. Playing away from his body and inner portion of the bat. And wicketkeeper Aldine Thomas stood no chance. But a boundary nonetheless, a precious one.
Yes, and he moves to 4-4.
And he will gracefully accept as well.
Yeah. And they say that's a shot in the dark, even if the floodlights is fully on.
Indeed.
I wonder how they get so many funny sayings in cricket. Silly mid off. You have to be silly to feel there though. That's maybe why they named it silly mid off.
I remember early on in my cricket career, feeling that silly mid off and got a hit on my face. Oh my word. Very silly place to feel.
That's a good thing you're here talking to the people.
Indeed. Good delivery from Shields this time around. That's the area.
All ended well.
That's the area you'd want to see O.J. Shields bowl. But this morning into the afternoon, up and down so far. But what we have seen, that last delivery, what a good delivery.
Got 4 wickets in the previous match in the same tournament against Guyana. He's now got none for 19. He's in his 8th over. Can he break the partnership? Jamaica would love that. That's short. And again, Anderson looks to cut. Expansive shot. Goes over the bat taken by the keeper.
And then again, you look at that shot from Kevlin Anderson. And the back foot. Not going anywhere. He just plant his foot and look to use his hands rather than transfer the weight over to the ball and get more access. But it's a touch player and nothing from him. But I think he needs to work on that cut shot as well.
There was one Christopher Henry Gale really moved his foot and still got hundreds in 2020 Test cricket and ODI. He's the only one of 3 players to get 2 triple centuries in Test cricket.
Not a normal player. We call him a universe boss.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why he's the boss.
Himself, Sewag, well, he was the 4th, because Brian Lara did it too. Sewag and Sir Donald Bradman got.
You look at the names they make mention of.
Yeah.
Class players. Great
Oh,
players.
dear, that's a good delivery. Well played in the end though. Rocked away, leaned back. And that's how he plays short bowling. He doesn't duck. While Nandu would duck, he would sway away. And drop the gloves.
Well, he played it well on this occasion. It was a good delivery from O.J. Shields. But his hands was dropped. And that's the correct way of playing short pitch deliveries.
Yeah.
You don't want to flirt with your glove or your bat. And the ball is balloon in the air.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're out caught for 44 after looking so good at the wicket. Credit to Kevlin Anderson.
Yeah, he's on 44, 6 away from what would be his 3rd half century at this level. And this is a ball that's on the line of the middle stump, just back of a length, and he easily played it into the onside. It was the easiest thing in the world. And on Ash Wednesday here, Guyana looking very good.
Yes, Ash Wednesday here in Jamaica. A beach day, a family day as well. And glorious condition for cricket. And of course, we are enjoying the cricket here in the commentary box as well.
Yeah, the first beach I ever went in Jamaica was Hellshore Beach. Does that still exist?
Yes, indeed, that's a throw
Yeah, just
stone
away
away from here.
of the West
Palisades
Indies.
and beyond.
Yeah, we stayed at the West Indies, University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and we would get away and go to Spanish Town and get into town.
Elisha Beach, that's in Portmore.
Yeah,
A lovely beach. A beach where you can bring your family, your friends, and even your loved ones.
yeah. So Barnes back into the attack, hoping for success.
Really, definitely hoping for success. Haven't have any success yet so far. In over number 7 for him. And none for 15.
And he's had 2 left-handers to bowl at. Anderson, the first right-hander. That's short and a tumbling save, but the backward point position was the opportunity for the batters to run through for 1. So rotation in the strike again, and that's another good aspect of this partnership. 113 for 1.
Credit to that fielder at backward point. Young Tamar Redwood, I think he saved 3 runs. It was a short delivery. Matthew Nando cracked it very, very well. But he dived around, got on onto it, and saved 3 runs.
Too quick, too short. And most of the spinners in modern day 4-day cricket bowl too fast. Because maybe the advent of 2020 cricket, you need to be tight. You don't need to be penetrative. 4 overs for 10 runs would be good. But if you get 50 overs for 50 runs and you don't get a wicket in a 4-day match, you got to get bowler decide 2 times to win a match. That's short. And bad ball again. Slashed away through the covers. And it's going to go a long way to the boundary. The fielder wins the battle. And the batters come back for 2. So 2 consecutive bad deliveries. 1 to the left-hander. Now 1 to Anderson.
A compact looking Kevlin Anderson at the wicket so far. And nobody short in a catching position for him as well. So only a slip and no forward short leg, and the over has come to an end. The 47 completed. 1-1 should be 1-1-6 for loss of 1.
Yeah, 1-1-6, and Anderson has gone to 46, and Nandu is on 35. Those are Gollins there.
Yes, an excellent work by the cameraman as well. Credit to him.
Huge vegetation in Jamaica, and that might be in Kingston.
And Jamaica is a beautiful country.
Yeah,
A lot of beaches, rivers, you name it.
Ochurious Falls.
Oh my word, there you go. Lovely blue skies as well.
Yeah, and I went to the Dolphin Cave.
That's in St. Anne, Ocherias.
Yeah.
There you go.
Played with the Dolphins. And I went to Reggaeton Splash.
Oh my word, there you go, more to it.
Yeah, I went there like 4 o'clock the afternoon, finished till the next morning.
As I say, he's ready again.
That's a good delivery, but deliberately getting out of the way. Didn't play a shot. Nandu has this strange way of when he leaves alone, he ends up with his back turns towards the bowler.
What is good, Matthew Nando, spending time at the wicket. And in each partnership that has gone over 50 is contributed. He's in 2 partnerships so far, and both partnerships over 50. Credit to him.
Yeah,
The batters batting around. And Kevlin Anderson outstanding so far. 46 from 80. 6. This one is pulled out to that long region. A desperate dive, but in vain. And he gets a boundary. A poor delivery from Shields. Short down the leg side. And all Kevlin Anderson had to do was get it to the right of that fine leg fielder. And he gets a welcome boundary as well.
Nandu, that would do his good. His confidence, the world of good. That boundary from Nandu.
Indeed. Sometimes we haven't seen a boundary from him.
Yeah.
But this was well executed He didn't try to overhit it. And he just picked the gap perfectly well. And Matthew Nando gets a boundary.
And sometimes all you want to feel the pattern ball when you're in your innings, and that just revives your knock and you run the go again.
And the immediate next delivery is solid as a rock. And that shows the confidence of that shot. What a shot can do for you.
Yeah. One shot can bring you back into form.
And here you go. He's up to 39 from 146 deliveries.
But that's immaterial now. If you can bat and get a big score, preferably 100. Loose shot again, flirting with danger.
It was a loose shot. It is really a loose shot. A very, very short delivery. Very high. And he was looking to rather hit that ball over that backward point region.
Maybe notice there was no third man, no backward point on the boundary. And wanted to try that shot. But he's just on 39. He's done all the hard work. Why would you want to play a fancy shot and give your wicket away? Just bat. Good delivery again on top of it. Plays it out towards point. And there is no run. So Nandu is on 39 from 148 balls. Anderson, contrasting innings, he's on 46 from 86 balls. That's the way he bats. That's the way Nandu bats.
65 runs partnership from 172 deliveries.
And that's the most important thing from a Guyana point of view, the partnership. One played a supporting role. Anderson plays the aggressive role.
This time he's solid as a rock to complete over number 48. And the Harpy Eagles spread up to 120 for one. There's some clouds. Mr. Sean, not close to us, not threatening Sabina Park.
Well, I take your word for it, because you live here. So that's not a big problem, the clouds.
Not at all.
Okay. So we still see some blue in the sky. We've had glorious sunshine all day so far. But somewhere I saw that there was, the forecast said there was rain either today or tomorrow in Kingston. Barnes, the off spinner, continues. And that's played into the onside by Anderson, who is 4 away from his third first-class century. He's got 50.
Century.
Yeah, he's got 200 also added to that.
Very, very easy in the eye.
Yeah.
And so far, Kevlin Anderson, unbothered so far.
If you
No one in a catching position except for a slip in German. Blackwood, how easy it is for Anderson. I think Marquino Minley need to think about it. And Kevlin Anderson need to put him under some pressure. Need to attack.
That's a better delivery, but still slightly short. You need to bring the batsman forward to drive. Bowl it outside the off stump, depending on how big you're turning the ball.
Can't allowing these batters to be relaxed. The more they are relaxed, the more partnership will be building. And this will be very, very difficult for the Scorpions.
That's a full toss, clipped away. Too easy. Single down to the long on position. No pressure on the batsman.
Too easy. As easy as a Sunday morning. But of course, it's a Wednesday afternoon, Ash Wednesday, here in Jamaica.
Yeah, happy Ash Wednesday to everyone who's involved with Ash Wednesday. I know Guyana, Trinidad, Barbados. Most of the Caribbean countries celebrate Ash Wednesday. It's really a religious festival for the Christians when you go to church and they give you ash. So 121 for 1, and 49 overs completed. So Guyana large in charge in Jamaica's backyard.
Indeed. And credit to the Harpy Eagles batters. They have been batting in partnership so far. The only wicket to fall was Tijner and Shonda Paul. He went for 32. But since then, Kevlin Anderson.
Is that your house?
Not at all.
Oh.
At a beautiful place of Kingston, Jamaica. And on the hills of Jamaica. And credit again to the camera man. He's doing an outstanding job.
Good afternoon to Susan Broadbore and Georgie, my 2 friends here, Mandy. This is a back of the lane delivery again, and no problems for Anderson.
Look on the approach of Kevlin Anderson. Very, very easy in the eye. As if he's batting some 2 weeks now. Just the look in the middle. And this is what you want to see. Players stamping their class in the middle. And so far, so good for Kevlin Anderson. Eyeing up a 3rd first class half century.
That's not total control, but it ended up where he wanted it. Not as fine as he wanted it though, but a boundary is a boundary. And that boundary brings up his half century.
A 3rd half century in first class cricket.
Yeah, 5 fours and a 6.
For the impressive Kevlin Anderson with an offer, this time from O.J. Shields. As I mentioned, not where he intended, but maximum result, a boundary, and brings up his 3rd first class half century.
Yes, he's gone now to 51, 5 fours and a 6 from 93 balls. That's a very good innings from Anderson, and this is his 2nd half century for this season, in addition to his 100. Got 5 not out when Guyana beat CCC by 8 wickets in the 2nd innings. And all those little not outs add up to your average.
And based on what we have seen on show today from him, he's clearly eyeing up another first class century.
When he gets to do this score, he usually goes on to get a big half century or even 100.
You could see that the Harpy Eagles, once they won the toss, they wanted to bat. They came here with that purpose as well.
Good delivery, good leave.
And good judgment as well from Kevlin Anderson. He's seeing the cricket ball as big as a breadfruit now.
There was some hockey news for Guyanese fans. The 2025 Pan Am Junior Hockey Festival is set for March 8th to 16th in Barbados. The Guyana hockey team, President Philip Fernandez, he's also the coach of the girls team. They leave Guyana 2 days before that tournament begins. So they're leaving Guyana anytime around now to go to Barbados.
Kevlin Anderson and Matthew Nando partnership, 70 runs, 184 deliveries. But the application is very, very good. And if you're a Guyana fan, back home or even in Jamaica, what you have seen on show today, I guarantee you will appreciate.
Nice shot again, wristy shot, Asian-like. Down to the boundary. It's a valiant attempt for the fielder to pull it back, but in the end he does. Good work in the end, showing good commitment there and saving a single.
That's Odin McCarthy, and in that field in his team, he's hurt his left shoulder. Good feeling, excellent feeling. And Andrew Chang is right beside me. and wearing to go again. Enjoy doing commentary with you. So I guess what? He'll be joining in another few seconds.
Yes, Andrew is a wealth of knowledge. He knows everything about everything. And he's got his shades. Looking like a star boy in the Indian movie, Shah Rukh Khan.
I'm just trying to keep cool in the presence of the greatness of Sean Davis and Marlon Pinnock. That's all, that's all. Your
And
brilliant glow, sir. And how did you enjoy your stint at Marlon Pinnock?
very
Did he
good.
keep you on the back foot, or did you allow you to get on the
No,
front
I
foot?
got 1 or 2 leaves.
Yeah, 1 or 2 leaves, 1 or 2 leaves. Just outside the off stump.
No, on the off stump. but
On the
box.
off stump, my goodness.
I left it on box.
Yes. And I don't think, I'm not sure how good Marlon Pinnock is at bowling, because I know he's very good behind the stumps and in front of the stumps, but delivering to the stumps. Little question here. Odin McCarthy is still getting treatment off the field.
Yeah, the
So this
physio
might
is
be a
with him.
serious injury here.
Hope not.
Yeah, he's looked in some serious discomfort there. Let's pull up the replay again, Jason Bassard. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Bassard. And you can see how awkwardly he did fall.
Yeah, he fell on his left shoulder. And good intent, good positive feeling. And saved the boundary. And then he fell on his left shoulder.
And he has remained off the field as well. I think he'll be going to get some treatment. Givor Royal will be replacing him as the substitute fielder. 50 for Kevlin Anderson. I know you applauded lustily inside the commentary booth. It was a lovely little knock here from him, and he has to continue, of course.
Barnes needs to toss the ball a little slower. Get the ball to turn and grip. Lovely shot down the ground, and it's gone 1 bounce into the boundary. Deliberate shot up and under. Saw the man was at mid-off and nobody on the long off boundary. Played the shot, great confidence, and he's gone now to 55, 58 with that shot. 99 balls, 132 for 1. Great shot again from Kevlin Anderson.
And then you see that flamboyance that Sean Davis mentioned a little bit earlier today. Wonderful follow through. Absolutely clean as a whistle. And what I liked about it as well, Sean, is that it was straight. It was dead straight. What he does here.
Nice on drive down towards the long on position. So he follows up a boundary with a nice check shot.
And there's an overthrow, and that could run into the ropes. No, it doesn't. It stopped just outside the circle, and they pick up an extra run there. A little bit sloppy here from the Jamaica Scorpions.
As the partnership builds, the fielding side will be frustrated, but they can't be showing their frustration fielding like that. That's the time when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So you've got to back up every single run. Don't allow overthrows. Those are free runs.
Came together at 55 for 1, and that was midway through the first session. I think it was just after an hour's play. I think about an hour and a half in. And since then, they put on a very good score. That moves on to 135. I can't do the maths that quickly. 45 plus 35, that's 70 runs. No, 80 runs. Yeah, 80 run partnership so far.
Barnes to bowl to the left-hander. Most off spinners relish bowling to left-handers, but he bowls this one on the leg side and picked away for a single by Nandu. So the runs coming easier and easier. And Barnes, who had a 7-wicket haul, a 6-wicket haul against Barbados, looking easy.
Yeah, you have to admire the application of Matthew Nandu. His innings hasn't been the greatest, and I'm sure he would admit that to you as well. But the application is there, and he is still in the middle at the end of the 51st, 136 for 1. He started the innings with Tej and Ryan Chandler. They put on a 50-run partnership. Again, he was the slowest scorer because Tej got 32, and that partnership only contributed 55. So Nandu is again being outscored here by Kevlon Anderson. But the important thing is that he is still there and he is creeping closer to his landmark because he's now moved on to 40.
Yeah, he's got 250s also. This will be his third if he gets it, 10 away. And he's gotten, as I said, his 100 on debut. 100 he's got. But he's looked good. Every time he bats, he looks good. But then he just gets out. Does all the hard work.
Well, it seems to be a perennial problem with West Indies cricketers. The Jamaicans have their own with that fellow Kirk McKenzie. Because Kirk McKenzie always looks comfortable, always looks solid at the crease, and then contrives to get himself out.
I'm looking forward to seeing him bat in this innings. Maybe if he does well in this series, get a place back in the West Indies team. We saw Mikel Louis on the back of a big tournament last year in which he got back-to-back hundreds against Guyana and got to force his way into the West Indies team. Looked slightly out of sorts against the spin. I remember a slug, but he ran down the track and pelted a swipe.
Well, I was now going to say, I believe he was one of those players that went on that spin camp to India as organized by Cricket West Indies. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes on Permal and Moti. Tamari Redwood into the attack. Matthew Nandu deep into his crease and just turns that into the leg side, just behind square for a single. And he's decided to go helmetless here, Matthew Nandu.
Because he's anticipating spin from both ends. Barnes, the off spinner, and now Redwood, leg spinner, introduced.
Down the leg side, well stopped by Aldain. A little bit of a loosener there from Tamari Redwood.
Anderson still with his green Guyana helmet. But even if you're batting spin, especially if you sweep and you get a top edge, the visor is more important than the helmet because you could get your nose broken.
Indeed.
That's a nice shot. Pitched up, driving with the turn.
But it's, I mean, it's that's up in the air. It's a bit of a top edge. Did he get enough on that? We'll run down to the ropes for, wait for the umpire signal, and it actually gets all the way for 6. I thought he actually miscued that.
That was nonchalant, effortless.
Yeah.
Just pushed it over the boundary for 6. Almost a Carl
it
Hooper
really
like.
was. That you're very, very accurate there, because I actually thought the way how easily he played that, I thought it was just a top edge, or a thick top edge.
So let's look at this next delivery. It's flat and short and outside the leg stump. Most times in 4-day cricket I'm speaking about, when you get hit for a 6, you bowl the ball just like that, but pull it back a little bit and tempt the batsman to go and repeat the shot.
Young Redwood is a young fellow and is just learning, just 19 years of age. And it'll be a good lesson to bowl here against Kevlon Anderson, who's in fine fettle. 67, he's moved on to 143 for 1. They're marching on quite quickly in this middle session, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And these are two of the better batsmen in the team against spin bowling. Of course, there's Imlak, who can also play spin, and Savory. Small crowd beginning to gather after lunch.
I was impressed with OJ Shields in his second stint. He bowled, well, we know he has that pace, but he really asked a good couple of questions of Matthew Nandu. And I think that might actually been his third stint. I think he had a short one in between. Brad Barnes to continue.
That's a better delivery. It bounced and it turned. And the ball, as the ball gets older, it's going to grip a bit more. But he's not, from what I've seen, this is the first time I've seen him bowl, he's not a prodigious turner of the ball.
Oh, John!
Yeah, certainly not, but he certainly uses his height very well.
I still think the best off spinner in the Caribbean is Raheem Cornwall. But because of his weight problem, Sometimes he's overlooked.
That's
And
a
that's
lovely
a
pleasant
glorious
drive.
shot.
Yeah.
And he'll get a double. So this part of the outfield seems still a little slower than the other side. But that was a good shot,
Yeah.
though.
I agree with you on Raheem Cornwall. And I understand concerns about his weight problem. But personally, I don't think it has hampered him because
No.
in the game that he has been given a chance as a test cricketer, because of course Raheem Cornwall has played test cricket,
Yes.
he has performed admirably,
You going,
really,
Jam?
really admirably.
And he can also give the ball a whack.
Yeah. Just because he doesn't fit the body type of what a fit cricketer
And
is.
he's a very good slip catcher.
He is brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant slip catcher. A very, very good low order batter, which I think his batting has fell off a little bit. Because I think he's quite capable. I think he has a first class century.
Nice
But
shot
of course he has
again.
a fifth day at test level, so
Yeah.
I mean he's no slouch at the bat at all.
So another over is concluded. 53 gone. 145 for 1. With this partnership between Anderson and Nandu progressing quite nicely. Might be a sign of concern now for the Jamaicans. Lovely country, island, Jamaica. The largest Caribbean island apart from Cuba.
Largest of the English speaking for
Yeah.
sure.
And the largest city in the Caribbean, including Spanish speaking, Portuguese. I don't know which country speaks Portuguese in the Caribbean. I know for sure Panama speaks exclusively Spanish. Had a hard time there when I went.
And then of course that typical Jamaican patois, which is a whole language all to itself. But of course all our islands have our patois.
In Guyana, you call that Creolese. Turned into the onside
Yeah.
as Redwood bowls on the line of the leg stump. And Anderson gets another run. 67. 68 is Anderson, 42 is Nandu.
Yeah, and of course in numerous little battles that we may have. I mean, this one is beaten to a pulp, but chicken curry versus curry chicken.
Yeah, well, every day, whenever I come Jamaica, it's one day goat curry, the other day curry goat.
Well,
But today I didn't. Today I had chicken, and I still haven't finished eating my chicken.
oh, lovely. They have something in Jamaica that I do like. It's called Barbie fried chicken, where they fry the chicken and then they dunk it in a barbecue sauce, which I think is quite lovely.
There's jerk chicken.
You really get the best of both worlds with that one. Have to look out for that one. Tamari Redwood into Nandu. Two youngsters up against each other.
Yeah, 19 versus 21. And the best parties in the whole Caribbean is parties, Jamaica parties.
Well, of course, that's without a question.
That's short, backing away, giving himself room, but can't pierce the field, straight to the man at backward point. Nandu 8 away from what would be a well-deserved half century.
Yeah, he certainly has fought hard for that half century. And he's fought hard to get where he is right now. Back and a little dangerously there. That one kept a little bit low, I would say there. Trajectory not a bad one from Tamari Redwood. And it's actually a point that I meant to bring up. Both of these batters seem content to play off the back foot, and I think the Jamaicans have missed a trick by
Yeah.
letting them play off the back foot a lot of the time.
This one is on the front foot and drives nicely.
And as I say that, Nandu comes on the front foot and drives. But particularly with the pace bowlers, I think they just allow them to play on the back foot. Kevlin Anderson at the end of the over, 147 for 1 after 54. Kevlin Anderson, OJ Shields in that third session or his third stint was coming on really, really nicely, getting the ball to bounce. And he pushed Nandu back with a good few bouncers. But then he didn't follow up with that Yorker, that full length delivery to entice the drive, to get him to come forward. Because it's going to be tentative from both Nandu and Anderson.
And we saw even Anderson looked uncomfortable when the bowler bowled short and he tried
Just
to
a
cut
twitch, Brad.
over
Just
third
a
man.
twitch.
It was too close
You
to
don't want
him.
to rip it, just a twitch. Catch him, Brad.
Quick delivery.
Keep going, Janks. Keep going, Janks.
Flat trajectory. I love to see the
Just a
spinners
twitch. Just enough to get
flight
that
the
outside
ball.
edge.
You don't have to flight every ball, but that's your stock ball. They flight it off break.
Hey, oh, yeah,
And then
oh,
you
yeah,
could
yeah.
try variations, the arm ball, the
Keep going,
flipper.
Janks.
Bring the batsman in front.
Well, that's one of the beauty of spin, because you throw the ball up over the batsman's eyes,
Yeah.
and the eyes light up.
Catch him.
Too short
Centurion.
and didn't really make use of that fully.
Hey, you.
Hit it down to backward point. In the end, still got a single. So Nandu goes now to 43, and the total is 147 for one.
That single was a little bit more, a little tighter than you would have thought, because Tamari Redwood actually got across the ground very quickly, and the throw is right alongside the stump. So Kelvin Anderson is quick in between the wickets.
And he seems to be quite a good fielder, Redsmond.
Yeah, he does.
Redwood.
But that's it. I think that's the natural athleticism of the Jamaican people.
A land of pace. And from the sprinters, they are
Oh.
fast.
Well, I mean, yes, of course, the sprinters, but I mean, even within the cricketing dynamic, you look at Michael Holden, who was probably the easiest runner in the world. They said he could have run on snow and not leave a footprint.
Yeah.
He got his nickname because
Whispering
the
death.
umpires couldn't come. The umpires couldn't hear him come into the crease.
Land which has produced a lot of quality fast bowlers. Courtney Walsh. Franklin Rose, I thought he would have been great.
Yeah, Franklin Rose. Yeah.
When he and Ryan King from Guyana teamed up.
Jimmy Adams is a brilliant athletic fielder, as is Fabian Allen, probably one of the more electric fielders in the game today. End of the over. 149 for one. One away from 150. Shots of Kingston in the background there. Vibrant city. Sean Devers, he's been here. He's been through every block and alleyway. He said he's going to carry Jason Passard for some proper jerk on Friday.
I'll take him to Emancipation Park.
Oh,
That's
yes.
opposite the Pegasus,
Yeah.
the Jamaica Pegasus, where there's a controversial statue there. The holy people, the religious people
Yeah.
don't like it. But it's a depiction of history.
It is indeed.
Short
Back
ball,
into
too
his
short,
crease.
and pulled away and down to the boundary for another 4. So Anderson is scoring rapidly, and the boundaries are coming fast and furious. Short and pulled away. But that was a bad ball, almost a long hop.
That was a half tracker. If there ever was a half tracker.
You will find leg spinners harder to control the ball.
Control,
That's
yeah.
the hardest art form of bowling.
Yeah.
And you would find that they bowl a few full tosses, a few long hops.
I mean, we have had discussions about your compatriot Devendra Bishop, who I thought was a brilliant leg spinner.
Yeah, 100 wickets to his name. Over 100 test wickets.
Yeah.
Along.
But it did a real damage on his fingers, if I remember correctly. Always had strapping on his fingers, because that's the tool of a finger spinner. As we see a look at the old school scoreboard here at Sabina Park.
Well, that's part of history, the scoreboard. Even if you've got electronic scoreboard, which they've got, they're not using it in this match. There should be an old antique scoreboard.
Yeah, gotta love the old school.
Most of the new grounds are so modernized that even the old scoreboard, the wooden scoreboard, is gone.
Yeah. But I mean, you've been to Trinidad, and I'm sure you've been to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and of course Queens Park Oval. But I still don't think that the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has that personality of the Queen's Park Oval. You look at how it's built.
I shot down to the boundary. No, it wouldn't get to
Just
the
gets it
boundary.
past that third man. Will it run into the ropes now? It just about trickles in. And that is a 4 for Matthew Nanu to take him up to 48. Let's opening up the face a little bit of wit on that one to use as well. That's a 100 partnership as well. Brilliant shot by Nandu.
Yeah, pitched up wide and slashed it square. I thought that fielder did enough to prevent the ball from going to the boundary, but it had so much pace on it. Ricocheted from his grip and still went to the boundary for 4. So 158 now for 1. Guyana continue to press on.
Yeah, coming back to my point about the Queen's Park Oval, the way it's designed after this delivery is that it almost keeps the noise inside the Queen's Park Oval. As it feels like it's enclosed, it feels like you're on top of the cricketers here. In Sabine, it feels imperious. Sabine Park has a different feel. You're looking at it from high angles. You're looking at it from all these different angles and viewpoints. And so there's a sense of enormity about it. 158 for 1 after 56. While in Queen's Park, it feels like you're on top of the players. And it had to do with, of course, with that old cycle track that was at the Queen's Park.
I'm going to tell you about the old cycle track.
I'm sure you had some fun on that cycle track as well, Sean Devers.
No, I never I played at the Queen's Park Oval or I did commentary. So I was never really on the cycling track. But some of my friends had a rollicking time. That's on the line of the leg stump and turning away. We check and see if they had bat onto that. No, he didn't even play a shot. So the umpire signals dead ball. And if you run 3, the umpire has to wait until you complete to say no run.
John, look about the panic, man.
You winded yourself for no reason.
Yes, I had a lot of fun watching people waving flags, West Indies flags, Guyana flags, Trinidad flags, depending who played there at the Queen's Park Oval. But when the Arima cycling drone was built, that they broke down the...
But we actually have a parallel that we could talk to and you'd be quite familiar with, which is the old border ground. And then the new stadium at Providence. There's a hesitation there. They come for the single eventually, and they make it in. G4 Royal, I think it is, getting the throw in. A little bit of a stop and go there, but they eventually made it in the end.
Yeah, well, border is the iconic, famous, historic border. Actually, the first test match, West Indies one, was in 1930 when they beat England there. They played in Trinidad, the second test. They played in Barbados. That's why they call it the Mecca, the first test. And the third test, on the line of the leg stump, going down the leg side with a raucous appeal, no support from much of the other fielders, and the umpire says no. That ground has a lot of history.
But is it similar to the Queen's Park Oval and the Brian Lara Academy that the Providence doesn't have that personality or
No,
makes it that
most of the new venues are, the boundaries are too far from the, and that's the ICC regulation. It's got to be further away. You've got to get at least 4 feet between the boundary and the ropes. So, and plus they're out of town. And that's the problem with the Brian Lara especially. You don't have public transportation going there. So if you're traveling, as Trinidadians say, then you gotta stop on the highway, go through a gap in the fence, which is illegal, and you get there.
That's the end of the 57th over. At the end of 57, it's 175 for 1. Let's have a look at the replay on this last little single here that they push. Well played by Nandu, but again, he's comfortable on that back foot. I want those spinners to get him coming out onto the front foot. And then have that player extra cover. Just come in a little bit.
Yeah, too much back foot. The spinners are not bowling full enough. You've got to make the batsman come forward.
To his credit, he's just one away from a well-deserved 50. He's fought really, really hard. And he'll be certainly hoping to get it in this over. We have just about 2 minutes before the tea interval. Might be the last over before tea. Goes into his crease and that's down the leg side, and he had an almighty heave at that one, Sean Devers.
Yeah, and
you're
that-
shaking your head
And
in
that
exasperation.
kept a bit low, so you got to be careful with your horizontal bats. Well, the wicket is not consistently keeping low. That was a rare ball that kept low, but you've got to be careful when you play those horizontal bat shots.
That's a safe push down to long on, and that will be his 50 for Matthew Nandu. He fought really, really hard. He acknowledges it immediately, and I'm sure the Guyanese dugout is absolutely delighted at what they're seeing here.
Yes, his third half century from 50 balls. No, from 100 and how many balls? We saw it on the screen just now. And this is the replay we're seeing. Easy push into the onside. His third half century from 117 balls. So a long vigil.
Swept nicely by Kevlin Anderson. He gets it fine enough, and that runs into the rope for 4. Beautiful shot by Kevlin Anderson. The ground staff will have some fun in retrieving that ball for the player. There was a wayward delivery again from Tamari Edward. And Anderson in the form he is in, he is not going to miss out at all. He marches on. Absolutely brilliant innings so far.
And that's one of his favorite shots also. He's a 360 player, scores all around the wicket. Plays a nice cover drive, on drive, sweep.
110 run partnership as well now, Sean Devers. Brilliant stuff here. Full delivery, and that's pulled down to the wide long on region. Will it run into the ropes? It certainly does. No! Jivor Roy with brilliant footwork there. Certainly stops 2, or saves 2 I should say. But sign him up to play in the Champions League, Jivor Royal. That was brilliant football work there. Look at that, Sean Devers. That was brilliant stuff.
And he might be showing you why Jamaica became the first English-speaking team to go to the World Cup. And Trinidad followed them. But 3 Caribbean teams, the first was Haiti.
Yes, of course. Nice push down onto long off there. And another single here. It's all happening in this over. Tamari Redwood, they're really enjoying themselves batting against him here, Guyana. And he's really not hitting the trajectory that he has. The other thing is that we haven't seen Javel Glenn bowl at all, and Javel Glenn is very, very capable. So Makino Minley might want to shuffle his pack a little bit here. Because Tamari Redwood has been very expensive, none for 33 of 7 overs. I think Ode McCarthy can be used as a bowler as well, but of course he's all before. Beaten outside the off stump, and that was what they want to see more from Tamari Edward. 168 for 1 after 58. The umpire removes the bail. Some final thoughts before Sean Devers, before we enjoy our tea.
Well, a good session for Guyana. They didn't lose a wicket, and the only wicket to fall was in this first session when Chandra Paul was leg before to Smith for 32. 55 balls, 55 for 1, but since then these two have come together. It's now 168 for 1 with both batters on 50. Nandu on direct 50 from 175 balls. Kevlin Anderson on 82. Guyana commanding in this session.
Action resumes here in the third and final session of the first day in this round 4 of the West Indies Championship. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, if this is a poker game, Guyana Harpy Eagles will be holding all the high cards from the aces all the way down to the tens. As they ended the first session at 168 for 1, Andrew Chan in your company alongside that long-standing fan and supporter and all-round lover of Jamaica and everything Jamaica, Marlon Pinnock, and he's not happy with how his Scorpions are looking today.
Good afternoon to our viewers watching, who is even listening. It's a magnificent day of cricket so far, but credit to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They had batted extremely well, and 2 partnerships so far, and both partnerships has bring rewards over 50 runs, but this one outstanding. And Kevlin Anderson 82, 120 deliveries, high up a 4th regional century, and of course Matthew Nando 50 from 175 deliveries, but his application at the crease has been impeccable so far. And tomorrow Red with the young leg spinner, 7 overs, none for 33, has been kept quiet. And Kevlin Anderson took the maximum of his bowling, but what we have seen from Kevlin Anderson is positive batting display.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Kevlin Anderson. 82 of 120. It looks like Marquino Mindley will bring himself back on to start proceedings from the southern end of the ground. That's the Michael Holding end. And he'll be coming in to bowl to Kevlin Anderson, who's been absolutely brilliant. It's been a really, really good knock. He's in the form of his life this season. The 100 as well as, I think, another 50 as well. 2 50s as well as that 100. And that's 3. That's just 3 rounds in and 6 innings. And here he is marching on to another. Marquino Mindley, standing captain for the day. John Campbell, who's had some good runs in this tournament, is out with a groin injury. I think that would be a big body blow to the Scorpions. Here's Mindley. And he's not ready yet. No, Kevlin Anderson is not ready yet. Marquino Mindley is ready and raring to go. Good afternoon to our good producer, Jason Passard, who's always ready and raring to go. He got his bun and cheese in his tea plate, and he was absolutely delighted, Penny.
And he was delighted earlier as well, and getting his curry goat as well.
Oh yes, oh yes. But Jason, of course, is a curry connoisseur. You have to be very careful what sort of curry you serve him. Good fellow, Jason. And our cameraman, Gerard Basso, back at Sabina Park. Well, I think it's the first time Basso is actually at Sabina. Here's Mindley now for Anderson. The delivery straight on. Mindley's asking the question. A bit loose there from Anderson and how he played it. Let's have a look at it here.
Marquino Mindley asking a lot of questions. Pitch on that middle stump and handling down the leg side. An excellent decision as well from the home boy, umpire Christopher Taylor.
Height was a concern there because, of course, it looked like it hit him on the thigh pad high up on the leg side. Matthew Nandu, bit of a scratchy innings from him. Let's see how he goes about in his third and final session. Mindley did have him asking a few questions. And I made a point to Sean Devers that both Matthew and Anderson like to camp on the back foot. I would like to see them try to play that more on the front foot. Well played, almost squared up there, but played late and nicely by Nandu.
And this is an excellent matchup as well between the Marquino Mindley and Matthew Nando. And earlier, Marquino Mindley had him in some bother, but what is good for the Harpy Eagles is still at the wicket in an unbroken second wicket partnership as well.
Well, Mindley, this is actually, of course, we have to draw attention to his figures because this is about his 4th stint. Getting a bit of width there, drives nicely to cover. And won't reach the ropes there, but he'll get 2. But yes, Marquino Mindley, 12 overs, and he's only conceded 13 runs. Into his 13th over, actually, so he's only conceded 13 runs. Brilliant stuff from the Jamaica captain.
12 and a half overs, none for 13. And I think 6 maidens should be in it as well. This shot from Matthew Nanda, great dexterity on this occasion. A good positive intent as well being shown by Matthew Nanda, looking to score, as well as Marquino Mindley looking to break this partnership, which is really blossoming at the moment.
And speaking of 6, well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have slipped to 92 for 6 against the West Indies Academy. Johan Lane, that young fast bowler, he has 4 wickets. Jason Holder, that double Centurion and leading run scorer, dismissed for paltry 32 penny. But Josh De Silva is still at the wicket, and I think it will be a good opportunity for him to show what he's really worth, because he really hasn't stood up with the bat for some time. I think he did have a century in the last match.
Well, I think he has back-to-back centuries as well.
Yeah, he has back-to-back century. He's starting to find his form a little bit now, but it'd be good to see him stand up with this challenge without the stability of Jason Mohammed on the other end.
And he's also the captain as well.
Indeed. Some grey clouds above Sabina Park, but they're staying away. It actually makes the conditions nice and cool for cricket. Standing up tall, this Matthew Nandu tries to turn that into the leg side for a single. Nothing doing. End of the over. Good one, as you would expect from Mr. Marquino Mindley. 171 for 1 after 59.
2 runs came from that. Marquino Mindley's 13th over. So 13 overs, none for 13 for Marquino Mindley. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 171 for 1. And 59 overs completed. Kevlin Anderson batting at number 3. High up a 4th regional first-class century. 18 runs away. He's 82 from 121 delivery. And Matthew Nando batted from the start. I tell you what, he's there from the first delivery of the day, and he's still there in over number 60. 180 deliveries face.
Yeah, Matthew Nando had a partnership of 55 with Tajanara and Chandapal. Tamari Redwood resuming action from the northern end, and it's good to see that Mindley is keeping faith in him, because prior to the tea break, he really did not have much fun at all in the field. Tamari Redwood, he's a little bit too short, a little bit too erratic. Kevlin Anderson, in the form that he was in, or he is in, really made some hay. That's not a bad delivery. Actually, no, it swept through the mid-wicket region. Tossed it up a little bit, but a little bit too full there from Tamari Redwood. And Anderson swept strongly through the mid-wicket region for a delightful 4.
Poor delivery from Tamari Redwood on the line of the leg stump with no feeler out deep on the leg side. All he had to do was get button ball. He did, and he picked up another boundary, and he goes up to 86, 14 runs away.
A long on and a long off in place. This one is wide and continuing wider. Yes, a long on and a long off in place. A short mid-wicket. A short mid-off fielder, you can call that. A deep forward square leg. Backward point, and then a finer deep backward point. Interesting field setting. This one is cut nicely. That fielder from forward square has to run around, and he does the fielding. There's also a fielder at... I make that about fine leg as well. Maybe more of a third. No, he's not a fine leg position. He's coming in now for Nandu.
2 sixes in the game so far, and I think both goes to Kevlin Anderson, and 16 fours in a total of 176.
I haven't seen Javel Glenn yet here, Penny. You're looking at the rotation that they have, and I mean, we have O.J. Shields, Marquino Mindley. We haven't seen Odin Smith for a little while. Jermaine Blackwood, the experiment didn't work out. But I would like to see them try something a little different. And I know Glenn is capable, is a capable bowler as well. Full from Redwood and driven nicely by Nandu down to that long on position. Brad Barnes comes off the boundary, and Barnes really hasn't done as well as the Jamaicans would have liked either. 177 for 1 after 60. Nandu pinches the strike.
122-run partnership and 245 deliveries for the second wicket. Now you mentioned about Jeval Glenn. He's on camera now. A handy leg spinner. Both some leg spin here in Jamaica. A player who can give the wicket and can break partnership for any team. But I think this partnership is building. And throughout the game so far, this Guyana team managed to score over 2 runs and over so far.
And what about McCarthy? Can McCarthy turn his arm over as well? Because, of course, McCarthy went off the field injured, which is another concern for the Jamaicans.
He's a useful off spinner as well, McCarthy. Plays his cricket for Clarendon Cricket Club here in Jamaica. Bleak skies here at Sabina Park now.
Up on his toes there again is Nando, and again comfortable on the back foot pinning. He's a short fellow. So is Kevlon Anderson. I wonder, you at this point you have to make them tentative. Should I come forward? Should I come back? And that's when the mistakes happen. But if he's comfortable and he's continuous on the back foot, then he's not going to be under any struggle. And that's why, even though it's been a very scrappy, patchy innings from Matthew Nandu, he's still there.
And once he's there, my partnership will be building. And prime example, 122-run partnership so far.
Yeah, I mean, of course, full credit to them because they batted through an entire session, a session and a half, without being separated because they came together about an hour and a half into the first session. So they batted through the entire second session without being separated, and it's good stuff from them.
Now the most important thing, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they won the toss, and with no second invitation, they decided to bat first.
Thinking about a run there, but sent back quite wisely. And Nandu acknowledges Kevlon for sending him back.
An excellent spell of bowling from Marquino Minley. Just not been able to add to that wicket column. But his control, his consistency throughout his 14th over so far has been outstanding.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe the bowlers around him haven't offered the support that he needed. O.J. Shields in his third or fourth spell, yeah. He was really, really good. Asked so many questions. And used the short ball well, which was brilliant as well. But you have to look at simply and plainly the one wicket that has fallen. It was because O'Dean Smith targeted the stumps. And he got an LBW decision. That's what the bowlers need to do.
I think this partnership really taking the game away from the Scorpions as the 61st over comes to an end. 177 and for the loss of 1.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, of course, that Kevlon Anderson was probably the perfect person to come in right now. He had they had a start. Tage sort of threw away his hand, or I should say he got a good delivery from O'Dean Smith. It really was a good delivery that beat him, and it was LBW. We see a view into the mountains there, and I think behind that building there you can see Marlon Pinnock's house there, perched somewhere up on the roof.
And that's just one of them, Andrew.
Just one. That's his summer vacation house. His weekend villa. Redwood continues back into his crease. Straight back at him was Kevlin Anderson. I'm not sure if that was a drop chance per se.
Not at all.
A flat batted back to him. Tossed up again. This time he wings that into the mid-wicket region. Cow corner, you would call it. 4 runs. And is that into the 90s for Kevlin Anderson? It certainly is. He marches on with that full toss rank from Redwood.
Poor delivery. Full toss on the line of the leg stump. And easy pickings for Kevlin Anderson. He's in fantastic form. And guess what? He won't miss out on that. It's another boundary. And the total goes up to 181 for 1. I think the Guyana team so far haven't allowed Tamar Redwood to settle. He's a good bowler nonetheless, and he's a wicket taker.
That's a beautiful delivery. That's, I think, where he wants to be. That in between, because you can see that there was a indecisiveness about Anderson whether to come forward or backward, and he had just stabbed it into the pitch.
Well controlled and maturing in so far.
Better from Redwood. He's finding his range here. He needs to string together a couple more of those deliveries.
Has been appreciated by Jermaine Blackwood as well. That slip. There you go, a dot delivery to close out the 62nd. 181 for 1. And the Harpy Eagles. A commanding batting display from Kevlin Anderson. Just 9 runs away on Chang from yet another first-class century.
Taking a look at some cricket around the region, Windward Islands Volcanoes, they progressed to 281 for 6. That's against the Leeward Islands. Shadrach Descartes is not out on 96, so it's a fighting innings from him. Ryan John, your good friend Ryan John, he's not out on 32. He is somebody who's always fighting and always giving his best. Mindley continues here at Sabina Park. Nice push by Nandu. Well met there on the front foot. Combined campuses and colleges, they progressed to 251 for 6 against the Barbados Pride. And I'm trying to find out what information we have there, because Damel Evelyn, who scored 100, was retired hurt on a 106. Kieran Powell getting to 45. Feeling for that one is Nanu, but he opens a face and he'll run it down to third man. Will they come back for 2? No, it's just a single on there. I think Kevlin Anderson, of course, he's on 91, so of course he wants to take a little bit of the strike as well. That's what's going on. Guyana women have been bowled out by Trinidad and Tobago for 108. The Trinidad and Tobago women are now 16 for 2 in reply. That game is going on in St. Kitts. And that's all the cricket that's going on right now. As concerns the cricket at West Indies, the championship, and of course the women's 50 over competition. And there's so much cricket that the Cricket West Indies are trying to arrange and are in process of arranging. Academy tours, under 19 tours, women's tours, in addition to the international games. West Indies, of course, will be going to Ireland and England. And then we're supposed to welcome Australia right here to Sabina Park. Aquino Winley coming in. Played by Kevlin Anderson, soft hands.
Marquino Minley has shown that he's an excellent fast bowler. And just playing that one test game and didn't Not bowl a lot. Out with an injury. And recently made his ODI debut. He bowled 7 overs, 1 for 45 in that game as well.
Pleasant from Anderson, but won't get a run there.
But you look at Marquino Minley over the last couple of years. Always been performing, hence why he earned a maiden ODI call-up as well. He came second in the Super 50 with wickets. And now getting an opportunity to lead the Scorpions with the absence of an injured John Campbell. Boy, oh boy, is he putting in the work. 15 in his 15th, none for 14. Well, his 15 completed, 63 completed for the Scorpions. And of course, the Harpy Eagles, 182 for the loss of 1.
You want to talk about single-minded consistency, and that will be Marquino Minley in a nutshell. He bowled 14 overs for 15 runs. 15 overs for 14 runs, was it, Penny? I'm not sure. We'll have to double-check.
There you go, 15 overs, none for 14. So it's going under a run over so far.
Yeah, he's a model of consistency here. Jamari Redwood strung together a couple of good deliveries in his last over. But that was against a right-handed Kevlon Anderson. Let's see how he fares against Nandu. 91 Kevlon Anderson. Are we going to see a century here, Marlon Pinnock? Are you going to call it, or is Mr. Sean Devers going to call it? Because I'll be gone in 7 minutes.
Well, of course, maybe I'm the one to call it. You never know.
I would ask you if you have a coin so you all can toss and play heads or tails, but I know you don't work with small money, Marlon Pinnock. Coins, you don't know what those are.
I think Sean Dever, neither do he do.
Tossed up nicely by Redwood, but down the leg side, well turned by Nandu. And the scattered single, the appeal for the throw, the appeal for the run out. Chris Taylor immediately says no. Nothing doing at all.
An excellent running as well. And good awareness from Kevlon Anderson. And good cricket all around. Brandon King, he was quick. It wasn't quick enough to affect a run out. Another run.
91 is Kevlon Anderson. He and Tamari Redwood have had a nice little battle here. And there's a fielder out at that mid-wicket region now, just in case Tamari tosses it up too much. Nice drive by Kevlon. And that's a good field placement. It's a bit defensive, but I think it's a good play.
In fact, 3 fielders out on the onside. Deep backward square mid-wicket and long on. Well, this is excellent batting as well from Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah.
Playing each delivery on its merit. And that's the old trademark of his innings so far.
He gets the cut, the punch into the cover region. That will run close to the ropes. The fielder just about pulled it up inside the ropes there. He'll come back for 2. Good shot from him. Just picking that gap brilliantly. Sort of a back foot cover drive. Back foot square cover drive, I guess you could say.
There you go. That's what he's doing. And playing each delivery on the merit. And when he gets the bad deliveries, he's quick to capitalize. Prime example, short delivery. And he cuts that ball through that cover region and 2 more runs. And this is good. Excellent cricket. And just came on the front foot and just caressed it down to long off. Another run to complete the 64th. And 186 for the loss of 1.
He's a very smart cricketer as well, getting the single off the last delivery to pinch the strike. And
he goes up to 94. 6 runs away from what would have been his fourth first-class century, but a well-constructed inning so far from the Guyana Harpy Eagle, number 3 batter. And Brad Barnes are now being introduced into the attack from the Michael holding end of the ground. Desperate for a wicket of the Scorpions. This partnership growing in confident and inching closer to that 150 mark. And still with a slip, and there's a backward point, cover and mid-off on the offside.
Yes, Jones, man.
You look at the approach of Kevlin Anderson. He's seen it as big as a breadfruit, solid in defense, and when he's attacking, it's all fun to watch.
I know you all grow them bigger in Jamaica, Penny. So that will have to be a pretty big breadfruit. You're trying to get cheeky again there. Just trying to guide it down to that vacant third man area where you could get a couple of runs.
A very risky shot with the off spinner spinning into the right hander.
It certainly, very much so.
Keep going, Jones.
There you go.
Get through them quick and fast.
Just waiting. He's just waiting on that bad delivery to capitalize.
Oh, Jones, head and skip.
A nice punch into the cover region, but there's no run there. I think Brad Barnes certainly has to vary his pace a little bit more, Penny. He's bowling direct. That's one. This one he slows down a little bit, so that was good. But that's what you want to see. I think that's the greatest tool that a spinner has, is to vary the pace. At the end of 65, 186 for 1. I will do one more over before I am summarily displaced by the great Sean Devers.
An excellent point. I think Brad Barnes need to slow it up and carry the right-handed Kevlin Anderson on the front foot. It's a beautiful shot of a plane flying across to the airport as well.
Yes, Mr. Gerard Basso, you came into Jamaica on Monday and you're already looking at your flight to go back. You'll have to wait until Sunday, my good friend. Our cameraman, Gerard Basso, on the gantry below us.
And he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah, magnificent stuff.
As Tamari Redwood continues from the commentary box end.
And he's back into his crease and trying to work that into the leg side.
I think credit needs to be given where it's due. The Harpy Eagles batters really batted very well on the opening day.
Yeah. And to make life a little bit more complicated for the poor Jamaicans, the sun is coming out in the late afternoon. As Sean Devers is supposed to come out, the sun has come out. Everything is shining on Guyana.
You're absolutely correct.
Full toss, smack through the extra cover region. Will it run into the ropes? He doesn't get all of it. No, he does not. Wasted a full toss there a little bit, Matthew Nandu. But he would still get 2. That'll take him up to 57. Kevlin Anderson is still there on 94.
I think Tamari Redwood so far up and down and not been able to be consistent.
Full toss again. This one, he does not waste that at all. Second bite of the cherry, and Nandu sends that cherry to the ropes for 4. Tamari Redwood, he's a young fellow, so you learn after today, but it's been a hard day at the office for him.
Full toss outside the off stump. No sweep on the cover boundary. All he had to do was get a bat and ball. He did. And he picked up another boundary. And the partnership builds. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles up to 192 now for 1.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Marsh on to 192. Wow, where did that come from, Penny? He goes for it again. Is it appeal for what? They're appealing. And the umpire, I think, at square leg has given the wicket for a stumping. We'll have a look at that one. Is that the end of Matthew Nandu? And it seems to be so, unfortunately. 192 for 2. Tamari Redwood strikes.
Sharp work by the impressive Aldine Thomas. A big booming drive. And jog the leg. And Aldine Thomas as quick as you get them. And jubilation for the Scorpions. A much needed wicket. But credit again to Aldine Thomas. And Tamari Redwood picks up his first. 1 for 53. With a disappointed innings. He must be disappointed, but a partnership of 137 from 280 deliveries has come to an end. And courtesy of this magnificent stumping. Look at that from Aldine Thomas. And that's what you get from Aldine Thomas. Great glove work. And this brings the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain to the wicket. And Tevin Imlak.
I just like to point out, Penny, before I take my leave, that I stressed about trying to get Nandu on the front foot, trying to get him to force him to play on the front foot. And I think with that point, and with the wicket of Matthew Nandu, I can put my mic down, I can drop the mic and take my leave, and let Sean Devers analyze the next hour with you.
Coming over to you.
A big wicket for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Tamari Redwood getting in the act, but smart glove work from Aldine Thomas.
Yeah, tremendous work there from Aldine Thomas. His foot was out and he quickly had the bails off to end an innings that was very promising, and yet again throwing away a big half century when well set. 57 from 193 balls with 5 fours, and his demise came at 192 for 2. Compliments of Redwood, the leg spinner. Well, that must have gained his confidence, and he's going to be continuing now to bowl to the Ghana captain, the 28-year-old Imlak.
And he starts on the money. And the 66th over has come to an end. A wicket came for Redwood. And the total 192 now for 2.
Yeah, good partnership also. Shared in 250-plus partnerships. The second one was 100 and how much?
137.
137 for the second wicket and 55 for the first wicket. Nandu would be very disappointed that he's done all the hard work, batted 193 balls, and is now back in the pavilion.
Indeed, he batted extremely well. He was there from the start, and as I mentioned, featuring in 2 magnificent partnerships. But cricket, glorious game of uncertainty, and this brings Tevin Imlak to the wicket.
Imlak gets a ball that's Anderson gets a ball that's short and punches it away through the covers, gets a couple of runs. And had this outfield been lightning fast, this score would have been far more than it was.
I think in the earlier stages, when the grass was a bit wet, now it's very, very fast.
And we could see the sunlight in the first session, the heat, drying out the ground very quickly indeed.
Indeed. 194 for 2. And Kevlin Anderson, and based on what we have seen, his application at the wicket so far has been tremendous. Selection key.
Closing in on what would be his second 100 for the season. Got 100 against Barbados in the very first match. Didn't have the opportunity to bat against CCC in the second innings, and he got 5. CCC lost by 8 wickets. He barely got a chance to make 5 with a boundary, in fact. So he's at the non-strikers end now.
Well, he's on 97 from 149 deliveries.
So Imlak on strike.
Captain Tevin Imlak, I think he was a part of a West Indies under-19 team back in 2014.
Yeah, He's now 28. So we could count back the years to see if he played over age. His forward turns it into the onside, and there's no run. And Barnes from the other end, after the wicket of Redwood, he's bowled much better.
Indeed. I think this
That's the sun gone.
Tevin Imlach played that under 19 World Cup
Hey,
with players like Nicholas Puran, even our own Rommel Lewis. I think captain those players
Yeah, good
as the
off spinner.
67th over has come to an end. 195 for loss of 2.
Ramal Lewis was a good off spinner, and I don't know why he came to Guyana and he was not playing in the team. He represented Guyana in a couple of matches in the early days of the franchise season, but he wasn't getting to play because of the proliferation of spin bowlers in the Ghana side.
Very excited all around Rommel Lewis.
Yeah.
I saw him recently in a T10 competition here at Sabina Park. He was destructive.
So Redwood, the right arm leg spinner, bowls. Now that's a good delivery also. So now he's bowling much fuller, turning the ball. He's gotten confidence with Nandu's wicket. And he's going to go bowling to Anderson. Anderson on 97. And this is short. And he punches it off the back foot. So he'll take his 100 in singles, one presumes. He's now on to 98. It's 196 for 2.
Excellent from Kevlin Anderson. What is special about his innings so far, he waited and waited on the bad deliveries. And he capitalized very well so far. Last season, this man on strike, Tevin Imlach, he scored a century against the Scorpions here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, 100 and a good 100 though. It was Savory who scored a 155. He scored 100, exactly 100. Yes, I
Both
remember.
players.
Yeah.
And Savory was outstanding up top as well. He batted through. But what happened? He got a hit on his finger and he toughed and fighted through and got that century. And that was the turning point for the Harpy Eagles.
Imlach goes down the track, nice shot, nice use of his feet. And what I like to see here is that most of the Guyanese batsmen, once the ball is tossed up, they're willing to use their feet. Good batters of spin bowling.
There you go. Brian Charles, Lara, prime example. Loves to use his feet. The spinners. Sheen won. Stuart McGill, Lara would advance down the wicket, delivery after deliveries.
That's short and kept low and was trying to cut, backed away a little bit, Imlach. So he's kept on naught. Anderson on 98 from 151 balls, and the total is 196 for 2. 99.
I think Kevlin Anderson should be on 99, and the total should be 197 at the completion of 68.
Oh, that chance.
Well, we're not sure. We're going to keep you informed. There's 98 from 152 balls. So it's 2 away from what would be his second 100 in this season and 4th overall.
None.
So that's his 100. He was, in fact, you're right, he was on 99 and now he's on 100, exactly 100. Fantastic knock from the man from Berbice. 100 not out to Anderson, his 4th in all and his 2nd for this season.
A magnificent innings, a well-constructed innings from Kevlin Anderson, batting at number 3, and he batted like a man with a mission, and he comes up chumps with his 4th first-class century.
And that century was well compiled from 154 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes. That's a good ball. Went straight past the bat. Might have been the arm ball or the drifter.
I think it's a drifter. There's Ellis line on the way through. Good delivery from Barnes. But not to overlook this innings from Kevlin Anderson. Outstanding.
Yeah, batted superbly. Came in with his team at 55 for 1 after the demise of Chandrapal off of Smith for 32 and fashioned a 132 run partnership with Nandu and got his 100. He's now still there. Highest score 153. That's his next target.
Well, based on what we have seen in the middle from him, he looks a compact player. He looks a player with a mission. So he's on shot as well. Oh, good delivery from Barnes. And this one screwed up. And Captain Tevin Imlak. And the 69th has come to an end.
Yes, good bowling again. That one left the right-hander. Again, the arm ball or the drifter. And good over. So 199 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Imlak is on 1. Anderson on 100. And we see some spattering of spectators in the stand. It's getting more populated. That's the Michael Holden end, just opposite the George Headley stand. The George Headley stand is there, and that's the other stand. Is it got a name?
I think this is a north stand. And over on the opposite side is a George Headley stand.
Yeah, that's where the people are. They just showed it on the screen. Yeah, right over there.
Yeah, that's a George Headley stand. And that's a Jamaica Scorpions selectors.
Oh, yeah. So 199, 1 away from the 200. He wouldn't get it on this occasion. He hits the ball nicely, but well stopped at extra cover. And there's no run.
Well, he's timing the ball extremely well so far, Kevlin Anderson. Flamboyant right-hander, a positive batter. But the application has been outstanding in the middle so far, and hence why he rewards his 4th first-class century so far.
This is only his 18th first-class match. Made his debut a couple of years ago. As I said, when the COVID came, he was on the brink of getting into the Guyana team, and the tournament was aborted. Barbados was ahead, Guyana was second. So that's the season that Barbados won for the first time in the franchise tournament. And the next year, Guyana won again. Then last year, Guyana won after Barbados had won the previous year. So in 7 tournaments, Guyana has won 7 out of 9. And Barbados has won the next 2. So another over comes to an end. It's 199 for 2. With the Harpy Eagles in a strong position despite losing a wicket in this session. They didn't lose any in the second session. 100 exactly to Anderson, and with him is Imlak. Good performance there in this session from the Jamaican bowlers.
Indeed, outstanding bowling effort from the Scorpions. But still, credit to the Guyana Harpy Eagles and not allowing the Scorpions to slip in the game. And 2 brilliant partnerships so far. 55 opening partnership and 137 for the second wicket. And this really and truly is amazing for the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, can't yet say the Scorpions have lost their sting, because maybe they'll get some quick wickets, and they say when 1 wicket comes, it brings another. So let's see if Barnes can capitalize on the wicket of Redwood goes on the line of the middle and off stump. He doesn't spin the ball a lot, and when you spin the ball a lot and then you bowl the straight to one, it's a contrast, almost opposite. Ball on the line of the leg stump again. Turn just past the forward short leg. It's good to see they're becoming more attacking. They've put in the forward short leg. They've got a solitary slip. They've got a short man catching at short mid wicket and also at short extra cover. So good field here for Barnes. Nice flight again. Slow delivery. That's what the off spinner need to do. Let the ball flight and grip. More revolutions on the ball, the slower you bowl, the more likely is it to grip on the pitch and turn. Again turning in towards the right-hander, and Imlach plays it with that inward turn down towards mid-wicket.
18-4 so far and 2 and 6s. And the total of 199. And it's a quick single. There's a chance. Odin Smith was slow to react, but credit to the Harpy Eagles. The running between the wickets in the game so far has been brilliant. And guess what? The 200 comes up in the 71st. It's 200 for 2. And the Harpy Eagles.
I hope Imlach has not done anything to his legs, while Anderson, in fact, he's the batter set, rushed to that single, he dropped his bat, and then he limped away. If that ball had hit the stumps, he would have been out. So good running, as you said, good fielding. So on that occasion, good cricket, but it's not good to see Anderson in some pain. He might have pulled a muscle or twisted his ankle.
Seemed like he twisted his ankle on this occasion, but not good news for the Harpy Eagles.
That may be the reason he dropped his bat awkwardly and twisted his ankle. So not good news at all for Anderson. Good afternoon to Mr. Foster, the president of the Rose Hall Youth and Sports Club. He's a big fan of all the Rose Hall players, and when they do well, post it on Facebook as a press release.
Well, the physio is out there with some spray.
Yeah.
I hope Kevlin Anderson will be okay. But what a magnificent batting display we have seen from Kevlin Anderson.
Yeah, but he still got to continue if he can. The physio Angelica Gomes, she's there. Her father is a badminton player, represented Guyana, now playing in the Masters, and she's a fit young lady.
I think I saw her out here last year as well.
Yes, she's the physio for Guyana for a couple of years now. And now the physio for the Jamaican team is coming out also. Not a serious condition, so he's not really running as fast as Angelica ran out. So Guyana 200 for 2. After deciding to bat, they lost Chandrapal in the first session. LBW to Smith for 32, 55 balls, 3 fours, 55 for 1. And then they batted out the entire second session without losing a wicket. At lunch, they were 72 for 1. And then at tea, they were 168 for the same one. Anderson was on 82 and Nandu on 50. Nandu then departed, brilliantly stumped off of Redwood, the leg spinner. He made 57 from 193 balls with 5 fours. It was 191 for 2 to end the 137 second wicket partnership between himself and Anderson. Anderson is still there. I don't know if he's going to remain there for long or just retire hurt and go in and make sure that nothing is too seriously wrong with his ankle and then come out later to bat. Imlach is also there. He's on 2 And next would be, no doubt, Savory, the man who got 99 in the one of the matches to join the 99 club. Guess who's scored the most 99s in regional cricket? Devon Smith.
He was class.
Guess who scored the most times making doubles in one innings? Devon Smith.
And there you go. All Devon Smith.
He was a regional cricket bully.
Devon Shotgun Smith.
Yeah. But we've seen a lot of runs scored this year. We've seen 13 times now, hundreds scored in each innings since Roy Fredericks did it in the first match when Guyana became independent in 1967. Scored 100 in the first innings and 100 in the second innings. That was when Guyana scored their highest total, 641 at Boda. And after that, a lot of batters have scored hundreds in both innings, but Devon Smith is the only one to do it twice. Recently, we saw Jason Mohammed do it, and then De Silva do it. Last year, Mikel Louis did it against Guyana. So lots of runs. This is the 20th 100 scored so far. We're only in the first day of the second round. They took fourth round.
There you go. I mentioned it earlier when it was 19, and now you mentioned 20. And Kevlin Anderson was the latest to bring up his fourth regional century and the second
for the season. And it's not finished yet. Hopefully, he can go on, but he's now retiring hurt, and maybe that's the best thing to do. You don't want to aggravate your ankle and make it worse. And they got so many games to play. They got a home game. They got one in Antigua, and then the final one in Trinidad and Tobago. So even if he doesn't bat in this innings, he might be needed in the second innings. So the man who made 155 last year comes out to bat, the wicket keeper, Savory. So Guyana's got two keepers like you. When you went to play under 19, you were a batter, but you were a standby wicket keeper. Savory's the standby wicket keeper.
Same thing, same folks. At that time, I was an opener as well.
Yeah. So
With two wicket keepers in the middle.
Yeah.
Tevin Imlach. I think he played the last game for the West Indies with the absence of Joshua De Silva.
I think Joshua De Silva got dropped.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But it's good to see him in the midst with the runs as well.
Yeah.
I think he scored a century.
In each innings for Trinidad and Tobago. And Imlach came back and right away scored 100, and then the next innings he got 80.
I think that 100 was 126.
Yeah.
So it's all good when players that has been playing at a test level, an international level, and come back to regional cricket and stamp their class.
We saw it with Craig Braffett also, came back from a fairly soft tour of Pakistan with the bat and got a double 100 in his first game. Missed the first round, as all the players from Pakistan who played in that series did, except Moti. He came back for the fourth round, for the third round. That's the end of the over. It's 200 for 2. So it's nice to see the players coming back when you play a test series. Some of them didn't come back. Shepherd, Rutherford, they stayed on to play in the franchise leagues. Kimo Paul. How do you think the franchise leagues is affecting West Indies test cricket?
Not big, but you look at the players that have been representing a franchise. Those players are players who definitely want to play the shorter version.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. And some of them want to play the shorter and the longer version, but they rather play the shorter version because the more money is involved.
Here in Jamaica, Brandon King, not a lot of first-class games, but since he made his ODI debut, T20 debut for West Indies, it's all white ball cricket for Brandon King.
And
So
it's nice
good
to see him here, yeah.
Good to see him now. I think he played some games last year as well for the Scorpions.
Yeah, the white ball cricket and the red ball cricket. There's not much difference, but if you play more red ball, you'll build a better foundation for the white ball. That's a lovely shot as Savory gets off the mark. He's on 2, so he got off the mark previously.
I think that's his first run. And Tevin Imlak is on 2.
Yeah, Tevin Imlak is on 2. The scorers have not yet updated. We will update you as it comes, but it's definitely Savory batting with Imlak. Anderson has retired hurt, and that's another shot there by Imlak. And moving very slowly in the outfield, almost trudging there, is the he has an injury also.
That's Javoy Royal.
Yeah.
Not the quickest on the park. And Captain Teflon Imlak realized, and great commitment with the running. And credit to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The running between the wickets all day has been impressive. Now we see Savory now on a run, 2 deliveries, and Captain Tevin Imlak 6 from 19 deliveries. Allowed appeal, and umpire call took it on move.
That one seemed to be spinning too much, missed the leg stump, and the one ball it got to turn prodigiously, cost him not to get the wicket. That turned and maybe missing the leg stump, but that was a close decision. Had all right to appeal, test the umpire, but Carl Tuckett is one of the more reliable umpires. He's very efficient, and this is played away. Glorious shot down towards the boundary. No, that's the double. So I got caught up with the wetness of the outfield. Even though it's dried out, it's still a little slow, and they come back for 2. So Guyana goes now to 205 for the loss of 2. And Savory now is on 1. Imlak is on 6. We've got it all correct.
Yes, indeed. Positive intent been shown by Savory.
Yeah.
And one who scored a brilliant 100 last year against the same Scorpion opponent, and it batted extremely well. And stick a pin, both players in the middle shared in a magnificent partnership last season as well.
Yeah, Imlak got 100, Savory got 155, which remains his highest first-class score. Imlak's highest first-class score is 136, so he looked to better that. And Savory will have to do a lot of batting to better his highest first-class score.
Well, if he better his first-class score, it would be a massive total set here by the Harpy Eagles.
And that's their plan, to get a big 4th-inning score and bowl out the Jamaicans if they can below the follow-on total and send them into bat, or if not, bowl them out in the 2nd innings, chasing a big score. Barnes, the off-spinner, has bowled a lot better in the last couple of overs he's bowled.
No signs this season of Pete Summon. He was the most productive bowler for the Scorpions last season.
Yeah, remember him? What's happened to him? Turned into the onside for a single.
Well, he's still in the program as well. He was here earlier this morning in the warm-up sessions. But Brad Barnes is the off spinner in the team now. I think someone picked up some 33 wickets for the Scorpion last season.
Barnes in, bowls, and pushed away by the left-hander, and there's no run. Another off-spin I was impressed with last year was Avinash Mohabir Singh from CCC. Played this year, but didn't do as well. That's a good delivery. Goes past the edge, and there is no run. So the sun leaving us temporarily, I hope. Overcast conditions now. That's slashed away out towards mid-off. Beat the short extra cover, but can't get a single. So the over is completed at the end of it. 206 for 2. 73 overs gone.
An excellent over from Brad Barnes. Not allowing Steve to be scoring freely. But this partnership as well, very crucial. We have seen two outstanding partnerships so far, 55 and 137. And this one just building. But what we know these two players have in mind and can be something miraculous for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Is that Wavell Hines I just saw there on the screen?
Could be. That's his ground. And that's his area as well. Not here. I guess you get it wrong here. But he's a man who loves the game of cricket, Wavell Hines.
Yeah.
Has two sons that plays under 19 for Jamaica as well.
Nice. I know he was recently re-elected for his 8th year as the Reaper president, Wavell Hines. Quite a good left-handed batsman for the West Indies in his time.
O.J. Shields is back, and guess what? He's back for his 5th spell in the day, and only in his 11th over.
Bowled a couple of short spells, yet to pick up a wicket. But the best of the fast bowlers is also wicketless. Mindley, he was very frugal.
Marquino Minley getting an opportunity to lead the Scorpions at home as well.
Yeah, that would be a big moment for him.
A huge moment. And the thing that he would want is a win under his belt.
And Jamaica has the thing of fast bowlers leading sides, like Courtney Walsh was the first fast bowler to lead the West Indies. This is a ball that's back over length. Played it out towards the backward point position, and there's no run. Kevin in back on 7, Savory on 3.
Courtney Andrew Walsh. Remember that time when he picked up a wicket to be the leading wicket taker in Test cricket? I was listening to commentary.
Yeah, that was a catch at forward short leg by Jimmy Adams.
There you go. It was all fun, all excitement.
And Jimmy Adams looked more excited than Walsh. Down the leg side, a little bit of bounce, good carry also. This has been a good pitch, a tinge of grass. Not like the pitches in the 80s, late 80s and 90s. That looked like a mirror. You could see your face in it. I think the ground staff put a plastic on it and rolled it, the roller round and round. And the similar thing they did in Anguilla. Anguilla pitch was like glass. So just a solitary slip for Imlak, Gully.
Just some concerns for the supporters of the Scorpions.
Outside the line of the off stump again. No shot played by Imlak.
I think Tevin Imlak on this occasion was in two minds And that was short and it was wide, but he decided not to, and quite rightly so as well.
And when
Looking to build a partnership. As a captain, you want to lead from the front.
And when the Scorpion fans look up and see to come, Ali Mohammed, Kevin Sinclair, Godekesh Moti.
For some promo.
Yeah, even Thaddeus Lovell can bat. He's got a couple of 50s in local cricket. Ball that's pitched up on the line of the off stump. Nicely on-driven, but can't pierce the field. Man at mid-on making the save.
I tell you what, left or right, of that mid-off or mid-on fielder, it would be four, but straight to the big fellow, Dean Smith, as Andrew Chang rearing to go and to join you back in the commentary box. And certainly after this delivery, you'll be joined by Trinidadian Andrew Chang. So it's a Guyana and Trini in the commentary box.
So a Guy-Trin combination.
Hey, there you go.
Anyway, that's a good delivery. Had some pace. Leaping save there by the keeper. And down to the boundary for 4. Couldn't save it. He leapt in the air. And I saw a bounce like that with a Jamaican also at border with Patrick Patterson. The ball hit the side screen, but you can't get 6 byes. So he got 4 byes. We was playing against Pakistan. So that 4 byes takes the score now to 213 for 2.
And one signal for the over from umpire Carl. And took it as well. A short delivery from O.J. Shields. Aldine Thomas, not one of the tallest wicket keepers in the region. And he couldn't get up to stop that. Hence why.
You ever seen Patrick Patterson bowl? Oh, he was like a terror.
I heard about him.
Yeah, moved to the mountains, I understand. And this is a ball that's pitched up. Short ball followed up by a attempted Yorker. And played it nicely into the onside. And they got a single. So he'll keep the strike. As the total going up now to 214 for the loss of 2. 74 overs gone. So if light allows, 90 overs will be bowled today. The sun trying to come out back, a battle between the sun and the clouds, while there's a battle between Jamaica and Guyana here in the middle. And I'm sure there's no battle between me and Andre.
There's no battle at all, Mr. Sean Divas. I might steal your bun and cheese if I get a little bit hungry later on. Last hour here of day 1 in the round 4 of the West Indies Championship. Guyana Harpy Eagle, 214 for 2, an extremely strong position. Credit to the Jamaican squad for fighting throughout the course of the day. Good to see O.J. Shields coming back for a late spell in the day.
And it's good to see the improvement of Barnes with his off spin. The last couple of overs has been what he should have done all the time. Must have been inspired by the demise of Nando, stumped off Redwood.
Yeah.
Bowling a lot slower.
Yeah, we have to mention there's been 2 unfortunate incidents. One for Odin McCarthy, who rolled his shoulder. And then Kevlon Anderson, the Centurion, I think he rolled his ankle or something like
he
that.
injured his ankle.
Yeah, I really hope it doesn't affect him for the rest of the season because he's in such sparkling form. Be a horrible end for his season there.
I don't think it would be so serious as to affect him for the season. Maybe for this match, and hopefully not for the second innings. But if Guyana is batting well and gets a big score, I don't see the necessity of him going out to bat again in this innings. And the second innings only if he's needed.
Yeah, nice platform here for Kemal Savory and Tevin Imlach to show what they're worth. They have some good runs behind them.
Had a big partnership the last time they played here against Jamaica.
Back and cuts that one, but he cuts it into the cover region and there's no run.
I was asking Marlon if he ever saw Patrick Patterson bowl. He said no. Did you ever see Patrick Patterson bowl?
No, I didn't, unfortunately. I may carry the spirit of an older gentleman. I just want to turn on into a third man. But I'm not that old, Sean Divas. The first bowlers I would have seen bowl and that would have stuck in my memory were the great Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, as I heard you all talking about that. 217 for 2 after 75.
Well, Patrick Patterson was devastatingly quick. And he comes from Jamaica, of course. I think he's somewhere in the hills. And you used to see his pegs when he's going to deliver. The batter would see his pegs, how high he'd lift his foot. And at border, he bowled a bouncer over the head of the keeper and hit the boundary board flush, the side screen flush. But you can't get a 6 byes, so it was 4 byes. And he was bowling that, I can't remember who was one of the Pakistan batsmen. I was a little boy watching that day. And he was also involved when Ghana were bowled out for their lowest score, 4-1. One of the players at my club, I was also a little boy, and he was a big fellow, so I didn't laugh at him. He said he didn't know first-class cricket was so hard, and the bowlers would bowl so fast. He never played a first-class match again.
I mean, those really were the golden era of cricket, first-class cricket in 1970s and 1980s.
Yeah, the Shell Shield tournament.
When, of course, those players would turn out for their nations. And I can't imagine what it would be like you're playing for Trinidad against Barbados or something, and then your opening pair is the West Indies opening pair of Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes.
And the board was so strict in those days that Desmond Haynes came back and played a match for Barbados, but didn't play. I think you had to play at least 2 matches, and he was not picked for the West Indies team.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, the competition was so much because you look at the late, great Malcolm Marshall, also a Bajan, and he got his chance because of the Rebel Tour.
Yeah.
Else he would not have been, I mean, he would have been in contention, but would he have been spoken of in great renown as he is now? And your good friend Colin Croft, I mean, he was a dangerous bowler as well. Awkward action.
He was part
broad
of the four-pronged
shoulders.
pace attack. And he also went on the Rebel Tour.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Colin Croft a couple of times.
He lived in Trinidad for a long, long time.
Yeah.
He married an air hostess in Trinidad, a Trinidadian air hostess. He's now living in America. Turned into the onside, but can't score. And in fact, he played as 60-something years old plus on the Masters team, not this Masters team that Brian Lauer captained.
Yeah, the Legends Tour.
Yeah,
in
the Legends
India.
Tour.
But I'm still sure he could get some disconcerting bounce, Colin Croft, because he was a tall fellow. I mean, I'm 6'4", and I think he's a little bit taller than me, about 6'5", 6'5 and a half.
And when West Indies went to Kerry Packer series in 1978, Marshall again made his debut in India.
Yeah.
Short lifting delivery, handled well in the end. But it's nice to see the fast bowler bowling to the batsman and testing him with some short balls.
A good delivery here, as we see the replay here. Well played in the end. You'd have to say by Tevin Imlach. Played it nice, played it down. And I have to ask you, those players that went on the Rebel Tour, I mean, the great Lawrence Rowe, who would probably have the best test debut ever, was ostracized for a long time by his Jamaican counterparts, and they all faced some degree of trial and tribulation. Do you think that they regret their actions going to that Rebel Tour?
Some of them, but some of them were towards the end of their career, so the money was good. Colin Croft, for instance, he took the money to finance his pilot course, and he's now a commercial pilot. So the young ones, I don't think they should have gone. When they asked Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd, they were loyal to their nation. So there was no way. They gave Richards, I understand, a blank check to sign, and he refused.
Yeah.
But those were the days when Lawrence Rowe's name was temporarily put up here, and there was a big protest to take it down. Now lives in Florida, and that's the end of the over. 217 for 2, Guyana pressing on even though they've lost, well, technically 3 wickets. Anderson was retired hurt on 100.
And there's a future West Indies cricketer there, sitting on behind the match summary, eyes wide open, looking for a little snack. Probably a future. He looks like a Jamaican fast bowler, I would say.
No, I think he looks like a Jamaican batter, like
So
Sir
you
Lawrence Rowe.
think he looks like a batter? Maybe Jason Prasad, our producer, is a better judge of cricketers. What is it that young fellow look like to you, Jason?
A batter
or
fast bowler.
The bowler, says Jason
Yeah.
Prasad. He's backing me.
You got a lot of backers.
Yeah. Probably an all-rounder. Let's just go with all.
Yes, all wrong though.
Yeah.
So at least I get to say in
You
the
get the
matter.
best of both
Yeah.
worlds.
Yeah, so if you just joined us, we started this morning, Guyana winning the toss and not surprisingly electing to bat. Until the last half hour of the first session, they were going quite well, 55, when Chandra Paul, who hit 5 fours or 3 fours in his innings, 55 balls, made 32, a strap leg before to the bowling of Smith. In the second session, that was at lunch, 72 for 1. And the second session, Guyana didn't lose a single wicket. They went to tea at 168 for the same one. Anderson was at that stage on 82 and Nandu on 50, both getting their half centuries. And since then, we've seen Nandu depart stumped.
Redwood from the southern end, where he has been bowling from the northern end, 1 for 63. Good turn there by Kimon Siri. But as we're discussing all-rounders, I can't think of a Guyanese pace bowling all-rounder off the top of my head. I mean, of course, you had Carl Hooper, who was a brilliant all-rounder.
No, he was an off-spinner.
Yeah.
But Lyndon Joseph, I don't know if you heard of him. He played for the West Indies B team.
Okay.
He had a contract that Hampshire, that Malcolm Marshall recommended him for, but he was quick. He was good. But I think he was an introvert, and
Yeah.
that's why he never progressed to the higher level. But he was one of the natural all-rounders, bowled very quickly, good delivery, appeal, more in hope than in enthusiasm than in conviction.
What was his first name again?
Lyndon Joseph.
Linton.
Lyndon.
Linden. Yes, that name does sound familiar, actually.
They called him
Linden
Bimby.
Joseph. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the pace, Marv, like the pace.
But I mean, if you look back at the history of the all-rounders in the
Garfield Charles was
Caribbean,
another one, but he didn't
Yeah.
go on to play for the West Indies. He's the only night watchman for Guyana who got 100. He got 100 at Garakar Park as night watchman.
Oh, wow.
He was a fast bowler, fast bowling all-rounder. Shepherd is also a good fast bowling all-rounder.
Mm-hmm.
None.
Now, yeah, I was just thinking about it because I mean, if you look at it, all the cricketing nations of the Caribbean have produced general fast bowling all rounders. I mean, Trinidad, you would argue, had the original blockbuster, and that was Larry Considine. This one is a thick outside edge. It'll run close to the ropes before. There's it pull up. The fielder does extremely well to get a hand down. That's the number 20. O'Dane McCarthy is back on the field, so it's good to see him back out there. And did well to restrict them to just 2.
And he must have been thinking of the previous injury he had chasing along the ball to the boundary. That must have been in his head.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the original blockbuster all-rounder, which is Sir Larry Considine, Lord Larry Considine, I should say. Barbados had arguably the greatest cricketer ever produced in
Sir
Garfield
Garfield Sobers, no doubt about
Yeah.
that.
Jamaica, Andre Russell, Franklin Rose, to name a few.
And Sir Garfield Sobers had a lot of test centuries. Only recently I realized how much test centuries he had. So he could have made the team as a batsman, he could have made the team as a left-arm spinner, he could have
Yeah.
made the team as a Chinaman bowler, he could have made
Yeah.
the team as a medium pacer.
As a medium pacer, yeah, because he did get that swing as well.
And he's-
Representatives of the Jamaica Cricket Association there. So, but of course you have Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who's sort of putting his hand up as an all-rounder. Well, he's certainly no slouch with the bat.
And in fact, his commitment has grown tremendously over the last year or so. He actually played in a first division match the day before Guyana departed, which was last Saturday. He played for GCC and made 77 in that game and got 3 wickets. And the next day, Guyana flew to Jamaica.
Yeah. But again, that's one of the good things about the advent of T20 cricket, where players are becoming much more all-rounded.
Imlak also played for DCC the day before he traveled.
Yeah.
He's in strike now, leaves the ball alone. He played for DCC. I think he got 50 something in that match.
Yeah. And of course, the last time I think it was in round 2 or round 3, you all had the opportunity to chat with Clive Lloyd on commentary.
Yeah.
So that great captain, quite arguably the most successful Test captain ever, certainly by West Indian standards. And I mean, if you think about the legacy that he created and the fact that West Indies ruled cricket for 20 odd years, 30 odd years, started under him.
It was in fact started by Frank Worrell, and he took over.
Yeah.
Frank Worrell molded the team, and when he lost 6-1 in Australia, Frank Worrell's team, they loved the West Indies style so much that they had a motorcade for the West Indies. Yeah, and then Lloyd took over, and it was not easy. People say he had a great team, but he had to mold different people from different islands, from different cultures, different races. And he did a fantastic job. Not only was he a Test captain great, he won the first 2 World Cups.
I always remember a quote. I had a book of 50 great West Indian cricketers, and of course, Sobers, Worrell, and Lloyd were in it. And the quote was, Frank Worrell inspired his men. Gary Sobers led by example, but Clive Lloyd combined the best of both. And I think that really summed up the man, because everybody knew Clive Lloyd as a devastating batter and a good leader, but he was also a brilliant fielder.
Yeah,
and
in
before
his
his
younger
knees,
days.
before his knees got bad, he was super cat, as he was known.
He was patrolling the covers. I knew Clive Lloyd when he was in slips. That's when I first saw him.
And then, of course, the ironic thing is his batting record, which is quite admirable, would have been even better if he didn't have such a strong team around him.
Yeah. So all these greats, I remember Roberts and Derek Murray featuring in the World Cup semi-final, a big partnership. In Guyana, Parliament stopped.
Yeah. The captain's knock to end all captain's knocks.
Those were the days when radio was boss and people loved cricket. Of course, there were less distractions, good delivery, and cut away down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Up on his toes there was Tevin Imlak. A bit of width offered by O.J. Shields, and you know with the pace that O.J. Shields is coming at, you have all the time in the world, or you have all the power in the world to get that down to the ropes for 4. Really, really nice shot there from Tevin Imlak.
Yeah, used the pace of the bowler and just guided it down to the boundary. Once it passed that fielder, this outfield is drying really quickly. This morning it was soggy, and after lunch it dried out a little bit, and now it's even drying quicker.
But as we come back to Clive Lloyd, Sean Devers, I mean, he was really at the center of a perfect storm, and I'll tell you why after this delivery. Left alone by Tevin Imlak with some respect, 225 for 2 after
and that's good technique. He dropped the gloves and let the ball go.
As I was saying, Sir Clive Lloyd was at the center of a perfect storm, because at the time when he assumed the West Indies captaincy, all the nations were just starting to get their independence. So there was that sense of pride and national pride and regional pride and power. And then Sir Clive Lloyd was able to use the West Indies cricket team to galvanize the Caribbean in a way that nobody has ever done. The politicians have never done it like that. And it showed the importance of a West Indies captain. I mean, Craig Bradford probably doesn't have the pull and the gravitas, I should say.
He doesn't know the pioneers who worked and paved the path for him. He doesn't know the importance of Well, I don't know if he knows, but I'm assuming he doesn't know the significance of cricket to the West Indies. The West Indies cricket is the longest lasting regional institution. Even CARICOM and UWI are
And
after cricket.
that is the point I was getting to, that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you like cricket or you dislike cricket or you don't even care about cricket. The West Indies Test captain is one of the most important people and most influential people
Yep.
in the region.
And it started with Worrell in the 60s, in the early 60s, and then continued with Lloyd in the late 60s. And then he won the 1975,
Yeah.
1979. And when the West Indies team under Clive Lloyd played India in the final of the 1983 World Cup, that was the biggest upset
In
in
sporting
history of sports.
Well, at least in cricket history.
Again,
And it's interesting how the tables have turned. I mean, when India used to visit in the 1990s and stuff when I was a boy in the early 2000s, it was a joke. It was almost a joke series. West Indies were going to mash them up. Yes, they may have had Ganguly and Tendulkar and Dravid, but their bowling was nothing to be talked about. And now look at it, India, world powerhouse, and the West Indies on the other end.
but in that same year, 1983, India toured the West Indies and beat West Indies in a one-day game. It was a good delivery, a loud appeal, and you could see the frustration on the faces of the Jamaicans.
But the wicket has actually been given. So Tevin Imlach is LBW to Redwood, who strikes again. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. Tevin Imlach was very unhappy with the decision. Well, I certainly could have pitched on middle and leg and then straight in. So it was a brilliant delivery nevertheless. And Tevin Imlach has to go with the score at 226.
That's why I was amazed that the fielders had smiles on their face, the expression, not knowing that Kevin Imlach was given out. So he walks back to his pavilion dejectedly, and Guyana now slipped to 226 for 3, and that's a big blow for Guyana and a good blow for Jamaica, because Kevin Imlach scored 100 the last time these two teams met, and he's in brilliant form, and now he's been sent back. So can the pendulum swing late in the afternoon?
Now look who strikes at the crease. It's your good friend, Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair, the off-spinning all-rounder. I more think he's a batting all-rounder.
He certainly will have a job to do with the ball as well. So a bit of luck coming Jamaica's way. Tamari Redwood to the second wicket. The unfortunate loss of the set batter in Kevlon Anderson. But the two KSs are out there in the middle. Kevin Sinclair and Kim All Savory.
Well, Kevin Sinclair had a big 100. His only first-class 100, 168. And batted very well in Australia. Many people didn't remember that when it was overshadowed by Shamar Joseph, his performance. He got a brilliant half-century in Australia to set up the West Indies win. And this is him. Again, first delivery is going to be ultra-aggressive. And that's his way of playing.
Yeah, but I always appreciate and love players like Kevin Sinclair. They always get 100%. And I mean, that signature backflip of his.
Yeah.
It just shows what kind of exuberant, extravagant personality he has. And the other thing I do appreciate about it was that when myself and Gerard Basso was setting up yesterday for proceedings today, we got a chance to talk to him. I think it was actually, maybe on Monday. But he was very approachable. He was very, very down to earth.
And he listens to some people who he trusts. Doesn't listen to everybody. And some people say he's got an attitude, but he listens to who makes sense and who he trusts. He's from Angai Avenue in New Amsterdam. That's the first town ever in Guyana. And he decided to play for Rose Hall Town, which is in quarantine, because he was playing a couple of matches for Bormine, or Tuckburg Park as it's now changed. And he decided that the standard there was not as high as playing for Rose Hall Town. And he went to Rose Hall Town. He kept wicket for Guyana on the 15. He was a medium pacer. And then his grandfather turned him into a fast ball. He's in fact the cousin of former national fast bowler Kevin Darlington.
Oh, wow. Always so much information you can glean and gather from the good man, Sean Devers. Another change in bowling here. Odin Smith is coming back into the attack. He, of course, got the wicket of Tejarai Chandapol, which seemed like an eternity ago, Sean Devers. I was about 11:30 Jamaica time. All of that first wicket, 55 for 1. Second wicket, 192 for 2. And the third at 226. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be very, very happy with how they performed so far. And certainly the happy of the two teams on the day.
And Jamaica would be very pleased with the wickets they've gotten in this final session. They're fighting back to quick wickets. And we mustn't forget that Kevin Anderson was looking very good and he had to retire hurt. So technically they've gotten 3 wickets in quick succession, including Anderson, who was set, including the man who got 100 last year. So they're on a roll, but they must keep up this momentum and get more wickets. Bring themselves right back into the game. Smith bowls, and that's short. And cover driven out towards the extra cover position because of the slowness in the outfield. Again, robbing the batsman of a possible 2 runs. So he settled for 2. And the score goes now to 229 for 3. Sinclair is on 3. Savory is on 7.
Based on their scoring, what do you how do you think Guyana will, and provided they end the day unscathed, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Are they going to bat the majority of the day and maybe give themselves an hour at Jamaica in the afternoon?
No, if they get a big enough score, I think they'll declare just before tea. Good delivery again, short
tea.
and lifting. Yeah, just before tea. And if they get a big score, then they can bowl the Jamaicans out, but it depends how fast they score. The timing for the declaration depends on their strike rate. But then again, they can be dismissed for 260.
Indeed. Anything can happen in this very strange and wonderful game.
Nice shot again. Open the face of the bat. And down to third man, another double.
I mean, it's quite interesting if you look at the maths of it. 90 overs in a day. 90 by 4 is 320. 320 divided by 6, that is 1800.
You sound like a professor.
1920 deliveries. But this game could be done in 20 deliveries. This entire match could be done in 20 deliveries. If 19 batsmen fell for 19 and then one batter just scored a single, that could be an entire game. Just shows how weird and wonderful this game of cricket is.
A lot of these players, including Sinclair, have now gone down to the Everest Club in Georgetown. It used to be the East Indian Cricket Club before 1970 when Guyana gained Republican status. It's now Everest. And Moti, Sinclair, Hetmeyer, all of these guys now are playing for Everest. Nandu is already there. The 2 Chandrapals.
Yeah, certainly a famous name there. What about the other grounds? Border has a club, Georgetown Cricket Club.
Yes, Border is the oldest cricket club in the Caribbean.
Yeah. Good delivery there. And who's topping the table? Is it a good competition between the clubs in Guyana, or is it a situation of like Trinidad where Queen's Park Oval is, I wouldn't say the be-all and end-all of what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago cricket, but it has to pass to the Queen's Park Oval or the Queen's Park Cricket Club if it comes to fruition.
2-1 for 3 and 8 overs, 10 overs to go, providing the light stays good. Yes, there's the reasonably good competition between the top teams, DCC, Everest, GDF, Police, Maltinos. Those are the top teams in Georgetown. And so those teams win and lose. But the top team would be GCC or DCC. Everest also, in terms of the infrastructure, because most of the prominent people are members of Everest.
Redwood to continue to Savory, who's looked quite comfortable. He hasn't looked in any sort of bother or trouble since he's been at the crease.
But over the years, GCC has produced the most test players and the most Guyana players for Guyana in its history. GCC, Boda. And they ran the West Indies cricket. The first West Indies tour was organized by the GCC. That time they were in Parade Ground. Then 1865 was the first match. Barbados played Guyana at Parade Ground, and then they had the replay.
Back into his creases, Kevin Sinclair cuts that nicely. Fielder from cover will come around, and they'll get a single. What about decentralizing the cricket? Of course, you mentioned city clubs. What about going into Barakara, going into deeper areas to find that talent? Like how?
Well, they would bring out the talent, but they wouldn't play lots of competitions there because of the nature of the soil and so forth. And they were trying to get a pitch in Letem. That's way up in the hinterland, almost in the Amazon jungle. But I was saying that in 1865, the first match was played at the Parade Ground, and then the second match was played at...
Nice drive there by Savory again.
At the Garrison Savannah, which has horse racing now. So those were the first two regional games in 1865. And it was GCC, they later moved to Boda because there was a man called Joseph Boda. He donated land to football, that's GFC, Boda, and cricket, GCC Boda.
Deep into his crease here, Sinclair plays that nicely into the leg side, getting a single. They really don't have to do anything too fancy here, Guyana. It's just about 21 minutes left in the session. They might extend it if they want to get the 10 overs in, as you mentioned.
And of course, they've got lots of cricket. Berbice was recently the strongest cricket county in Guyana in terms of the administration. That's a good delivery again, beating him outside the line of the off. And been a googly to the left-hander, and the over is completed. So it's now 235 for 3.
Yeah.
So there's Port Morant, there's Albion, which is now being converted into a multi-stadium by the government of Guyana. There's Skeldon, those are the quarantine teams. Then there's Blairmont on the west bank of the Berbice River, West Berbice. So those are the clubs along with the New Amsterdam Club Bormine. So those are the top clubs that play first division cricket in Berbice. There's also Kanji, and there is Young Warriors, the club that Het Meyer plays for. So those are the main first division clubs, along with a club called West Berbice.
Good delivery there from O'Dean Smith that had Kevin Sinclair feeling for that one. But it looked like he played inside the line.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair, really good batter. And he's looking forward to getting some runs here in this tournament. Savory on 9. Yeah. Smith bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. So Guyana's cricket structure is also Essequibo has their cricket. There's a guy named Delroy Jacobs. He's the brother of Stephen Jacobs. He's running a camp in Bartica. That's part of Essequibo. He's producing a lot of young players. And there's also the intercounty at all levels.
Edged. Is that taken by Aldane Thomas? And it is. It's a brilliant diving catch there. The wicket keepers union is rejoicing. Wonderful take there by Aldane Thomas. And that's the end of the fourth wicket. Kevin Sinclair goes 235 for 4. The Jamaica Scorpions are storming back in this second session, in this third and final session, as Odin Smith takes his second wicket.
And the Jamaica Scorpions anticipated to sting Guyana Harpy Eagles. The claws are not there as yet. That's a very good catch. Pitched and taken low down to his right. Excellent catch by the keeper. And Sinclair, who we've been talking about so much, has to go back. And as I said, the pendulum is swinging. We're talking about Guyana score tomorrow and declaring. I said if a couple of wickets fall, then Guyana could be bowled out. And they don't want that to happen. Jamaica would love that to happen.
And there's that man, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, striding to the crease at the number 7 position. The good thing is for Guyana is that if Kevlon Anderson, who rolled his ankle earlier today, is able to come back, he can come back and play. Let's have a look at this catch again. Stunning stuff here from Aldane Thomas. He was initially moving to his left and then had to move very, very far to his right. Only one slip in place. And brilliant stuff from Odin Smith. He strove hard all day, and his figures actually reflect how hard he's worked. 2 for 37 off 12 and a half overs.
Well, he's gotten the first wicket and he's just gotten the last one. Leave you in the capable hands of Marlon Pinnock.
And I'm sure Marlon Pinnock will be saying, I certainly hope it's not the last that Odin Smith takes today. I want to wrap up Guyana this evening and watch my boys bat tomorrow. Marlon Pinnock is back. The Wicketkeepers Union will be celebrating and fetting Mr. Aldane Thomas tonight for that spectacular catch.
Not excellent from Aldane Thomas. Initial movement was going down the leg side and take it very low outside the off stump.
Yeah.
And excellent from the big man.
Yeah, inches off the ground. Even in your illustrious time as a keeper, I don't think you've ever taken a screamer like that, Marlon Pinnock.
I think I took one in my entire career like that, but that was a special catch.
Yeah.
And to dismiss Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, certainly. Dangerous Kevin Sinclair. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the top 6 hitter in this year's tournament, 16 sixes, 179 runs in 3 matches, as well as 9 wickets. So he'll certainly be needed. Odin Smith, he's worked hard today, Odin Smith, and he's still there. He still has a bit of a smile on his face, which is why I like the Odin Smith character, Juggernaut.
He has 7 wickets in the tournament, Odin Smith.
I'm the Juggernaut Smith. Short delivery and what? High in the air, run close to the long on boundary. No, it doesn't. The fielder does well. That's Odin McCarthy. Good to see him back on the field.
An excellent work from McCarthy. It's very quick. Thinking about the second. And could have been risky. Look at this. I think a better throw. And he was struggling.
And I think the batter has actually done himself an injury there.
And the physiotherapy is on in the field again for the second time this afternoon. And hope he's well. Tevlon Anderson.
It's actually Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Yeah.
Tevlon Anderson was injured earlier. He's off the field. And now Ronaldo Ali Mohammed on this occasion. Well, look at the throw. Odin McCarthy, I think a better throw. Just a better throw.
It was right there, I think, where Ronaldo Ali Mohammed extended his ankle, maybe the right ankle as well. That's certainly a twist there. He's still getting treatment, and that magic spray comes out, can he?
And it has come out for the second time. in the day. And both players ankle injury as well. Well, look at this.
He landed awkwardly, I think, on almost both ankles there. That's when he pulls up.
236 for 4.
I think you're being a little bit harsh on Odin McCarthy by saying a better throw on Ali Muhammad would have been run out, because I think he did really well to keep that down to a single. And to pick it up and turn and throw like that, you Jamaicans really need to start taking up some javelin or something, because I think you'll be good at it. Although we have our Keyshawn Walcott, you all have Usain Bolt, and Usain Bolt trumps Keyshawn any day.
I guess my producer will want to give us another look at the catch from Aldine Thomas.
Yeah, might as well. Let's see Wicketkeepers Union enjoy their moment. And here it comes here.
It was a peach of a delivery as well. Squaring Kevin Sinclair up. Well, look at that from Aldine Thomas. Good and excellent glove work. Wicket number 4 lost by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 2 new batters in the middle now. And after 2 brilliant partnership up top of 55 and 137. As Liverpool doing very well in the English Premier League as well.
Well played there by Kimal Savory. He's looked confident, comfortable and confident since he's come to the crease. 13 overs from Odin Smith. He strikes in this over. 2 for 38. Guyana Harpy Eagle 236 for 4. Now they were 55 for 1, 192 for 2, 226 for 3, and 235 for 4. And those last 3 wickets have fallen in the final session. So it shows that the Jamaica Scorpions maybe didn't have it right in the first 2 sessions, but they certainly are bouncing back. And if Centurion Kevlon Anderson does not come back out, they're essentially 236 for 5, which is a big, big problem here. Lovely shot there from Gerard Basso. He's feeling all waxing lyrical here. He's feeling all nostalgic here at Sabina Park. He's angling the sun and the lights and everything.
As the beautiful sunshine comes up here at Sabina Park as well. In glorious condition for cricket. And just about 10 minutes to 5 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica as well.
82 overs have been bowled. We'll have to see if they extend play to get the 90 overs in. Tamari Redwood will continue. He has 2 wickets as well. Nandu and then Tevid Imlak. 2 big wickets as well for Tamari Redwood.
Hey yo, Cherry!
12 wickets in the tournament so far for young Tamari Redwood, including 7 for 72 against Leeward Islands.
Back and cuts this one. There's protection out in the deep. And Ronaldo Ali Muhammad will take that single. Kimal Savory is coming back into strike now. Kimal Savory actually has a 99 in this tournament as well. He scored that in round 1 when the Harpy Eagles beat the Barbados Pride by 10 wickets. Kevlon Anderson got to 101 and Paul Savory got 99. He could have gone to Kevlon Anderson and say, friend, you could have given me that 1 single and then we could have both had hundreds. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If it did work like that, I would have at least 19 of Courtney Walsh's 519 test wickets.
Hey yo!
Nice push there by Savory. up to that wide long off boundary for a single. And it definitely seems that the Guyana Harpy Eagles have said, okay, we've lost a couple wickets. Let's just go back into our shell and let's just make sure we consolidate for the rest of the afternoon, which isn't going to be very long, I suspect. Thick outside edge, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will run that down to short third man and he'll get a single. McCarthy does well coming around there.
And what the Scorpions will be mindful about as well. Savory, he got a magnificent 155 last year against the Scorpions here at Sabina Park.
Seems to be a happy hunting ground for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're feasting on the Scorpions. As much as Sean Devers is feasting on jerk chicken behind us. Munch, munch, munch away.
Well, he's back for his 6th round of the day.
Oh my. Oh my.
He's having a ball here at Sabina Park when he comes on to the curry goat. Yeah. A little child there having fun. Playing some football.
Football instead of cricket, my goodness.
Preparing
Have to have a word with their parents. Should have brought a cricket bat and a wind ball.
I guess they are preparing to see Lionel Messi.
Yeah.
In a few days' time at the National Stadium.
Liverpool versus PSG.
We are dieted Liverpool fan as well.
Yes, indeed. Odin Smith to continue. 2 wickets. 239 for 4 after 83. Goes for a big swing. That's up in the air. It's down to the mid-wicket region. McCarthy comes around. Does really well there. Didn't get proper connection on that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. But a heave across the line.
Well, the intent is clear from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's going to play strokes. And quite rightly, a slight adjustment been made in the field as well. Deep backward square. And goes on the boundary.
There's also a fine leg on the boundary, mid-on and mid-off are fairly deep as well. Odin McCarthy actually takes a couple steps back at mid-on. Still one slip in place as well as a wide gully. But I think it looks like Ali Mohammed will take on a short ball. If you're going to bowl a short ball to him, he will take it on.
Well, it finally goes to more a long leg fielding position now.
It's good cricket here from him. Ali Mohammed. But this is a situation where Odin could target the stumps, because if Ali Mohammed is winding up to try to hit him, just target the stump. Maybe you might catch him in a miscue. Maybe I might try here. I'll try to punch that down the ground. I'll spoon quite nicely to somebody in cover. I think Jivoy Royal is still on the field, and so that will be Brandon King, who I think is off, who injured himself fielding. I mean, a couple injury incidents here today. Nothing serious. Goes to the big swing again. Goes to the short one again. Taken cleanly by Alden Thomas.
The third man is on the boundary as well. And this is a good battle between Odin Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. And 3 fielders out. But what we know, he's an aggressive player by nature. And he loves to play shots. And as I mentioned, has 16 maximums in the tournament so far.
Yeah, certainly topping that list. Good delivery. That's on the stumps and well played by Ali Mohammed. So it's good to see that he knows, he's aware of the game, and he knows which ones to go at and which ones to not go at.
Well, the thing about it, he's keeping his eyes on the cricket ball, and that's a wise idea as well. And 19 fours in the inning so far, to go with 2 sixes.
Swings at this one, gets it through that mid-wicket region again. Odin McCarthy deals with the awkward bounce quite well at that wide long-on position. Did really well at covering that ground there, McCarthy. Looked very, very skilled. Move quickly.
He's very quick across the outfield. Nothing from him. An excellent fielder.
Yeah. Shadows lengthening across Sabina Park as we close in on the normal conventional closing time of 5 o'clock.
Well, it's 3 minutes to 5 here in Jamaica.
About 2 hours too late for Penny's dinner. 242 for 4 after 84.
A good over been delivered by Odin Smith. Marquino Minley. 15 overs. None for 14. And look at his economic rate. 0.93. As at a shot of former West Indies all-rounder Nehemiah Perry.
Yes, that's him sitting down there with a quite lovely companion next to him as well. I think that's what Gerard Basso is focusing on, our good cameraman. Peering into the Kingston Cricket Club. Beverages and food are flowing.
Some loyal Scorpion spectators as well, having a drink and watching a game of cricket.
Yeah, the turnout has been quite good in the stands. There's quite a few people that came out. Of course, it is the holiday, end of the holiday, Ash Wednesday. Tamari Redwood continues a short delivery. Ronaldo Ali Muhammad looking to hit that into downtown Kingston. Well, he's dribbling it up to that mid-wicket region, short mid-on region. Stepping away, well, doing all kind of fancy work here, but no, he just decides to play it up to the field. Don't know if he was listening to some dancehall music earlier, Penny, and he said, I'm going to get a step in. Let's see what he does now. Quite an open stance, he's ready, and he's dancing up the pitch now, he's back now. And what does he do? He just plays it calmly into defensive.
Maybe that's what he used to get his innings underway.
Probably just toying with the young man, Tamari Redwood, trying to throw him off his line. Tamari Redwood playing cricket. Ronaldo Ali Muhammad playing chess. Back to this one. Turns it into the leg side. Gets a nice single, an easy single. 243 for 4.
And this is educated cricket here from Ronaldo Ali Muhammad. And just came inside the line and took that ball to that vacant mid-wicket region. And picked up an easy run, and that's a quality cricket you want to be seen batters in the region playing.
And the unbothered Kemal Savory is there. He looked very, very comfortable, very, very calm, and works another brilliant single here. He moves up to 11. I think it's a facet of the red ball game that is underrated, Penny. And I mean, the West Indies captain Craig Bradford does it well when he's on point. Craig Bradford, all of a sudden, he'll be from 4 to 10 to 20, and before you know it, he's up to 50. Kemal Savory is playing that sort of role now. All of a sudden, he's up to 11 without any big extravagant shots, without any challenges, without any hiccups. Nice punch by Ali Mohammed. The fielder picks up. That is Odin McCarthy just at backward point, and he doesn't pick up cleanly, and they get away with the single. 244 for 4 after 85.
And this is where the Guyana Harpy Eagles running between the wickets has been outstanding throughout the day. The ability to pick up singles and the ability to score boundaries when the bad ball presents itself. But kudos to the Scorpions. They fought back and picked up some key wickets at some key times as well. One of our loyal supporter who supports the Jamaica Defence Force team as well. We call him Flower. He loves the game of cricket. Not a young A man by no stretch of imagination, closing in on a century. He's about 76 or 24 away from a century.
And how are things at your beloved Jamaica defense, First Penny? Is all as well? All squared away?
Well, I'm not there anymore. I left in January.
Okay. Penny is running his own empire now. He's formulating his own soldiers. Odin Smith to continue. Whacked by Ali Mohammed only into the extra cover region. And that is Brandon King, it looks like, who's on the field.
And of course, Jaffa Royal is on the field at mid-off.
Yeah. I'm not sure who he's on for. Maybe it might be Mindley. I haven't seen Mindley in a little bit. I noticed Mindley doing some stretches earlier, so he might just be that Mindley there. I thought that was McCarthy.
Yeah, Midley is at mid-wicket.
McCarthy's down there at long on. Mindley's there at that mid-wicket position. Mindley in the mid-wickets. Not sure who Royal is on for at the moment.
Maybe it's Barnes, I'm not sure. But one thing for sure, we know he's on the field of play.
Cut again, attempted cut by Ali Mohammed, not getting it past the outside, the inner circle.
Odin Smith into his 15th over, and 2 for 41. He got the first wicket this morning as well. Now if TJ ran Shonda Paul for 32 on 55 deliveries.
Sinclair for 7 as well. That's a big wicket. Big swing again by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and that one is true to Alden Thomas. He missed that by about 10 minutes.
A big heave across the line. And this ball does head his line and through to Alden Thomas. But an agricultural looking shot there.
Yeah, certainly. I think Kemal Savory just wandered down the pitch and had a little warning to him and tell him, hey, after you, I only have Gudakesh Moti and Viasarmi Pramal and Niall Smith. So why don't you bat with me a little? Well played. That's good cricket from Ali Mohammed. It's a little bit unfortunate, of course, for Kemal Savory that he comes in so low in the order. Number 5. The strength of the Guyana batting unit, Marlon Pinnock, is something not that really shouldn't be scoffed at all.
Indeed, and so they are at top of the standing so far. Played as a unit, plays as a team. And as I mentioned, unity is strength. They are hunting their 3rd title in as many years.
The leading wicket taker is, of course, that great man, Veerasamy Pramod, 16 wickets, 3rd in the table, and his figures of 6 for 75, the 5th best figures in the season so far.
And guess what? He has 652 wickets in regional cricket.
And we have to ask that man, Sean Devers, about a certain Richie Lucknath who took 9 wickets in round 1. And we haven't seen him since, of course. Veerasamy Pramod and Gudakesh Moti and Kevin Sinclair ahead of him in the pecking order. But certainly Lucknath would be looking for another chance for sure. 244 for 4, 86 overs bowled. Tamari Redwood, that young fellow, he's bowled 19 overs. That's quite a stretch for him. I'll have to look at the bowling figures, and he may have very well bowled the most overs. Brad Barnes probably put down about 15 or so.
Yo, watch. Nazar, them two they can't swing straight enough.
2 for 78 from the young Tamari Edwards.
Turk, you still can go.
Deep into his creases, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed hoiks this into mid-wicket region. And it's just a single. Ali wanted the second. It's not on. Taking a look at the bowling figures, Marquino Minley, 15 overs, none for 14. Brilliant stuff from him. OJ Shields, 13 overs, none for 40. That is on point as captain would have liked. Odin Smith, 15 overs, 2 for 42. Jermaine Blackwood, 6 overs for 26. Brad Barnes, 18 overs, 42. And Tamari Redwood into his 20th, 2 for 79.
Oh! I like your mind? Okay, good. Just a check and see if you don't stop slipping it. Now leave none in our crease. Just one line is mine.
And I have to give Midley credit as well for keeping Tamari Redwood on, because his first overs were really hit or miss. After 7 overs, he had about 33 runs on the board. Kevlon Anderson, who was going full guns, had fun with him. And then Redwood found his range and has been asking questions. Has got 2 important wickets as well. Matthew Nandu, who was stumped brilliantly by Aldane Thomas. And then, of course, the skipper, Tevin Imlach, fairly cheaply for just 16. A big boon there for the young boy. He's 19 years old, as you mentioned.
Still in school.
Still in school.
Excelsior High School here in Kingston,
Well, aren't we
Jamaica.
all in school still? Penny? We're all in the school of life. But I know what you mean, official school, the institutional school.
Indeed.
Indeed. Good to see, Penny. Good to see.
Oh, well, boy.
But I think, it highlights the point that the talent is out there for the West Indies, for Cricket West Indies to harness and work with. There is a 19-year-old emerging from Excelsior High School in Kingston and is playing and is bowling leg spin, genuine leg spin. That is certainly something to work with. It's just about harnessing the talent and making sure that they step up to the next level, working hand in hand with them till they step up to the next level. At the end of that over, I think it's 246 for 4. Play, it seems, will continue as Carl Tuckett slowly makes his way to the standing end.
87 overs completed. 3 remaining for 90 overs in the first day. But you look on the field of play, still a lot of sunshine, but you could see the shadows of the players across the ground as well. It's a beautiful shot around Sabina Park, around Kingston. There's my good friend Andrew Chang, who takes out his binoculars and looking across this beautiful country of Jamaica. And why not?
Well, they're just basic binoculars, Penny. They're not made by Superman. I can't see across hills and mountains. But I was having a look at the scoreboard because the scoreboard here says 249 for 4. Well, our official scoreboard says 247. Swing up in the air. Will Aldane Thomas take the catch? It falls safely in between 2 fielders. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed living a charmed life. And he continues to live very charmingly indeed.
Just out of the reach of Aldane Thomas. Not the quickest on the park, Aldane Thomas, but a good hostile short delivery from Odin Smith. And cramping Ronaldo Ali Mohammed for room. But he's still there. And luck favors the brave. Another run. And should take the total up to 248 based on our scoreboard for loss of 4.
I'd like to look at the replay of that attempted catch again, because it certainly seemed like a situation where, and I think Ali Mohammed he had a little bit of an injury earlier, and I think he's starting to feel the effects again. I'm not sure if he's seen something about his hair.
That was a short pitch delivery earlier from Odin Smith.
He may be wearing that one. But that shot fell perfectly between Alden Thomas as he was running back and the fielder had long leg. I don't know if the fielder had long leg pulled up because he saw Alden Thomas coming back, because of course you want the keeper with the gloves to take that catch. This is what you really want to see how far it is away from Alden. If he could have gotten, he could have put the dive down.
I'm not being able to see.
Yeah, we can't
clearly,
ascertain from that there. As good as our good friend Gerard Basto is at camera work, he's not going to capture every single moment. 2:45 for 4 after 86 overs. 4 overs left to complete the 90 for the day. We've already gone past the allotted time closure, which is 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, coming around to you.
Dean Smith
Yeah,
getting ready.
And he coming around to you.
He so far has 2 for 42 into his 16th. And as well as Tamari Redwood, who also has 2 wickets. Now back delivery down the leg side and titled out to that fine leg region by Savory, who gets his 13th.
And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will not get a breather. Came out Savory taking the single and just moving him off. I do apologize for little technical difficulties as our scorers get the score up to date. That's a nice hoik. It's up in the air. The catch is taken. That's the end of Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's been a short, charmed innings. Daniel Beckford, interestingly, takes the catch there. And that's the 3rd wicket for Odin Smith. 240. I'm not sure what the score is. I think it's actually gone to 250. So it might be 250 for the loss of 5.
I think the shot delivered before from Odin Smith had Ronaldo Ali Mohammed in some problems, and then the follow-up delivery, a short delivery, but a well-judged catch by the substitute fielder in Daniel Beckford. A 3rd wicket for Odin Smith.
The official score on the Cricket West Indies website is 251 for 5. That would make it there with the wickets of Tejaran Chandrapal, Matthew Nandu, Kevin Imlak, Kevin Sinclair, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who's actually caught by Daniel Beckford. It's not Odin McCarthy who took the catch. Daniel Beckford took the catch. And Gudakesh Moti comes out at number 8.
So close of play in some other games across the region. Combined College and Campus batted first. They made 262 all out. And the Barbados in reply 29 without loss. And Trinidad and Tobago 126 for 6. Jason Mohammed this time around, he got 32. And
Roston Chase taking 5 wickets for 70 runs for Barbados to limit the combined campuses and colleges who were in a fairly strong position. They were actually 209 for 4, and then collapsed to 262 all out. And good to hear that score from Trinidad and Tobago, because they were a spot of bother. 44 for 4 and then 92 for 6, I believe it was. Let's give you some details on that score. 129 for 6, that's the score. Carrie Pierre is batting, probably with his skipper. Yeah, Josh De Silva is not out on 30. Carrie Pierre not out on 24 or 48.
I think he's doing a remarkable job in the tournament so far, Harpy, with wickets.
Yeah, 26 wickets. Confirmation of the 250 up for Guyana, 252 for 5. So, I mean, it's an interesting situation. I would say Guyana's still ahead, but with the late flurry of wickets here, Jamaica just sort of pulled themselves back into the game. Where Guyana were probably looking at close to 400, Jamaica would be saying, hey, if we could limit them to not much above 320, then there can definitely be a game here.
Absolutely right. Now this Sabina Park strip, absolutely wonderful batting strip.
Feeling for that one, Gudakesh Moti, Odin Smith, 3 for 46, ends a brilliant over, wicket taking over, 252 for 5, some sights over Kingston in the background.
Both Odin Smith and Gudakesh Moti, both good friends. Both would have played for Guyana in Caribbean and Premier League for some time as well.
Halfway tree, bus stop Penny, I'm sure you've traveled through there at some point.
I guess you know all about Halfway Tree, Andrew.
Of course I do, Penny. I love nothing more than inhaling the Jamaican culture and Halfway tree.
What about
sights, sounds and smells?
What about Ochi? I think the last time you came here.
I've been to Ochi, I've been to Duns River Falls. It's very refreshing. It's absolutely lovely. You carried us to Ochi, Penny.
We are Kadir Mohammed as well.
Yes, indeed.
Vishal.
I'm not sure if your good friend Visham Lalmon was on that trip.
He was.
He was indeed. Yes, that epic game of catch that we played. Yeah.
I guess
Jason
you guys.
Prasad was also present, our good producer.
He was diving around as well. Gets across the water very quickly.
Very deft for a large fellow. Big swing there by Kemal Savory. Gets that through the extra cover region. Will that race into the ropes for 4? It certainly does indeed. That's the skill of that man, Kemal Savory.
Lovely shot. And over pitch delivery. And the timing, the placement was magnificent.
My apologies. I think that may have been Gudakesh Moti.
It is.
It was actually Gudakesh Moti. But Sean Devers was quick to tell me Gudakesh Moti has a first-class century.
I think he scored that last season as well.
Veerasamy Permal has been playing for 18 years and doesn't have one. I think he has a score in the 90s.
I think it was 90 not out.
Confirmed by Mr. Sean Devers. Sean Statistician Devers.
He's a love Guyana commentator as well.
And he has all the information.
He's
and of course, I mean, this tournament is known as the Western Asia Championship, but it's had some iconic names over the years. The Shell Shield, Red Stripe Cup, the Buster Cup. All sponsors, but certainly Shell Shield and Red Stripe were the Halcyon days, and when it was... I remember Sabina Park was still jam-packed to the absolute brim.
I remember those days. Buster Cup was playing players like a Garrick Breeze, and I was here at Sabina Park watching the game. Oh,
Dave Bernard Jr.
Oh my word!
And that's successful. That's a nice cut to the cover region again. It won't get quite to the ropes. And then probably the hardest working man in Jamaica to never make it to the big show, Mr. Tamar Lambert.
He was an excellent leader.
Yeah, certainly.
He led the Jamaica team to numerous amount of victories, titles as well.
Yeah, I think when Jamaica had a run of 5 in a row, which Guyana has matched since, Tamar Lambert was at the head of that. Big swing outside the wide outside the off. Somebody gets into the extra cover region. There's no run under the end of the over. The guy in a 12th man is coming out every over in our penny just to slow down things. It's still cricket, however you look at it.
It's good to see the umpires keeping things under control so far, with all fairness.
259 for 5 after 89 overs. That's what the Cricket West Indies scoreboard is saying. So this should be the last over. Odin Smith, you know he's going to give it his all, Penny. Odin Smith doesn't run on 87 gas, he runs on full 90.
Well, he's running off 15 steps though.
He's not running on fumes, again putting in his shift. So they credit to that bowler, Odin Smith. It's not been the easiest of conditions. Some good sun throughout the day. 16 overs, 3 for 45. Really putting up his hand to be counted. Good delivery again. But I think that's the only thing that's missing from Odin Smith's trick, from Book of Tricks, is to string together those good deliveries. Marquino Minley did it so well. Learn from him. Learn how he puts it on the spot, on the same spot, ball in, ball out. And with the extra pace that Odin Smith has, and of course those big massive shoulders, if he rounds his arm a little faster, he'll get that extra bounce, he'll get that extra zip. Good delivery, tucked him up. No question there from Odin Smith. He's not going to beg for a wicket. He already has 3.
But if you can have 4, why not?
Why not?
I think the Scorpions wouldn't mind this afternoon getting another wicket just before close of play.
Certainly, just to really get into that tail and mop them up in the morning. You have to give credit to the Guyana team. There isn't much of a tail. Very Sami Pramal, no slouch with the bat. And then, well, it would just be Niall Smith and Thaddeus Lovell. I think he'll be making his debut, a fast bowler from Guyana. He has played 1 game. Confirmed Mr. Sean Devers.
And there you go. The statistician is out.
Just whisper anything Guyana, and then Sean Devers will be there with commentary. A beautiful country, Guyana. I would love to visit.
I've never been there as well.
I know. I've always seen pictures of the KTA Falls. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It would certainly seem a stunning sight, a nice thick inside edge. Tamuti gets him a single. Is that how you pronounce it? Katia Falls? Kiter Falls. My apologies, Mr. Sean Devers. I think Jason Prasad is signaling that he's been there in his own private helicopter.
I think he's been there more than once. Loves that area.
Well, you do know you have a celebrity, because I'm sure if you watched the recent T20 World Cup in the Caribbean, you would have seen Mr. Jason Prasad doing his camera work there. And he certainly enjoyed his time, as he was telling me.
Now Vibes Cartel in Guyana at the moment as well. And he is promoting rum as well.
I'm not surprised. But I'm not sure if in Guyana they'll call him Cartel Vibes.
Royal Boss.
But of course, I mean that's what makes Jamaica so dramatic and so beautiful. Your musical culture, the history behind it. Good delivery down the leg side, a bit too straight there. Odin Smith asking the question: does Moti survive? He does indeed. No, that's actually Kemal Savory. And the umpires are yet to remove the bails. We'll see what's going on. The field is moving into position. No, they're now coming off the field there. I believe that will be the end of play for the day. 260 for 5, 90 overs bowled. Honors even, maybe carrying a little bit of a head because of the amount of runs. But Jamaica Scorpions storming back in that last session to take 4 wickets, as well as the unfortunate loss of Kevlon Anderson, who was injured, the Centurion. So some final words from Marlon Pinnock before I'll ask Mr. Devers just to sum up the day's play along with you. So have the Jamaica and Guyana boys finish as they started today.
Well, all in all, it was a fantastic day of cricket. With credit to Kevlin Anderson getting his 4th regional first-class century. And teacher and Shonda Paul, he fell short, got in a start and got to 32 from 55. But all in all, credit to the Scorpions. They came back in the second half of the innings and picked up 4 valuable wickets. But still, the Harpy Eagles in control.
Well, Guyana 100 for 1 at lunch, 168 for 1 at tea, means they didn't lose any wicket in the second session, and then 260 for 5, technically 260 for 6 if you count in Anderson's retirement. So the last session belonged to Jamaica, the first 2 belonged to Guyana, and it's slightly Guyana at the end of the day.
You're absolutely correct. Let's see how day 2 goes in the 4th round fixtures. But credit to Odin Smith. He bowled extremely well. And Kevlin Anderson, as I mentioned, excellent.
A lot will depend on Kemal Savory tomorrow. Of course, Moti, as you said, with a first-class century. Pamal can bat. He got 90 not out. Also, Thaddeus Lovell has 50s in Guyana's club cricket. And Niall Smith thinks he can bat. So, so we got tomorrow by lunch. We'll see how the match goes.
Indeed. So, folks, the first day has come to an end. The Harpy Eagles, they won the toss, batted first, and 260 for 5. 90 overs completed. Kevlin Anderson brings up his 4th regional first-class century. Odin Smith, the pick of the bowlers for the Scorpions, and also Tamar Redwood, the young 19 years of age leg spinner, has 2 and Smith has 3. So, folks, we'll be back tomorrow 10 a.m. Well, 9:55 for the start of day 2 of the West Indies Championship, round 4 from Sabina Park.